There was nobody doing what I was doing. I was making $100,000 a month. The quality of the product that I was putting out was indistinguishable from something that was issued from a financial institution. I can do this from anywhere. It doesn't matter where I'm at, I can do this. All I need is internet connection. They beat on the door again. Police, open the door. This is a fork in the road kind of moment. Like, do I stay here and stick it out or do I leave? So I left. You know, that's what I do. I run from everything. I've been running my whole life. Just been like this recurring theme. This is what I do. For those of you who don't know me and are just seeing me for the first time today, my name is John Boseak, and roughly from 2005 to 2009, I manufactured and distributed $3.5 million in fraudulent credit cards and driver's licenses via the internet, and I made a boatload of money doing it. Had a great time.
You feel bad about it.
No, victimless crime.
Did you get a haircut for this? Because you usually have the bald haircut.
Oh, I grew up.
Because that's all the other ones. That's Danny. That's a Concrete or Danny Jones's podcast.
I softened my look a little bit. Yeah, I grew my hair. I don't do the bald head anymore. Yeah, made some changes. Made some lifestyle changes. Yeah.
So, Michigan. You were born in Michigan.
Yeah, I was born in Michigan. I was born in Mount Clemens, Michigan. It's just a small town about 30 minutes north of, about 20 minutes north of Detroit, downtown Detroit. Yeah, small manufacturing kind of town. Not a lot of wealth concentrated in the area.
Right.
Just working class, just middle working class, not giant homes or anything like that. Yeah. So I have two younger sisters.
Oh, okay.
I have a younger brother and I have an older brother. Yeah. But me and my younger brother had the same mom, different dads.
Right.
Me and my older brother have the same dads, different moms. And then me and my younger two sisters have the same dads and different moms. So it's...
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah,
I just know Chris.
It's spread out all over the place.
So your parents got divorced and...
No, my parents were never married.
Oh, well, they weren't...
Yeah, and
you were raised in a single-family home.
I don't even think...
Single-family home. Did I just say single-family home?
Single-family home. Single mother household. Yeah. Yeah. No, I didn't meet my dad till I was 7 or 8 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So something happened. Like I to this day I can't get the full story out of either one of them. Neither my mom nor my dad. So, but I got a little bit out of one of my uncles, and I didn't find this out till later. He was like, "Oh yeah, your dad. You didn't start coming around till you were 7 or 8 years old." I was like, I don't remember that. Because you don't remember things from when you're that age, and he just wasn't there. Like growing up, him and my mom didn't have a relationship at all. Like when my mom when I would go to my dad for the weekend, they would we meet at Kmart, at the Kmart parking lot.
All right.
And my mom would pull in one end of the parking lot and my dad would pull in one end of the other. They don't get out of the cars and speak to each other. Nothing. I get out of one car and I go get in the other car and that's it.
All right.
Like there's maybe one phone call to say, I'm going to come pick him up, or she would just stick me on the phone with him. Like if he called, she would just stick me on the phone with him and I would just communicate with him directly. And I was like 9 or 10 years old, 11, 12, 13 years old.
Right.
But me and my dad, we have like a great relationship. Like, yeah, I don't speak to my mom nowadays. Like I haven't spoken to or seen my mother since like 2009, 2010. But me and my dad, I call him every once in a while because, I got to check in on him. He's getting kind of old.
Right.
But yeah, me and my dad have always had a pretty good relationship with him. It was rocky in my teenage years, for a little while there, but I had a lot of angry years as a youth.
So what happened when you were like, were you a good student? Did you get in trouble as a kid? Did you,
Right. No. So school, geez, we're digging out cobwebs now. I haven't thought about school in so long. I always got good grades, but I was class clown. I needed the attention from the other kids, so I would just do shit to make people laugh. All Plus, right. Everybody's been telling me my whole life that I'm like this super intelligent person, but I don't really think so. I think I'm just really good at being full of shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm really good at making people believe that I'm a lot smarter than I really am.
All right.
If that makes any kind of sense at all. It's like a scam. And yeah, it's my intelligence is really just a scam that I'm running.
Since we're on the topic of identity theft, have you ever gone online and searched your name and seen how many data brokers have your information available for sale? These brokers sell your information to spammers, scammers, and anybody that's targeting you. In my day, I had to go out and either survey people, make phone calls, run ads to gather all this type of information. Your name, date of birth, email address, home address, relatives information, but all of that is available online through brokers. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura automatically shows me the brokers that have my information and have it available for sale, and they automatically fill out an opt-out request for me. Cleaning up my information helps reduce the amount of spam that I get and protects me from hackers who could use that information to get access to my social media accounts, my bank accounts, and other sensitive information. Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records have been released on the dark web. AT&T is recommending that those affected use stronger passwords, monitor their account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. Well, Aura does all this for me. And best of all, I don't have to download several different apps just because a company couldn't keep my data secure. If my information was compromised in the AT&T data breach, I wouldn't be worried because Aura is always on. It's always protecting me. I value my privacy and yours. All you have to do is go to aura.com/Matt to start your 2-week free trial. Also, we're going to leave the link in the description box.
But I used to finish my work before everybody else because, I don't know, it was easy. And so then I would just start fucking with people in class and I would always get in trouble, you know. But I would, like I said, I would get the grades. Like, so the grades were there, but they just, the behavioral problems, you know.
Right. Right.
What are you going to do?
Didn't you burn down your grandfather's barn or shed or something like that? Do you remember?
The tool shed. And that wasn't, I was involved in the incident, but I didn't do it. No,
Right.
See, me and my cousin, so my grandfather was like an alcoholic,
Right.
like hardcore. He would have bottles hidden all over the place, in the couch, in the bathroom, in the tool shed, in the backyard, underneath buckets and shit. And he drank Whistler's or Kessler's vodka or brandy or wine or whatever it was. And me and my cousin knew where he stashed his bottles, so we used to go into the tool shed and take sips and then go down and go fishing. Well, he had a basket of like oily rags or something in there, and we were walking out, and my cousin smoked cigarettes, and we're like 10, 11 years old.
Right.
I didn't smoke cigarettes at that time because it was just like, I just wasn't into it. I did eventually ended up getting into it later. But my cousin, smoking a cigarette, we're walking out, he pitches a cigarette behind him, like does one of these.
Yeah.
And apparently it flies into the shed, into the bag of oily rags, right? We're out on the boat on the other side of the lake and we see all this smoke coming up. And so we decided to start heading back to shore. So we, turn the boat around and we're going back to shore, and we see all these fire trucks and shit
Right.
at the top of the hill. And we're like, is that at Grandma and Grandpa's house? So we thinking the house done burned to the ground, and we get up the hill. There's nothing left of the tool shed. It's gone. Like there's just a cement slab and like remnants of everything that had melted inside the tool shed.
Did they know it was you?
No.
Okay.
No, we never. I don't think we got caught for that one.
And that was in Michigan?
Yeah, in Michigan. Yeah, so I grew up in Florida. I grew up in southern Florida. So my mother in like 1992, when I was like 7, I don't know why, but she decided to move me and my little brother down to South Florida for whatever reason. That didn't last too long. She ended up moving back to Michigan in 1996 or 1995, 1996. And I stayed down in Florida.
Right. Did you get in trouble in Florida? Like, didn't you?
Oh, I had a very eventful youth.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened? What happened?
Very eventful youth.
How did it go wrong?
Oh, man. I think the very first time was stealing bicycles.
Right.
I went up to the high school or the middle school, and they had this giant cage in the front where they used to lock in. They used to ride your bicycle, you put it in there, and they close the gate and lock it. But there was no roof on it.
What city was this?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what middle school it was.
Was it Miami?
Yeah. No, it might have been. I might have been in Michigan at this time. I think this is one of my times when I was in Michigan for the summer, because I used to bounce back and forth. So I used to go up to Michigan and do summers at like my dad's house or like my mom's house, and then I would stir up a bunch of shit in Michigan. I would go back down to Florida, and then.
But when you moved, where did you move? Did she move to like was it Homestead?
No, it was Homestead. Yeah.
Right.
We lived in Homestead, and
that's basically Miami, right? Or is that further from Miami?
It's further from It's like Homestead. Is its own thing. Like you've got Miami, which Homestead's technically a part of Miami. It's south of Miami. It's a city in Dade County, but Homestead's like its own
Okay.
thing. You go down there, it's farms and like alligators, and it's like rural. There's nothing but vegetation.
Okay. So what happened with the bikes?
I thought I was going to go up there and steal some bikes. Well, I did. I didn't think I did. I did do it. I went down and I climbed the fence. And mind you, this is right in front of the school. Like there's big windows right in front of the school where the office and everything, they could see right into the pen.
Right.
I just didn't give a shit, And so I climbed the fence and I jumped over and I grabbed a bike and I climbed the fence and I threw it over, and then I went and I grabbed another one and I threw it over, and I went and I grabbed another one and I threw it over. This is late 90s, and in the late 90s, there was a bicycle manufacturer by the name of GT. They still exist, but they sold the company, and now they just make like shitty bikes. But mid to late 90s was like this golden era of BMX.
Right.
Like when they made like this certain bicycle frame, like the GT Haro Vertigo, and they had like 2 or 3 different variations of that bicycle. And they were super expensive. Like even like the late 90s, these things were like $500, between like $300 and $500. Like if you went to the bike store to buy one, I was into them. Like that was my thing at that period of time in my life. I was just like really into BMX. So I decided, and I'm poor, so my mom can't afford to go buy a $500 bicycle for me. Are you kidding me? And so, I decided to be a thief, which I had learned, and I tell a few stories from my early childhood, which I think kind of made me become a thief for a brief period in my life. Like if it wasn't bolted down, I was stealing it.
Right.
Like at one point in time in my life, like I was like, and then it ended. Like I just stopped stealing after that. Like, I don't know what it was. Maybe I grew a conscience. Maybe I had a little bit of empathy. Maybe I just got a little bit older. Maybe I just got tired of getting caught for petty bullshit. But I just stopped stealing at one point in my life. Anyway, so I throw these bicycles over the fence, and I'm riding one bicycle. And I've got one on the handlebars, and I've got one I could grab by the grip and ride out next to me.
Right.
And I rode them all the way to my house and took them all apart.
What'd you do with them? Sell them?
Yeah. Oh, I was running like a chop shop, if you will, like a bicycle chop shop. Like,
Right.
oh yeah, I stole. If I just seen a bicycle, I was grabbing it. Like it didn't matter. It didn't matter if I was already on a bicycle, because I learned how to ride. I could put a bicycle on the handlebars of a bicycle and ride 2 bicycles at once if I had to. So yeah, I was on this like a stealing spree, and this was a teenage year. So this is between the age of like 13 to 16.
Did you get caught? Did you get caught?
Oh yeah, I got caught. I told some girl, I went over, like we were skipping school at some girl's house, and we went to her house after we stole the bicycles, because I was with a buddy of mine when I did this. And we got to her house and she was skipping school, and like, so I thought like everything was cool to just like kind of be like, yeah, we just stole these bikes from the next day. I was in school, and they say my name comes on the PA getting called down to the office. And I'm like, and sure enough, yeah, I was there and the cops were there, and I got handcuffed and walked out of school, and they waited until the bell rung and everybody was in the hallways. They could have took me out when the hallways were empty in between classes, but they waited, and they waited till everything filled, everybody was there so they could embarrass me.
Yeah, it's a good lesson to the other kids.
Yeah, exactly. Because
that's exactly what.
Yeah. Yep. So that was embarrassing, and that was my very first time really ever like getting in trouble.
What happened?
With the law? Probation. Yeah, probation that I never completed successfully. I've been on probation maybe 12 or 13 times in my life. Never once ever have I ever completed one full term all the way to the end. Never.
So what happened? What happened after that? Like, I mean, I know you end up in Miami. I know you end up kind of getting in trouble so much.
I bounce back and forth between Michigan. Like I said, I'll come up to Michigan, I'll stir up a bunch of shit, and then I'll go back down to Florida. And mind you, I've been doing this since I was like 13, because look, my mom left me in Miami because I was incarcerated.
Right. How'd you get incarcerated that time?
What was I doing? Oh, I think I was stealing cars or something. Like I had graduated. I had graduated to stealing cars. The bicycles, I was really super early on. I think I was middle school, so I had to have been like, 12, 13. Right. In middle school, you're like 12 in 7th grade or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when I finally went from bicycles, I started hanging out. I got a little bit older, 14, 15, and I started hanging out with kids that were 17, 18, 19, and they always would put me to go do stuff. Like, steal this or go do that, or they would show me,
Send John, he'll do it.
Yeah, they used to take me stealing cars with them, and I used to jump in the passenger seat, and they used to be like, do this. And they would literally sit there and show me, and then we'd steal the car and peel off. And
they're kind of like your friends, right? Growing up, no.
Yeah, we stole a lot of cars in the late '90s, early 2000s. Yeah, like from like 1998 to I don't know 2001 or something like that. That was my car theft days. And I think after that, after I got caught for stealing cars, and they started putting me in programs.
Right.
That's when the stealing kind of stopped. But the behavior.
Right.
You can't curb the behavior. Like I'll stop the stealing, but you're not going to tell me what to do.
Right. Well, what happened with your mom? Why? I mean, what's she saying? Is she saying she took off?
She couldn't. Well, I mean, she couldn't really handle me, dude. I mean, what are you going to do? I had no positive male role models growing up in my life. Like she didn't even. There wasn't even a boyfriend present that he could lean on me. You know, so it was like.
And she's got you and your brother Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, she can't stay awake 24 hours a day.
Right.
So as soon as you go to sleep, I'm out of here.
Right.
Like unless you put me in a room that I can't escape out of, as soon as you go to sleep, I'm gone. Like I'm out of the window, I'm out of a door, and then I'm just gone for a couple days until the police pick me up and bring me back home. You know, so it was like, I just was super rebellious from a very young age. Like you couldn't tell me nothing. Like there was no controlling me at all.
So, okay. So at some point you said you got locked up and she left.
I was in a program. Yeah, I was in one of those programs where you had to go do like 10 months or whatever to complete the program. And then when as I was getting released from the program, my mom was already gone. She was in Michigan, you know, and she basically told me like, you know, figure it out.
Right.
I can't, you know, which it didn't bother me at the time, to be honest with you. I'm like, oh, good. I get to go doing whatever I want now because listen, I've been doing whatever I want anyway from about 13. About 13 years old is when it started. That's when I started with the stealing and the staying out all night and experimenting with alcohol and stuff like that.
So what happens after that? I mean, if you're being, they don't just release you to nobody. I mean, they have to put you somewhere. They can't just put you back on the street.
They put me in a housing thing for kids. Yeah, it was called shit. What was that place called?
Covenant House.
Covenant House, Florida. Covenant House, Florida, Fort Lauderdale Beach. That's right. I don't know why my brain got stuck there for a second. But they stuck me in Covenant House, which was like it's like a homeless shelter for teens. Everybody there was, 18 years and under,
Right.
Kids that were removed from like crazy households that couldn't go to but they were too bad they would get kicked out of every foster home they get put into. Then this is like, what are you going to do? You can't lock them up because they're not breaking the law.
Right.
But they're not old enough to get a job and support themselves. So there has to be somewhere to put these people. So that was like one of those little intermediary places.
Right. I was going to say, the only reason I know all this is because I wrote a story about John called Bent. And,
my memoir.
Yeah. And what's so funny is that I ordered all the Freedom of Information Act. It's like he sat when we met in Coleman in prison. I wrote like an 80-page outline on him, and then ordered I went to all the different counties that he had been arrested in. Really, all of them. And it was just asking for any information, and I would get stuff back. And then when I would get stuff back, there would be other stuff, and I would get stuff back. Like I actually just came across one of the documents here where it was like, they arrested him one time for being a runaway juvenile where he went to some place called the Bridges and then ran away. And then the Bridges put in a request saying, hey, you got to find this kid and bring him back here. He's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And then
that's the Miami-Dade version of Covenant House. So it was called Bridges in Miami-Dade County, but in Broward, it was Covenant House.
So then when I asked them about it, because I had a whole outline, we spent days together writing, probably a couple weeks writing this outline. I asked him, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That's right. Yeah, listen to this. And then he told me the story. And then he was there for like 2 days and then walked off. And then they didn't then they caught him for that. Like years later, they arrested him for a warrant that was taken out when he was a juvenile, but they arrested him when he was an adult, and they had to let him go, right? But they still arrested you.
Yeah, crazy.
Right, but I'm saying so I have like a whole pile of paperwork, but it was that's why like when I'm sitting there, like I already know the story, so I already know Covenant House. I remember that.
Yeah. So they sent me to like a Covenant House, and it was just like they get you a job.
Right.
They pay for your bus fare. They feed you, they house you, they try to get you involved in some kind of program. You sit down with a counselor, and they just come up with a game plan. You and the counselor just do like a one-on-one. Like, what do you want to do with your life? What are your goals? What's your situation? And then they kind of just tailor everything, for you. It's a really good program. If you go there with
the intents
of this is going to help me.
Yeah.
But a lot of kids there, they were just like off the chain. Smoking, drinking, coming in, getting kicked out.
Well, you're still going to high school.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to Miami High School at this point. So, yeah, I'd catch the bus from Fort Lauderdale all the way down to Miami to go to high school every day. I didn't want to switch high schools. I didn't want to go to high school in Broward. I don't know. Broward was just, their school systems were weird. And I was used to the Miami school district. So, yeah, still in high school, still homeless pretty much at this point. Because that's basically what you are when you're at this place, is you're just like a homeless kind of individual, And just going to school and selling at school. I would roll up little joints and take them to school and sell that. It's just day-to-day life, not really having a plan or anything at this point.
What about the thing, the fake ecstasy?
Yeah, we'll get to that. That doesn't come till later. Yeah.
Well, then where's bandwagon fit in?
Sure, yeah.
Or is that already passed?
No, so this Covenant House place, you can walk away from this place,
right?
And they won't put a warrant out for your arrest,
right?
So if they decide to kick you out or you don't follow the rules or whatever, they just tell you like you got to pack your shit and go,
right?
And there was plenty of time, so I was in and out of this Covenant House place. Like this became my place to go to because once they kicked you out, it was 30 days.
Right.
And then 30 days you had to apply to come back, and you had to go sit down and have a meeting and go over why you were kicked out before and make sure you're not going to do it again, all that BS, which I did like 3 or 4 times. I got kicked out like 3 or 4 times before I decided to finally take it serious. I would periodically get kicked out of the Covenant House.
Is for what? Just for not showing up, for like staying out, or?
I think all mine was alcohol related. Yeah, because I started getting involved with alcohol at this point. My teenage years, like 15, 16, I think was like the first time I really started like drinking beer on a regular and getting bottles and stuff like that. And that became an issue here, as we'll figure out.
Right.
Yeah. So it was all usually alcohol. I'd come back buzzed and somebody would tell on me, or the staff would see me, and they'd give me a breathalyzer and I wouldn't pass. And then, or they would just randomly give me like a drug test. I remember this one time we were all in the smoking patio because you could smoke. They would let you smoke cigarettes there. Somebody was down there, had lit up a joint, right? I wasn't even on the smoking patio. I was upstairs in my room. I wasn't even on the smoking patio. And somebody said that they had seen me out there and they tested me and everyone else out there. And of course I was smoking, but
not that time.
No, not that time. Like I would, whatever. And I failed the test and they fucking kicked me out. And this is like right when I was doing good this time. Like I wasn't trying to, obviously I was leaving during the day and doing my thing. I would get high a little bit here and there, but yeah, I got. Anyway, bandwagon, you're asking about bandwagon. Bandwagon, let me describe bandwagon for the viewers. Bandwagon was this homeless kid I met in Fort Lauderdale. He had a mom that lived in Fort Lauderdale, but apparently she was just a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like she would just kick him out, wouldn't let him inside, and she had different boyfriends. I don't really know his backstory. He told me a little bit about it, but I don't really remember. But this kid was a picture Jerry Garcia, okay, with the beard and the hair and everything. This kid would walk around Fort Lauderdale with no shoes on, no shoes, no socks, just barefoot. Get on the city bus. We'd be downtown walking around. Would have no shoes on at all, just completely off the chain. Just drinking every day, just taking. I was on my way to work one day because I had a job doing windows. I worked for a window company for many years, and I ran into him at the main bus terminal in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and he was going to give plasma or donate blood so he could get tickets to go to this music festival downtown Miami called I don't remember what it's called, Ultra Music Festival. It's like this electronic thing every year they have in downtown Miami. But he was going to donate plasma. He's going to donate blood so he can get tickets to go. And he's like, man, you got $5, man. I need to get some orange juice or something before. So I had to give him, I remember having to give him $5, but that was just bandwagon, That's just and how we got that name. I can't tell you. I mean, I know the kid who named him and originally started calling me. He's another kid that was at Covenant House with me, and he said something about bandwagon. About the explanation he gave didn't really make sense as to why he called him that. He said something about the Oregon Trail, and he's like, "You're one of them guys that used to be on the back of the bandwagon in the old Western days." I don't know. That really wasn't.
Right.
They didn't make sense to me, but the name stuck, and that's just what we called him. I think his name was Josh. Actually, his name was Josh, but everybody called him Bandwagon. I actually got him a job working with me at the window company. But yeah, that was my buddy. And you get this little group of
your
friends,
little clique, yeah.
Because people don't. I don't think people realize the homeless teen scene. I mean, at least back then, I don't know what it is now. I mean, things are different now. Everyone has a cell phone. Even homeless people have cell phones. So like the game's changed now. As far as you're being able to pool resources and reach out to people and make moves, and like you couldn't do any of that back then because none of that technology existed. So we all just relied on each other, and like every homeless teen, like every one of my friends all had a skill. That, you know what I mean? Like they all had a skill. Like one dude was just really good talking to people. He can go in, he can get us in anywhere, he could talk his way into anything. That was our guy. I was the computer guy. Like I just knew how to like make food coupons for fast food restaurants, and I figured out the UPC system and how to print barcodes and go to McDonald's and Burger King and get free food. One guy could steal anything. He could cars, boats, whatever you needed. This guy get his hands on it. It was like a ragtag group of Ocean's 11.
You said one time when I was like, bro, like, how are you feeding yourself? And you were like, you knew like the schedule for 7-Eleven when they threw out the old sandwiches.
Oh yeah,
and when the soup kitchens gave
every
the
second
best
every
meals.
second Thursday, this one 7-Eleven on Sunrise and A1A in Fort Lauderdale Beach. And if everyone knows what that 7-Eleven. If you know the area, you know the 7-Eleven. And every second Thursday, they used to get rid of all of the expired sandwiches and everything. And
They're
they'd be
still good. They're just past the expiration.
Well, yeah, he would throw them in a box, then he would throw them in the dumpster. And it wasn't. You didn't really have to dumpster dive. You just had to flip the lid open and grab the box out, which I would do because
right.
Those were good hoagies.
Right.
Those were all right. So yeah, and then there was like every Tuesday, this one church group would you'd have to go and sit through the church, and you'd have to sing and praise Jesus, but then there was a spaghetti dinner at the end.
Right.
So you could have the spaghetti and meatballs unlimited.
Right.
They brought, buckets of that shit and the garlic bread as much as you wanted, but you had to sit through Jesus. So I'd have to sit through Jesus every Tuesday. Or I think it was Wednesday. I think they do it on the Wednesdays because I know the people go to church Sunday and Wednesday is like the Christian, right? So I think it was every Wednesday. And then there was another soup kitchen that did it every Thursday, and then there was one on Sunday, but I couldn't do the Sunday one because it was way too much Jesus for one day. Yeah, there was no doing Sundays, so I would just have to, wing it on Sundays.
Right.
So I had the city pegged at one point in time. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, like that whole southern Florida. Yeah, I lived pretty comfortably as a homeless person.
Right.
Back then, I did. I was always showered every day. I had on clean clothes. I knew the spots where to go and eat. I get a free bus pass. So I would hustle. I'd get my monthly bus pass, and I knew how to work the whole public transit system and like all of South. I could get anywhere on a bus or a train. You give me an address, I know how to get there. Well, back in the day, maybe not anymore, but yeah, I knew how to get there through public transportation. And that's just what it was in the early 2000s, late 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s.
But what was the selling the fake pills?
Right. So there was a brand called Remifen, and I think it may still even exist. And there's a brand of women's menstrual. I don't know if it's to regulate it or alleviate the pains. I think it's like some all natural alternative to Midol. I think is really what it is. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's called Remifen, and each one of these little pills they have butterflies on them. So I used to just get a box of those, open them all up, and I used to go walk down to the bodega and get those little dime baggies, and I used to just just sit there and bag them all up, and I'd go and I'd be in South Beach, and it'd be 2:00 in the morning. People were leaving the bars. People were drunk. They don't know what they're taking.
Right.
And even if they, sometimes, most of the time, even if they take them, they don't feel nothing. They think it's like a placebo.
Right.
Yeah. Listen, I see people come back and buy more from me one night. I got a guy, bought 4 of them, came back, bought like 4 or 5 more one night.
So what are you doing? You're just saying, I got it. They think it's what you're saying. They think it's
yeah
because it looks like how most They put something like
It's
a little
not. It
cross
doesn't
or something.
quite look like an ecstasy. Ecstasy pills are like they're a little bit taller, and this looked like a regular pill. But I mean, what do you know? It's got a butterfly on it. What do you want to do?
Listen, it's in a little plastic bag.
And it's got the pill's got a butterfly on it. It's like a light gray, so.
You put a couple of aspirins in a little plastic bag. It looks like.
Yeah, exactly. So that was just one little scam I had. I had plenty of those. Like the coupon scam was a good one. That worked for years.
You said sometimes they would even if it wouldn't go through, they'd still give you the food.
That happened on a few occasions. Yeah, because I would either put up a stink or I would be in there so much because I would go to some of them. I would go to so many times that they wouldn't honor my coupons anymore. Yeah, that's really what it came to, was like they were just like, no, we can't, because they would send them off and they were coming back like, no, these aren't legitimate coupons.
Right.
Yeah, so we burned out South Beach with the food coupons. Every fast food restaurant.
Can you explain that process?
Sure. Yeah. So what I did was I had a program that you could scan UPC labels. And it would break down, you could see the lines of code for it. So it would show you how to program the UPC labels. So then I would go get legitimate coupons from I would just go get the paper out of the paper box, and I'd go to the back and I'd get the coupons for McDonald's, Burger King, Miami Subs, Wendy's, Taco Bell, and just a few other fast food restaurants. Ones that would send out whatever coupons were in the thing. Then what I would do is I would scan the UPC label on them, and I would figure out the coding for it. And then I would print out my own coupons, and I would change the coding inside of the UPC label, and I would change the front of the coupon. It'd be like, buy one small fry, get a double cheeseburger or whatever, or buy one cheeseburger, get another double cheeseburger free.
Right.
You always had to spend a little bit of money. It wasn't always super free food. You always had to spend $1 or $2 or whatever.
You get $2-3 worth of.
But you would get a couple extra items. So I would, like I said, and that's pretty much how it just worked, and it worked for. I don't know, worked for a good solid, at least 2 solid summers. I think we did it. Yeah, 2 solid summers. And by the 3rd summer, I think they were already onto it.
So what happened? So eventually you graduate high school. What do you do after high school?
Yeah, so I did graduate. I graduated from Miami High in 2003. I walked, I got my diploma, nobody was there for me, and I didn't know what I was going to do at this point, because I was still a knucklehead. Right. I was still getting drunk almost every single day. I was still, not really taking life serious. I had no goals. I was just kind of chasing girls and hanging out, and I had skills. Apparently, obviously, I had some computer skills. Funny story is I had administrative access to the entire Broward County public library system for years. For 5 straight years, I had administrator access to the entire Broward County system.
How that happened?
So I used to spend a lot of time at the library.
Right.
When you're homeless, and it's just at this point in time, obviously because there's no internet, there weren't screens to look at. The Broward County Library was like a big building, so you could go and sit in a corner. And if you didn't look super homeless, people would just leave you alone.
Right.
They would think you're there studying or whatever. And South Florida gets hot during the summertime, obviously, and the building was air conditioned. So I used to go there and just hang out every single day. That was kind of part of my daily routine. So I'd wake up, I'd leave, I'd go get something to eat, and then I'd go to the library, and I would just hang out in the library and either read or do whatever. And I used to watch the terminal where the library lady sat at, because the terminal where she would always sit at wasn't inside the cubicle. It was right outside the cubicle. And one day I watched her get up, and usually when she got up, the screen after 15 seconds would shut off, or it would go back to the main screen where it was just the login box where you put your password, your name, your username, password.
Yeah, re-log in, yeah.
And then one day she gets up and she walks off, and the screen didn't change. It just stayed on whatever she was doing. So I was I just sat there and I just watched. And the Broward County Public Library, you could see, so from the ground floor, if you look up, you can see there's a straight up, you can see the floors of each floor of the library. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I could see she was up 2 or 3 floors above me. I just seen her walk past. So I got up and I just went and sat down at her terminal, and I went to where they give, where the administrative privileges and everything. It was window, and this is 1999. So this is like Windows 98. I think the library system was running or something. Like this is before Millennial Edition and all that, Windows 2000. I think it was like Windows 98. So it was a super simple, basic operating system. A lot of you kids don't even know what that is. A lot of these kids have never even been on a Windows 98 computer.
Right.
You know, but it was really easy just to jump into the administrative privileges, add an administrator, and then set my own password for administrative privileges. And then just back out and go back to the screen she was on. And there's no way that, you know, the librarian, I'm sure, wasn't the IT tech, wasn't an IT professional. Right. She was an old librarian. I'm sure that she just knew how to barely log on or whatever. So, you know, she didn't know that nobody knew that I had added.
So what can you do with that?
Oh, you can add or remove programs from the computer because your access to, when you get on the internet at a public library, your access is very limited.
Oh, okay.
Your certain websites, they've got them blocked on a firewall, so you can't access certain websites. You can't add or remove programs to the computer. You can't download, you can't run Photoshop. You can't do any of that shit. You know, you can browse. You can browse the web.
You basically have a computer at the library now. You can do whatever you want with.
Yeah, I can log in, administrative privileges, and I could set up Photoshop. I had programs hidden on certain computers where I could go and then open up a certain part of the operating system and go in, and I had Photoshop set up and, you know, Bear Share and LimeWire. This was before, back in the day, this is before Napster. Even there was these P2P, person-to-person file sharing sites you can go to called Bear Share and LimeWire. This is the wild west of downloading music in the early 2000s, late 90s. So I had those programs set up on there. I used to burn CDs. I used to take in my backpack, I'd have a stack of those blank, you know, the tower of blank CDs you get back in the day. I'd be sitting there burning CDs all day, music CDs. And I would go out and I would sell those to people. Yeah, I would burn on the DVDs, and I'd go out and I'd be passing out all over the place. Oh yeah. Coupons.
Right.
Yeah.
So what
because listen, laptops didn't exist. I mean, they did, but they were super expensive and nobody had one.
Yeah.
And I didn't have access to a computer or printers or any of that, you know, because I was basically homeless.
So when you what did you do after you graduated?
I ended up, actually, when I was in the Covenant House, I ran into, there was a staff member there by the name of Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson was a really cool guy. I used to hang out with him late night in the TV room after everybody went to sleep or whatever, and we used to just kick it and talk shit. And he convinced me that to go and get a degree in graphic design. He knew some people that worked for the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale, and they had a really good program at that time, you know, before the downfall of the Art Institute. I'm not sure if you know about all the controversy.
No.
Oh, yeah, they took away the accreditation of all of the art institutes. So, all that money you paid for your diploma or whatever is worthless. Yeah, so they're not an accredited university anymore. And at one point in time, they were selling themselves. I believe that's what it was. Yeah, but no, they had a good program at the time for graphic design. He kind of talked me into it. So I enrolled with the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale, downtown on Los Olas, right on Los Olas Boulevard in downtown Fort Lauderdale.
How long does that take to get?
I was just going for my associates. I was just going to start with my associates, get in. So it's a 2-year program,
right? You
know, and at this time, I'm still getting kicked out of the Covenant House every other month. I'm still drinking. I'm still partying, you know. And at one point, I had gotten a car. I'd gotten a vehicle at this point somehow. I was 16 or 17. Oh, I remember. I was working for a window company. And I worked for this window company for years. I don't know, dude, they would just let me come in drunk, sleep in the back of the warehouse. They would take me to go install windows on a job, and I'd be throwing up on the job site because I'd be so hungover, and I'd be sweating and throwing up. They let me go sleep in the van with the air conditioning on. I don't know why, and they never fired me.
Right.
I worked there for years, and they just put up with it. And so there was this Haitian I used to work with, and he asked me if I wanted to buy a car from him. He's like, you can pay me $100 a month for whatever you want. He had this car. And this thing was a piece of shit. It was a Chrysler Sundance, and it had a rust mohawk. The sun had just eaten away the paint on the hood and the roof and the thing. And but it was just in this one strip where the sun hit it.
Right. I've seen exactly that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Paint was gone. It was just a rust mohawk. The interior of the car, the headliner was when you drove, it was hanging down, almost touching your head. And if you had because there was no AC, the AC didn't work. So when I had to put all the windows down when I would drive on the highway, the headliner would go inside the car, and it would just you would get shit all over you from. It was a bad experience.
They have like a film of like a
the little tiny.
Yeah,
it would cover on you. Get stuck to your clothes.
Yeah, it's like
It was the material of the mixed with the glue.
Yeah, I was going to say
from the headliner.
It's not
the foam.
It's not, but it's not foam. It's like foam.
Yes,
it's like foam, but it's made of little particles and beating.
As soon as you touch it, it turns into like sand.
It's like a brown, like a yellowish brown.
Yeah. The older cars, but and you'd be covered in that shit, you know. And so I had a car, and I was sleeping in my car in the parking garage of the Art Institute. So the security guard actually went to high school with. So he used to let me in there at night, and I used to park in the school structure, sleep in my car, and then get up and go to class in the morning, and then, you know, go about my day or whatever. And I did that for roughly about 2 years, just scamming. Didn't really have any money. I got financial aid, so that paid for, you know, my college. I also got a student loan that paid for a little bit. And then I was getting assistance from, so like in Broward County, if you're a college student, you can get like free bus passes.
Right.
You can get like meal vouchers and like food stamps and stuff. You know, so I was working the system, you know. I was eating, I had the food stamps, so I could go to Publix and get a pub sub if I needed to, you know. And that's how I survived all the way through college. That was 2000. So I graduated high school 2003. When it started there, it was about a year. I had about a year hiatus between my graduation and when I actually started at the Art Institute. And then I graduated the Art Institute in 2007, roughly.
Okay.
Yeah, got my associate's degree in graphic design, and immediately went to go work for a company straight out of college. It was pretty cool. Got hired immediately.
Graphic designs come right for signs and
stuff. Yeah, so at every graduating class, when you're getting ready to graduate, they hold like a
job fair.
It's kind of like a job fair.
Yeah.
You know, you go and you bring your portfolio, everything you've worked on the past few years, because and while you're going through all these classes, you're building. You know, you're working on projects. But you're learning while you're working on the projects, and when you complete the projects go into like this mock portfolio. And the projects are for like mock companies. So like the projects I was working on while I was in college, they were for like fictitious companies that didn't exist, but we were still creating, you know, doing like the corporate packaging, you know, build the website, do the company logo, build the, you know, everything, the stationery, the handbooks. So you had to go through and so I had like a decent little portfolio built that I had worked on over the past 2 years. They had this job fair. Legitimate companies come to this job fair, and you know, you go to each booth, you show them what you worked on. They tell you a little bit about their company. You tell them a little bit about yourself, and they're like, okay, well, here's my information. Here's my information. Sometimes they call, sometimes they don't. One company ended up calling me right away, like right after I graduated, offered me, what was it? I think it was like $80,000 a year or something like that. It was a ridiculous salary. It wasn't like an hourly wage. It was like, you know, you're going to work.
Right.
It's not going to be a 40-hour a week job. You're going to work. You're going to probably work double that, you know, maybe even triple. But it was a salaried position. It was a super high salary, and I took it. And I went and worked for this company. What they did was, what were all of their products? They did auto wraps, they did banners, they did screen printing, they did T-shirts, they did pretty much everything you can imagine as far as like printing medium is concerned, we did at this company. Yeah. And they hired me in. There was some guy working there so the company was owned by these Argentinian people. I believe they were from Argentina or Colombia. I may be wrong on that. It was either Colombia or Argentina, one of those countries.
South America. Yeah,
from South America. And the one guy that was there doing the graphic design, he couldn't stay in the country. There was some, you know, he was there on a visa or something, like whatever. He had to go back. So I worked under him for like 6 or 8 months, and he trained me. And then I just became like the lead graphic design guy for the whole company. So every project that came in the door, I had 3 people that worked under me, you know, that reported directly to me. And this was crazy because I was like 19 or 20 years old at this point, you know, 21, I believe. I was super young, you know, inexperienced, completely inexperienced.
Right.
Like I knew what I was doing as far as, you know, the graphic design works, but I had no idea how to like lead a team and like organize, like, project manager, if you will.
Right.
Like I didn't know how to be a project manager. I'm just a graphic designer, but I was project manager, graphic designer. I was everything, and I had to report to the wife. The owner was always out of the country, so I had to deal with his wife, and then there was like a chain of people I had to go through to get anything done. They paid me well, but it was a nightmare.
So what happened to the
company, right? So I worked there for, I don't know, I worked there for a while. And then one day I just show up to work and the FBI is there and they had the whole place. They were going through, it was like a movie.
right?
Straight up, they were going through this filing cabinets. They wouldn't let me in the building. They pulled me aside and they interviewed me for about like 45 minutes, an hour, asking me how long I had been working there, what did I get paid, how did I get the job? How do I know the people that own the business? And I was like, dude, I went to our institute. They came to a job fair. I got the job from the job fair. I don't really know. I don't know these people personally. It was what I was trying to.
Right.
I've never been to their homes or nothing like that.
So what was the issue? What was the deal?
I never got the full story. Either they were using the place to launder money, or they were selling, or they were doing something illegal, or maybe they were wanted for something else, and I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, but the owner's wife showed up, and she wrote me and 2 or 3 other employees a check for the rest of our salary for the year. And this was in like January, February, this happened.
Okay.
Cut us a check and was like, apparently we're not going to be in business. And if we are, we don't know how long and this, that, and the other. Wrote us a check, essentially terminating our employment and all of our contracts right then and there that we had with the company. And she said that you need to go cash these checks right now.
Right.
I remember that distinctly. She's like, you need to leave here. Don't wait till tomorrow. Don't wait till this afternoon. Leave here and go straight to the bank and cash these checks.
All right.
And that was it. And I never looked into it. I never called the people again. Nothing. I just knew that I had student loans to pay. Now I don't have a job and I'm living pretty comfortable at this point.
Right.
I had a nice condo in Brickell in downtown Miami. It was like, at this time was like $1,500 a month, which now is like, it'd be $5,000 a month to live in the same unit probably.
Right.
But this is 2007. So this is early, mid 2000s. This is before, right before the 2008 whole thing happened in 2008, the housing market crash and the recession and everything. Which, funny story, I didn't even know happened till 2010. Like I had so much money in 2008. Like when the everything crashed and the housing market crashed, I had no idea that it was even going on. Like I had no clue because I wasn't in real estate. Right. I had no idea what was going on in the real estate market. And from my point of view, I had plenty of income coming in. So like I just wasn't feeling it, And I think when they called it the recession, when Young Jeezy came out with this album called The Recession, and I started listening to that, and that's when it kind of started. I'm like, is there a recession going on right now? Because I'm not feeling it at all, And even then, like I wasn't money smart back. I didn't even know what a recession was. I had no right. Yeah, I had no concept of like finances or like financial terms or anything. I was dollar dumb.
Well, what happened? I mean, at some point, I know you worked for
Bing Steel. Yeah, so
in Michigan, right?
Yeah, in Detroit. So this is one of the times after like I graduated from. This is like the year I was, like I told you, I had a bye year.
Right.
When I graduated high school and I didn't go into the college until like 2005 or whatever. So that year I took off and went to Michigan because I just didn't know what I was going to do. I knew I wanted to do graphic design. But I didn't know if I wanted to enroll at this school. So I went up to Michigan and I ended up getting sucked into this program called, let me see if I can remember this. The Detroit Manufacturing Training Center, the DMTCP or whatever it was. But they had, so in Detroit, they had, I don't know if they currently do, but they had these programs where you go in and you're there for it's like a 90-day intense program where they teach you how to, manufacture, like work in manufacturing for one of the big three. Because the big three used to be in Detroit, not anymore, obviously. It was Chrysler, Ford, and GM were all based in Detroit. All of their manufacturing plants were there. All of their world headquarters were there. In the late 90s, early 2000s was right when the automotive industry was just starting to fizzle out. Like it was starting to hit like this point where the unions were like, were in trouble, and like all the manufacturing was getting shipped overseas. So like plants were getting closed down, and I came in right before all of that started happening. Like right, where everybody was like, oh, this is going to last forever. And we're all making $19 an hour to assemble, car seats or whatever. So I went through the little program. I went through the training program, and they sent me to go work at the Bing Steel. It was General Motors, but it was the Bing Steel division of General Motors. And all we did were seats for the Cadillac XLR and Ford Ranger. We had 2 lines in the factory. It was Cadillac XLR and it was Ford Ranger. And I worked there for about a solid year before I quit,
Isn't that when you started doing credit cards, or you started card?
Yeah, well, I've always been into like scams and fraud.
Right.
So like scams and fraud have always been on my radar, And then the internet's starting to come along now.
Right.
We're in the mid, like the .com boom of the bust in the 2000, and then going into 08, like Facebook I think is like a thing now, and then YouTube is just starting to become a thing now. So I'm in like Flint. That's just what I do. I'm tuned in, and a lot of these early carding forums I just kind of stumbled onto, one day, and I was on them ever since. But I didn't really start carding until a little bit later on. But I had been on these sites, researching scams. I was looking into bank fraud at one point in time. I was going to be this, because I had watched something on TV. I'm like, yeah, let me look into that. Okay, there seems to be a little bit of money in that. Let me look into that. And so I looked into bank fraud. I looked into counterfeiting currency. I looked into everything.
What about Chris? Like your brother? Like was it he already doing it, or?
Coincidentally, yeah, my brother was going through like a rough patch in his life. Like he was going to, I think, either MSU or Michigan State or University of Michigan, one of the two, and he was living on campus in Ann Arbor. And I don't remember why he left college, but something happened. He didn't have anywhere to go, so he just called me up one day, and he's like, dude, can I come crash at your house? He was in Michigan. And I was like, yeah, I had my own apartment in Coral Springs at this time in Fort Lauderdale, Broward County. And my little brother came down to stay with me,
Is this after? I mean, is this after you graduated, or after the? No, I'm saying after.
This is after I graduated from.
Right, but I mean, is this after? After you got let go from after that company got raided by the FBI? Is that
yes?
Okay, so it's after.
Right after.
Okay.
Almost right afterwards. Yeah. So at this point, I don't. I'm looking for other jobs in graphic design, but nobody's paying what these people were paying.
Yeah. Well, they're probably laundering South American money. So.
I think maybe my salary had a lot to do with that. And basically, I ran the company. I didn't do the physical side. Like they had guys out there that actually did the physical printing and the application and all that. And they had a whole sales team. They had like 2 or 3 salespeople that would go out and sell. But I basically ran like that end of the operation.
It's like Ozarks, like they're buying businesses. They don't care if the businesses really make money.
Yeah,
but they're going to look
angel
like
investor. He called himself. Yeah. But so that was just that was the deal, and I got all of this student loan debt because I just now that I just got let go from this company, I'm trying to find a job doing graphic design, but it's like they want to pay me $10 an hour.
Right.
$10 an hour. I'm like, that's not gonna pay my bills. I have like $3,500. I mean, back then this was a lot, but I had $3,500 in bills every month.
Right.
And I have no job.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had the little check I had gotten for my salary, and I was living off of that, and I was using that to pay my bills. But I did the math, and I was like, okay, well, this is the month and the day that my money's going to run out, and I'm not going to be able to pay my bills anymore. So I need to figure something out by then. So I had a date, and in every day, like the clock was just ticking down, and I was getting closer and closer towards that date to where I was going to run out of money, and I was essentially going to be able to, not be able to pay for my apartment or my car or anything. Right. And so I'm looking into scams. That's what I'm doing. I'm just scouring the internet for any little morsel of information I can find on, like I said, I looked into bank fraud. I looked into wire fraud. I looked into money laundering. I looked into, I wasn't going to become a dealer. I didn't want to go that route.
Right. So you said Chris called you?
My brother calls me, comes down. He drives all the way down to my apartment, moves in. I start showing him like, this is what I'm looking into. We start, bullshitting. And he's like, he knew about it at the time. And I think he had a MSR 206 reader writer on him. He brought one with him. He's like, I got one of those. And he's like showing me how to write the track information to the credit cards and stuff.
How does that work?
Yeah. How does it work? Like physically work?
Yeah, I mean, like
the mechanics of it.
Yeah, like what? I mean,
sure. Yeah. So
like you don't have credit cards. You have to get a credit card of some kind, right?
Yeah. No. It's technical. It's so every credit card that you and I or anybody has, there's a magnetic strip on the back, and now there's they have the chip, they have the pin where they say insert the chip.
Yeah.
The same information that's encoded to the magnetic strip is encoded to the chip.
Right.
It's just a different way. And verificate, they had that over in Europe years before it even came here.
Right.
So that's just as easily exploitable as the magnetic strip. But on your magnetic strip of your credit card, there's 2 lines of code. The first line is called track 1. And what that does is allows the merchant account to communicate with your individual bank account. And it allows the information, kind of like this handshake between the two, and allows us to pass the information in order to fund, whatever purchase you're trying to make. The second track of information on the magnetic strip holds all of the customer data, like the name, your name, the information that's on the physical card itself. So the number that's on the front of the card, that's actually physically encoded to the magnetic strip on the card. And then it's your name, and then, just like another string of digits to, allow all of the information to kind of exchange. Now, anytime you go to Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, Target, anywhere you go and you either stick your card in or you swipe it, that information essentially is saved to a server somewhere. Now, these servers are compromised, and this information is then resold on the black market or whatever. You hear about these breaches all the time. Target was breached. We actually haven't had a big data breach in a while, or they just stopped reporting about them, But
Right.
I mean, Target was a huge one.
I think they did have one recently because
Was there?
a few months. Well, at least a few months ago, I actually had multiple different places or companies email me and say, hey, your information may have been, and they're just notifying me. They're just like, hey, there was a data breach. Your information may have been whatever they call that. May have been compromised. You need to change your password as soon as possible. But it didn't even have a link, so it wasn't, because I thought, oh well, they're trying to get me to click on a link, but it wasn't. It was actually from and these were all places like Michael's and Target, and they were saying go to the website, change your password because it may have been breached, whatever. So
yeah, you hear about these. You hear about
something.
You hear about the breaches all the time.
Within a day or two, I got 2 or 3 of them. I was like, oh, something happened.
Yeah. And, the early 2000s was really the heyday for all of this. This is when it all really began. I mean, they've been doing it in Europe for a while, and it had been around, but I mean, it wasn't like it is now.
Right.
Where you've got kids making rap songs about it and, going on Instagram and showing all their credit cards and everything they're buying. And the shit's just absolutely ridiculous now. But back in the day, it wasn't like that. Not very many people were doing it. You didn't have teams of people running across the United States doing all this credit card fraud. This is before all of the big takedowns and all of the, FBI raids on all of the carding forums and everything. I was just in the right place at the right time. I was engaging in scumbag activities, and I just got in at the right time, essentially. So the equipment to make these cards is expensive. Like if you want to actually print your own cards, it's expensive. Like these printers are like $5,000.
Right.
We just don't have that to start with. So what I did was I went to, I think it was like CVS or Walgreens or something, and I grabbed, all of the prepaid Visa gift cards that they have. I took a backpack and I just took the whole rack of them. So I'd have 100, 200 of these cards. Now, obviously they don't have $100 each on them because you have to go to the counter and load them. But what I was doing is I was getting them because I just needed the physical card. Right. Because we had a machine that was called a MSR 206 reader writer. Now, what it did was it was a basic program that you would type whatever information you want to be encoded to the magnetic strip. You would swipe it through, and you would see on the screen that it would program the card
Right.
with the new information. Now, like I explained earlier, that all of these numbers that are exploited from these servers are then resold on the black market, and these numbers, it's called dump information, track 1, track 2, is then resold to people who have this piece of equipment,
Right.
so that they can use those numbers. They get them, pull them through the email, put them in the program, swipe it. Now I have your debit card information that's been stolen from your track, that's been stolen from your magnetic strip. I have that now encoded to my card. Now I can go into a store and when I swipe the card, I'm using your bank account.
Right.
Essentially, but like I said, you have to have a card to encode those two to take to the store to use in the first place.
Right.
So that's what we were using. Initially, that's what we were using the gift cards for.
Right.
Because, getting the cards where it was expensive. I think they were like $20 a piece or $25 each. If you were to order one from a vendor on one of these websites that would sell you the card. And then what if the card didn't work? I just wasted $25 on one piece of plastic and it didn't even work. Like, that's not even financially feasible.
Right.
So we started out super low tech. We just started, I think that, and at this point, I think like, okay, this is doable. Like I said, I was looking into everything. I was looking into wire fraud, money fraud. I was going to print bills. I was going to bleach $1 bills and print $100 on them. And, like Jeff Turner was doing.
Right.
I just didn't go that route. 'Cause I'm like, that's just way too much.
Yeah.
And it's been done already ad nauseum. And so I was like, this is kind of new. I've never heard about this before. I don't know anybody else that's doing this. For some reason, me and my brother just kind of fell into it at the same time. We're brothers. You know what I mean? We're into this kind of the same stuff. We get into this and I'm like, well, credit card, this stuff, this might be all right, because the numbers were actually easy to get. Like, you can go on these websites or, these forums, these carding forums, and it wasn't hard to find a vendor that was selling these numbers. I mean, I could buy them by the hundreds, by the thousands if I had enough money. And they were relatively inexpensive. They started at about $5 a piece, $7 a piece, depending on what kind of card it was, depending on whether it was like a debit card or a credit card or a platinum or a gold or, whatever.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me, so you can buy my information. But if I live in California and you're in Florida.
Right. So you had to understand how the BIN system works.
Okay.
And the BIN system stands for bank identification number. So you can take any debit card, any credit card, anything in your wallet, in the first 6 digits of that card, if it's issued from the same bank, it's going to be the same on everybody's card.
Right.
My card, your card, his card, it's all going to be the same. And that bank identification number is going to tell you what bank issued the card, and in what region that card was issued, because it also has a region code in there, and then whether it's a debit card, credit card, platinum, or whatever. So all the information you need to know about the actual card itself, like I said, the kind of card, what region it was issued in, all that is dictated in those 6 digits on the card, the bank identification number. So once you have this like master list, which I finally got my hands on, it didn't have them all, but it had a lot. So back in the day, you just hit Control F and then Control P, Control paste in that bank identification number, and then it would search the whole bin list and it would pop up, okay, this bin was issued by Bank of America. So I knew that it was a Bank of America card. I knew that it was a debit card, and I knew that it was issued in what region of the United States it was issued in. So once you understand like what region you're in that issues those bins, when you buy these cards, these numbers from these sellers, you give them the bin number that you want.
Right.
And then they search their database, and if they have any bins in that database, then they'll send you those bin numbers. So those bin numbers
in that area. So that way,
so those bin numbers will be whatever area you're in. So say I'm in Southern Florida, and I figure out the bin system, like I know what bins they use down here and are issued down here. Then I'll only buy those bins from my vendor, so that way they'll work in the area.
Right. Okay.
Because an obvious
so it's not
way,
suspicious then.
Well, an obvious way that they combat fraud, even in the beginning. Now it's like with AI, like, if you make a purchase that's outside of your normal purchasing habits, they shut the shit down sometimes.
Yeah, they'll text.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do it when I go someplace. I'll use my card sometimes, and it'll text me.
If you use your
card,
card,
did you just use your card?
Yes.
And you have to. If you say yes, then the person will be like, "Oh, it went through." It's
yes.
like,
If you just buy coffee every day and gas, and now all of a sudden you're at Best Buy trying to buy 3 big screens,
right.
You know what I mean? Now, but back in the day, they just didn't have those
Yeah.
those guidelines set in place. And so, yeah, once you figure out the bin system, then you could figure out what bins work in what areas, and then you could order the cards online, because now your success rate's going to be in a little bit higher in percentile than it would have been otherwise.
So what are you guys doing?
Fast food, just testing them out, going and getting McDonald's, going and putting gassing up the cars, making small purchases. At this point, we would go into like Walgreens and just buy a bunch of random bullshit, go to the as seen on TV aisle and, buy a bunch of crap from the as seen on TV aisle.
Right.
Just little things, just to see, because we didn't know. I didn't know if this was going to work. I didn't know if I was encoding the stuff the right way. I didn't know, plus the gift cards, we'd go in. And then, once we started going for like the bigger ticket items, that's when we had to kind of, buy the physical cards from the vendors.
Right. Okay.
Because you can't go to, I don't say Walmart and buy a laptop with $100 gift card, and the laptop costs $700.
Yeah.
You can't do that. That's
Right.
crazy. Or you can't have a bunch of gift cards. You can't go there with like 10 gift cards.
Or if they ask for your ID. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be the card.
It has to match. Like the ID has to match the card. And once we figured out that, we're like, okay, now we have to order cards and we have to get a novelty ID.
Right.
So now you got to step it up a notch, And I wasn't paying bills at this time. I wasn't doing anything. We were just kind of like, it was like a trial and error stage. We were like figuring everything out.
Right. Okay. So where does it go from there? Like
the progression? Started ordering cards, legitimate cards that were being made by somebody, out there.
Right.
And started going for bigger ticket items, laptops, big screens, high-end electronics. And then that kind of got burned out, and you kind of got to find niche markets to go for. I would go to, say, what's that place that sells like horse feed and Tractor Supply.
Right.
That's the Tractor Supply place. And I'd go there and I'd buy like, I don't know, $800 feeder system for cattle. I'd buy 2 or 3 of those things, on a credit card, because they're not expecting anybody to come in there and
right.
Create. So I had to start looking for little niches like that.
You sell it on eBay?
Oh, back in the day it was Craigslist.
Right.
So it was Craigslist and eBay back in the day. This is before Amazon and like all the offer up apps and all that shit. Yeah. So it was Amazon and Craigslist. And Craigslist had a heyday. Like there was a period of time where you bought everyone when it was on Craigslist buying shit. That's just where you went to. That was the go-to. eBay kind of, but the Indians and all the foreigners got in and started scamming on eBay. So Craigslist was like, there was a golden era, and that just happened to be right in the time where I was selling.
Right.
So yeah, I would post a TV on Craigslist, and within an hour it'd be gone. Somebody'd have like 15 people already messaging me about it. And it went that way every time I would post something. Like 15, 20 messages immediately. And within a day or two, whatever I went and bought on a credit card would be gone.
Right. So what happened with I already know at some point it catches up.
I'm going to tell the story?
Yeah, story.
Oh man, I hate telling the story because I feel so bad. So me and my brother, we're carding at this time. We're full-blown carders, and I had to pay rent at the apartment we were living in or something like that. So I know we needed a laptop, and I knew the exact laptop I needed. I had already posted the laptop before we even went and carded it. I had already posted it on Craigslist and was already getting emails about it. So it was gone before we even went to go get it.
Right.
So my brother's sleeping in the room. He's knocked out. I go in there, I wake him up because he had the novelty ID. So we needed an ID to go with the card. And I think at that time, just whatever cycle of cards and IDs we were on, he had the novelty to go with the card that I knew was going to work for the laptop, because some dumps, if they're going to work or not. Like after you've been doing this a while, which ones you can process for certain amounts. Now, there's no way to know how much money someone has in their bank account. There's no way to figure that out, but you can kind of guesstimate by what kind of card it is, whether it's a platinum or a gold or a debit card or whatever. And I knew at this time certain banks had higher limits for their debit cards because the account holders at certain banks kept more money in their accounts than say, regular banks. So Yeah, my brother had the driver's license. He had the ID to go with the driver's license. So we set out to go to this Walmart. I know the laptop we're going to get. We walk in. We walk back to the electronics aisle. We ask to open the cabinet. We get to the counter. Everything's going smoothly. I pull out my phone. I act like I'm on my phone. My brother gives him the card, shows him his ID. The guy takes the credit card, takes his ID, turns his back to my brother, swipes the card, and then he picks up the phone immediately without even looking back. And he says, "We got a code red back here at electronics." And I'm like, oh. I immediately knew. I knew it was a wrap. So I turn around because listen, at this point we had been hitting Walmarts like crazy because they were the easiest to do. Because usually it was just like some employee walking around, you would grab him and he would just walk back to the electronics counter and help you out.
Right.
And credit card fraud was so new at this point that nobody was expecting. They weren't looking for it, is what I'm saying. Like They weren't suspicious. They weren't looking for it. So you could just we could go to any Walmart, walk back there, get a big screen TV, an Xbox, a PlayStation, and a laptop. And as long as the card would not get declined, you were walking out of the front door with your stuff.
Right.
That's just how it was. And so I knew what time it was. So I immediately just about face and I start walking towards, because we're all the way in the back. I got to get out of the store, and that's all the way at the front. So I start walking. I look back and my brother's still standing there at the counter. And I don't think it registered with him what was going on. And like, I don't know why I didn't say let's go or let's run, but I thought that he would just see me walking away and use that as a cue, but my brother didn't pick up on it. So I'm walking, I'd lose him. Like I look back and he's still at the counter. So I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to go. I get to the front door of the Walmart. The doors open up, automatic doors open up, and I hear the sound of flip-flops because my brother's wearing thong sandals. He's wearing Abercrombie and Fitch thong sandals, these rubber thong sandals, and you could hear the sandals flop, 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 flop. And all of a sudden I look and my brother just blows past me out the door, and he's got two guys chasing him, right? So I see him book it through the parking lot. He's got two guys chasing him. One of the guys tries to like, hey, they see me. They grab me. He grabs like the corner of my shirt, and I knock his hand away, and I do kind of like a spin move, and I just take off running through the parking lot. So they're chasing him, and nobody's really chasing me. So I get out of the parking lot. I hide. There's a trailer park. Like there's like this wall that, if you've ever been to any Walmart, they have like this distinct brick wall. A lot of them have around them. It's the same in every Walmart. I get over that. I get into a trailer park. I run. I hide in the woods behind a trailer, and I just sat there for like 2 hours. Had my car keys. I eventually got to go back and get my car from the parking lot. I don't know if they caught my brother. I don't know if he got away. I don't know anything at this point. And so I was just sat there for hours, and then I finally went back and got my car. And I thought for sure when I was going to go grab the car that was going to be it.
Right.
Like I thought for sure they're going to wait. So I went there and no cops, get in my car. I'm driving. I'm looking in the rear view, super paranoid, no cops. I get home. I go on the internet real quick. I look my brother up. Sure enough, they got him at Central Booking. I see him. And I sat up all night, didn't sleep. And I was, you can keep updating on the computer, and it'll keep showing every time his status gets updated.
Right.
You can see if they move him. And I kept waiting for him to get moved because they had him in a county jail. I'm waiting for him to get moved to the county jail because I know once you get to county, you'll go to court. He'll get a bond. Finally, I updated the computer like 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I seen that they had moved him to Broward Central County Booking in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and he had a bond. It was like $2,000 or some shit like that. It wasn't much. It was like $3,000.
So for a few $100.
Yeah, I didn't have the cash on me, but I had a car at that time, so I ran down to a bail bondsman. I brought the title of my car. I'm like, listen, this bond's like $3,000 or whatever, obviously 10%. And it was $3,000 cash.
Right.
It wasn't $3,000 10%. So sometimes you could just go pay $300 and you'd get released or whatever. No, it was $3,000 cash assurity. So you had to pay the whole $3,000. So I had to go through a bail bondsman. Get him out of jail. No, so I'm sitting there at home. My brother calls me. He's like, man, I just got to a phone. He's like, listen, I got a bond. I was like, listen, man, I've already been to a bail bondsman. Mm-hmm. So before my brother even called me from jail, I had already been at the bail bondsman. I was like, listen, I've already been to a bail bondsman. It's already paid. He's coming down there to get you. You're getting released in a few hours. I'll be down there to pick you up. And that was basically how that went, And that was our first skirmish with the law,
So I wonder now you can throw a big screen TV into the thing, just walk out of a Walmart. They don't say shit. Well, maybe not in Florida, but some places. I wonder now if they would stop you for credit card fraud. Like if it would be like if you got the hold of stuff and started bolting, like would they try and stop you?
Yeah. So
Because back then, remember, Walmart had a zero tolerance policy. Like, it didn't matter what you stole; they were prosecuting to the full extent. And now they've completely changed it.
they backtracked on that a little bit
a
because of
little.
all the liberal. You know.
Well, it depends on what state, right?
Yeah.
So if you're in California,
Florida don't f- around.
No.
Yeah, we don't deal with the shoplifting down here. But yeah, so and so we figured out real fast that at certain stores, if you go over a certain amount, they have to physically take your credit card and they have to type in the last 4 digits that are on the physical credit card. They have to type that into the POS machine in order to even process the sale. So if the card you're using, if the 4 digits on the last 4 digits of that card don't match what's being encoded, because when they swipe the card, they can see the credit card number on their part of the screen.
But that could be
your name and your credit card number come up. And if all they got to do is hold the card up next to the screen, and if the numbers don't match, then they've been trained, then they know that this is a fraudulent transaction here.
So you understand, like what that means is that like the card that the encoded number. So the encoded number doesn't have to match what's on the front of the card, just a few of the numbers. You know what I'm saying?
The last 4.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if you're below that, they don't check it. They don't have to check it, right? So
no, what I'm saying is that it's a part of the verification process. So if you're trying to process something over, say, $300, at Target especially, I know it's $300 is the cutoff. After $300, they have to say, "Can I see your card?"
Right.
And they have to take the card, and the last 4 digits that are physically stamped on the card, they have to type those into the screen, and then the computer checks. Okay, does the 4 digits that she just typed in, does it match what was swiped?
Right.
So there's an algorithm that checks that cross references those two things.
But what I'm saying is, if you buy something for $100, they don't even ask for the card.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So that it like nothing has to match. The name doesn't have to match. Nothing
that's
has
correct.
to match on the card.
But you don't know until you hit that limit, and then they ask for the card.
Right.
So that's a lot of trial and error going to stores and figuring out what stores check and what stores don't.
So depending on what items you're going to buy, you may need to have that card be exactly like what's on the strip, and you might need an ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So the cards that you're using, they don't match. The digital information that's using isn't matching the physical.
Yeah.
It's different names. So the cashiers just never look.
They never really looked until this incident here at Walmart.
So now you're starting.
We went
to
over a
upgrade.
certain dollar amount, and they had to look. And
So now when you're ordering the cards, you have to order the
you
numbers.
have to order the card. You have to order the cards that come
with the number. Yeah.
stamped with the numbers that you want to use. Yeah.
So you keep upgrading and upgrading. And
it's a slow
upgrading.
process.
You know what I'm
Yeah. This didn't happen overnight. I just didn't start printing credit cards overnight.
Right.
It was a progression. It was like every time we'd hit a wall, every time I would try and scale the operation, like go larger, make more money, I would just hit a wall, and I would have to either upgrade a piece of equipment or I would have to, change something I was doing.
Right.
To kind of, but yeah, that was that incident with my brother. That was the very first kind of skirmish we had. And that's when I decided that now we have to start buying the cards.
Right.
Yeah.
So you start ordering them, or like what happened with your brother? Did he stay here? What happened?
No. That whole court case, real weird. This is the weirdest thing ever. I've never seen this happen before ever. Is the bail bondsman calls me up one day and says that you can come pick up the court's released the bond money.
Right.
And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, yeah, they released the bond money. They dropped the case.
Right.
Just dropped it. Because that's what happens when you get your bond money back, right? Either they go to court and they get sentenced and then they release it, or the state drops the charges and then they release the bond money. So I went and picked the bond money up, and apparently the case was dismissed.
Right.
So a few months go by, and then one morning, early in the morning, a kind of bang on the door happens, and I knew it was law enforcement just from the way they beat on the door. Yeah. And I opened the door, and he's like, Christopher Boseak? I'm like, no, my name's John Boseak. He's like, do you have any ID? And luckily, we had this little table in like the foyer when you walk into my apartment, and there was a bowl, and I kept my wallet and my keys, and I just turned around, I grabbed my wallet, and I pulled the ID out, and I gave it to him right in front of him, and he looks, and he's like, okay. He's like, is there a Christopher Boseak? I was like, yeah, it's my brother. And I was like, he's in Michigan right now. He's been in Michigan for a few weeks. And the cop's like, well, good thing, because he's got a warrant out for his arrest for, grand theft. I think that's what they were charging. They didn't want to charge him with credit card fraud or anything like that. They were charging him with, I think they were just calling it grand theft. And I was like, oh, well, I got the bond money back for that cat. Like I bonded them out. I got the bond money back. They said that they dropped the charges. Like, yeah, well, whoever dropped the charges, the state picked them up, picked them back up. And now he's got a warrant. So let him know he's got a warrant out for his arrest and, be careful. I was like, all right. He wasn't trying to run in the house and arrest anybody. He was just, over there to let us know that, I closed the door. I locked it. My brother's room, luckily his door was like right in the hallway. His door was closed. I opened his door. I was like, dude, the cops were just here looking for you. Apparently, you're in trouble. He left the next day to Michigan.
Right.
Took off, went to Michigan. Yeah. Was out of there.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in Michigan? How much longer does the Michigan thing happen?
Right. So it was a little while. He was up there for a few months. And at this point, I had started like amateurly printing cards.
That's right. Okay. That's right.
Yeah. So some time went by and I was like, I was at this point right now where I needed to scale the operation to pay the bills because right now it's paying the rent. It's paying, I could take a card to the grocery store and I could fill up a grocery cart with whatever I want and I could walk out of the grocery store with
it. But you also know that you could get arrested.
Dude, I'm putting my face on cameras, so many cameras every single day. I'm being reckless. I'm pulling in the parking lot with my license plate.
Right.
Like I'm just doing reckless shit and I'm like, I'm going to go to jail one day. I'm going to get caught eventually.
Yeah.
They're
already looking for your brother.
Right. Yeah. So I'm like, I have to scale the operation somehow. So now I start printing cards at this point. Like during this whole coming to, realization of like the scaling problems and all of this, I'm getting into printing cards.
So,
because it's getting too expensive to keep ordering, cards from these vendors. And half the time, the cards would come and they wouldn't be, the quality wouldn't be that good.
Right.
Or they would take too long to get to me. And it was like,
well, and it's safe for those guys. Like, you don't know where these people are. You don't know if they're in Michigan. Are they in California? Are they in New Mexico? I
have no idea. Yeah. I have a postmark where the package was being sent from, but that doesn't mean anything.
You can drop a package in any mailbox anywhere. They're still not going to lead to their house.
Yeah. So, I don't know who these guys are. I'm just buying the cards from them. And it's just getting too expensive. And like the whole operation is just getting too out of hand because listen, let's say I go on Google Maps and I map out every Walmart between South Miami and West Palm Beach.
Right.
So that's a lot of ground to cover. There's a few hundred Walmarts in between those like 4 or 5 areas of South Florida. And let's say you hit every Walmart for a laptop. You're doing good.
I was gonna say that.
You got 15, 20 laptops. That's $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 if you sell them all. But now you gotta do it again.
Yeah. And then maybe
you got to do it again, and you got to do it again, or you got to involve more people, and and you got to send knuckleheads out on dummy missions, and then I can't trust you not to tell on me.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not doing that. I've never done that. I've never had like a group of people working for me where I had guys going out and carding and all this shit like that. I did everything by myself, or it was me and my brother. But I'd never included anybody in any of my crimes. I didn't tell anybody what I was doing. Nobody knew how I made my money. It was just, this is before everybody posted every bowel movement and every meal on Instagram and Facebook.
Right.
We just didn't do that back then. We didn't film things back then. Like that's why there's like, I don't have any pictures really of that time period in my life, just like family photos of like my son and shit. But you just didn't pull your camera out and start recording shit. Like, cause you would just get beat up. Like if you're hanging out with some friends and you just pull a camera out and you start recording, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What? Why? People are gonna want to know why you got that. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get up. So I don't know the point I was trying to make. I just went off on a tangent.
We were talking about like this. It's just so much safer. You just at some point realized like the safest person in this chain.
Yeah. I was slowly making that realization, but I didn't really put 2 and 2 together until, like I said, it's like in order to scale this whole thing, I had to figure out another, mode of trying to milk money out of this situation, because going into stores and buying shit and reselling it, it's cool, but it's not going to get me, I'm not going to be able to do it for any kind of, imaginable amount of time into the future. It just isn't going to happen.
All right.
And that's when I kind of slowly came to the realization that, there is a marketplace for actually vending plastic. So instead of just, making cards and buying the numbers and going out to stores and, carding shit, I figured out, I was slowly making the realization that maybe I could just make the cards and sell the fucking cards online.
Right.
Because I'm not a hacker.
Right.
I don't know how to get this information that these people are selling. So I couldn't really sell the numbers, but I could make these cards because I kind of was getting good at it after doing it for a few months. I'm learning the software. I had a background. I got my associate's degree in graphic design, media arts. So I understand like DPI, image sizing. I understand how to make the templates. And then actually learning how to physically use the printers that wasn't that hard. Once you set it up, they actually have like a little program you can watch and it shows you how to use every part of the printer, the tutorial. Yeah. So learning how to print the actual physical cards really wasn't that big of a deal. I think the biggest hurdle in this whole operation was getting the, if you look on your Visa card on the back, they used to be on the front on the old school cards. They used to be on the front, but now they're on the back and they're smaller. There's a hologram.
Yeah.
So the Visa have a dove and the MasterCards have like two globes kind of superimposed over each other and it says MasterCard in the middle. Now these little holograms were hard to get because I don't have a printer that prints holograms. Those printers were expensive. Those were $10,000-$15,000 for one of those printers. And they weren't just readily available to the public. I could get the card printers. You could buy those on eBay for like $100, $200 for the cheap ones, $500-$600 for like the medium range that are kind of used. And then, the Mac Daddy printer was the Fargo HDP 5000. Now I know they've had a few iterations and they've upgraded since then, but that was the Mac Daddy back then. That was the printer that I eventually was able to save up enough money and buy that one. And once you buy that printer, that's printing direct to card. It's called a DTC printer, direct to card. High definition images, they would bleed over the edges of the card. So a lot of the cheaper printers, you would see like a thin little line around the image, like it wouldn't print over the edge of the card. So once you got over edge DTC, like high definition printing, like when you're able to crank those cards out, then those cards are indistinguishable from the ones that are issued by financial institutions. Right. Period. Like they're exactly the same, So once I figured out how to print that, and then, like I said, the biggest hurdle was getting the holograms, so I went on Alibaba actually, and I looked for companies that printed hologram stuff, and I just started messaging different Chinese, printers and asking them, can you make these for me? And I got 2 or 3 emails back, and I was like, okay, well, this guy will do it for 10 cents a piece, but you got to order 10,000 at a time. Right. So I'd get these giant rolls in the mail like this, and they were just thinner than tinfoil. Right. Like the tinfoil you cook with, it's thinner than that. Like it's this thin foil, but it had these doves, and then I ordered the ones for the MasterCard.
Are they just stick on?
Heat press.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, initially I bought the stickers because you could buy the stickers and those were way cheaper. But
I remember you telling me you had gotten cards and they had the stick on, and you didn't realize it was so cheap.
You could peel it with your thumbnail, and like after you swiped it a few times, like if you used the card a few times, like the sticker would tear, and they just didn't look good. Right. The heat press ones looked like once you pressed it onto the PVC card, it looked like it was just part of the card. Like you couldn't even catch your fingernail on it, And once I got those, and I got the little heat press from eBay, you had a little dial on it, and you set the temperature, and it had a little arm, and it had 2 flat plates, and you press whatever you want in between it. It was for people that like emboss, like Bible page, like like you could put your name in like the front of a Bible. Like they had that back in the day, like the gold. That's what it was for. But I was using it to manufacture credit cards. Right. And once I figured out the foil, I got that figured out, and then I got, the over the edge printing, there was no difference between the card I was making and the ones that were issued from like Bank of America or Wells Fargo or whatever.
And you're able to put whatever information you want on the front of the card. The name of you can buy the track information.
That was done with a separate machine. So there was 3 or 4 pieces of equipment you needed initially. There was the encoder that would encode the magnetic strip. There was the printer that would print the card. There was the heat press that would heat press the foil on the front of the card. It was called actually a hot foil tipping machine. And then the last piece of equipment you needed was it's called an embossing machine. Right. And that's what would actually put the physical puncture the physical numbers into the card.
I don't think they even do that anymore, do they?
They print. Some of them they print them out now. Some of them they emboss them. Some are printed. Some are embossed. Yeah.
I have
a lot. I think they're just printing them now. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but I had one. Oh, I can feel it. No, this
No, it's embossed.
It's embossed.
It's embossed. I mean, sometimes they print them, sometimes they emboss them.
What is my?
The ones that are printed on the rear of the card now.
Oh yeah, look, that's full. The one I just showed you was partially embossed. It's like a printed on it.
Yeah.
This is actually
full
embossed.
embossed.
You can see the back of it.
Sure, yep.
And I just got this card.
Yeah, full emboss. And at the time, I had to order what's called a manual embossing machine.
Right.
So you buy it, and it's this machine. It's got a giant wheel on the front of it, on the top, and it's got all these different characters on the wheel: A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's got the whole alphabet, and then it's got all the numbers, and then it's got uppercase, and then it's got lowercase, and then it's got your special characters. So you would have to put the card in this tray, and you'd slide the card into the machine. You had a handle. You used to punch the card manually. Zzz, A, click, click. Zzz, J, click, click. So I'd have to manually punch these cards, which was BS. But that machine was only like $100, $150. And then I eventually had got the, what was the name of this machine? It was called a data card, fully automated embossing, where you just put the cards in, you program it on the laptop, and it goes bim, 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 and it just spits the card out the side. So I wouldn't have to do the embossing. But it was a slow progression up into the point where I could afford this, more expensive equipment.
Yeah.
And once I started making cards, once I got to the point where I could make cards that looked like they came from a financial institution, then I was like, well, now I might have a different marketable product on my hands.
So now you don't actually have to use the card. You can sell them.
Yeah, I can just go. Yeah, that's what I set out to do. I was like, man, that's taking 90% of the risk completely out of the equation.
Where do you sell them? How do you sell them?
These forums I was telling you about earlier, these carding forums, that's where, this is pre-Silk Road.
Right.
This is pre-Onion Router. This is pre-Dark Web. Like the Dark Web didn't even exist at this time. Like there was no Dark Web. You couldn't go and look up all. They had carding forums, And these carding forums were like, they would get shut down every other week, or they would get mass infiltrated by FBI and everybody you're talking to on the forums, a law enforcement, so it's like, but that didn't come until later. So I got in the early days of the forums, and so each forum had something called a moderator or moderators. They had just a group of people that maintained the site. They would kick people off. They would give other people, certain access. And there was back in the day, they don't really have forums anymore. What's the closest thing to a forum now? A Reddit? Reddit's like the closest thing now that I could, describe what these forums were like. They were just like Reddit pages, and they were just threads where, you had this thread and you'd click on it and be like, okay, information. So they had these seller threads where I could go and I could be like, US Plastico, and that's what I branded myself as, which in the end came back to bite me because I think they just went after me a little bit harder because I branded myself. I gave up my location, first of all, here I am in the United States, which it was dumb in the beginning, but I didn't really, I didn't understand all of that when I first initially got involved.
Dumb stuff too. So it seemed cute at the time.
Seemed cute at the time, and then later on was like one of the deciding factors, why they actually decided to come after me. But so yeah, I branded myself US Plastico. I just messaged the moderators of the forums, and I sent them pieces of plastic so that they could verify that I was a legitimate sender. I sent it to them for free. Here, this is my product. They'd review my product, and then they would give me, they would allow me to pay them in Bitcoin, and I would take out like banner ads on the forum. So as soon as you went on to like the main page of the forum, they would have these banner ads up top that would say US Plastico, plastic vendor, and then would be my ICQ number. And back in the day, ICQ was like this chat, this like encrypted chat. This is before what do they use now, like Telegram and WeChat and like Canoe and all that shit. Or was it Canoe? Yeah, or whatever. All these like end-to-end encrypted chat systems. This is back in the day, so it was like ICQ. No, it was IRC was before ICQ. Like the IRC was even before that. So it had my IRC, and then eventually went to ICQ, and that's what, I would pay them to vend, and that's basically how I got into it in like the very beginning. That's how it all started. Yeah.
So what do people order? They just go on there and they say, hey, I want 20 cards, or I want 40 cards.
Right. So I would have like package deals. Like I wasn't going to nickel and dime. I wasn't going to sell them one piece at a time, two pieces at a time. I had package deals. So I would set it up like it was a 3-tier sales kind of program where it was like your top tier was like your gold tier. That was 1,000 cards. It was $1,000. So I had $1,000 tier, a $500 tier, and like a $200 tier. So the $200 tier was like, I think you get 10 cards and you get one driver's license, but the driver's license was a little bit extra. That was like $100 extra if you wanted to include the driver's license with the silver package. Then the bronze package was like, for $500 you get 50 cards, and then you get 2 novelty driver's licenses with the 50 cards. And then the $1,000 package, which was like the gold package, was you get for $1,000 you get 100 cards, 100 debit cards, 5 driver's licenses, and I don't remember and then each one had stipulations on like refills. So like with the gold package, like if you ordered the gold package, and if like 3 of your cards didn't work, you could get like up to like 3 or 5 replacements for those cards. Like, but honestly, the card not working is your own fault, but I would just throw that in there,
Right.
as like a sales tactic. So I had 3 tiers, and then, I just went on about messaging and.
So this, how long? So this kind of goes on for what? I mean, like, what's kind of the next thing that happens?
The timeline?
Is it Chris or is it the?
Yeah, no, my
Chris?
brother. So I'm sending my brother cards in Michigan. I'm making cards at this point. I'm sending them to him, and he's him and one of his buddies, Joseph Dickens. They were out using the cards in Michigan, and they eventually end up getting busted in Michigan at a Target, which you have all the police reports on that you got. A lot of funny little bits of information I didn't get out of either one of them about that whole situation.
Yeah. What I always thought was funny, Colby, is that when I read the report, like his brother doesn't say anything. Like his brother doesn't say, anything about that. He's like, I bought him off of this carding forum. That's all I know.
Yeah.
And then it was Dickens. No, Chris does it. I don't think Chris wouldn't talk to him. Chris wouldn't talk to him
At all. He wouldn't give a statement.
I wouldn't give a statement. Nothing. Dickens is the one. But he said, we bought him off of. He told the police what Chris told him, which was we got him off of a credit card forum called Carter.su, and then the cop actually goes on Carter.su and like screenshots a bunch of stuff. And there's a guy that Boseak was like a mentor to him, and his name was
Melmo Man.
Melmo Man. And when I was writing the story, he kept talking about Melmo Man had told me this, Melmo Man had explained this, it was constant, right? And at one point, so when I get the screenshot, I'm looking over all the names of it tells how many people or who has been on the site during that day.
Their screen names.
Yeah, their screen names.
Yeah.
And so this got to be like, whatever, 200-300. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and there was Milmo Man was right there. And I was like, holy shit. Because, when you're writing somebody's story, you're trying to verify stuff, So, and I'm in prison writing this story. I can't verify anything. I'm ordering documents, and they're getting in, and most of the dates are correct. Like he's saying, I don't know, it was early 2008. And so it ends up being, February 2008. Like he doesn't know the dates exactly. So, and he's saying, I forget the guy's name was this, and then I get it, and it would be. But like, how are you going to verify that it's a guy named Milmo Man? I'm never going to verify this. And the police report that comes in, Milmo Man.
It just happened to be on the site at that time, day. At that day when they had pulled at the screenshots. Yeah.
And then they've got his credit cards. There was like 4 or 5 copies of the credit cards that they had used. I mean, there's just all of this information that just dovetailed in.
Yeah, cards that I printed.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I think that they had taken, you can tell the story, but I remember, because you didn't know this, one of the other things was you didn't know how much he had used the card for. And I actually ended up getting a thing from Huntington Bank.
Yeah. It
was like for $3,500 or something, like whatever the purchase was that he had used was minor at that time. It was like $100, $200. He had bought nothing. So he had run that card up for $3,500.
Yeah, I'll tell the story real quick. So him and his buddy go into a Target and they get $3,500 worth of stuff. They then exit the store. They get in their car. They drive home. The person's credit card who they used just happened to live in that city.
Right. and got a call.
So we were that good at getting at the bin system, like
Right.
choosing the bins. Like we had it down to where like we knew like where these bins. So she just happened to live in that city. She called Target. And she's like, my card was just used there for like $3,500. I did not walk into your store. This, that, and the other. Target wouldn't do anything. So she calls the police department. She's like, listen, my credit card was just used at this store for this amount of money. She's like, they got to have security cameras. So she just kept pressing the issue.
Yeah.
This never happens.
And I was gonna, and by the way, they're telling her she's not responsible. Don't worry about it. You're not responsible. She's like, no. And she's not having it.
She's like,
no,
yeah,
we're catching this guy.
they're like, yeah, your bank is just going to refund the money. Just take it up with your bank. They'll refund the money. She's like, no, we're not. She was not having it. And she kept pressing the issue. And this never happens.
Right.
Like, this is why everyone gets away with credit card frauds. Cause like when you see that you contact the bank, you're not calling police departments. You're not calling the store it was used at. You contact the bank. It was used. They're like, okay, they send you a new card. They give you your money back.
Right.
Dude, this chick was not having it. Right. And so she pressed the issue. I think they found the license plate number.
No. Chris had used
That's right. My
his
brother
ID.
Yeah, so I think my brother, what happened was my brother encoded a dump to his own debit card. And and used his ID because so that in his brain he was like, listen, the name on the card matches the driver's license.
Right.
So when
they don't do anything. You know what I'm saying? They don't track them down. So he doesn't care. Oh, you need an ID? Here's your ID. Here's an ID. No big deal.
He's like, yeah, so the ID is going to match the card. And he's like, that's, we're going to get away with it. So they matched, they let him go with the stuff. And yeah, he's right. He had his name. I think he encoded his name to the dump.
Yeah, it was on the front of I think it was on the front of the card
or
something. So, or yeah, right. The dump information. Mm-hmm. So the woman insists that they look it up, and they look it up and they go, well, there is a guy with this driver's license number and his address, and he lives about 2 miles from here.
Yep.
And so
he's got a warrant out for his arrest in Florida for, whatever he was doing, whatever
for credit card fraud. For credit card, it was.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think it was grand theft.
But they know it's probably fraud.
Yeah.
And so the cop drives to, because it's on the police report. He goes there. Chris was just walking out.
So the cops pull up to the apartment complex and they're just sitting in the parking lot.
Right.
And my brother just happened to walk out of the apartment to get something out of his car. Didn't notice the cops, and they called him over. Right to the car. I don't know what it said in the police report, and I don't know like this part of the story, like how it happened.
Well, I know that when they went to the apartment and they opened the door, they can see bags of stuff in there. Like they can see Target bags. They can see, and they know it's him. They've got him, but they're like, look, let's go to the house. And he goes, he's like, okay. And he opens the thing and they've got just bags and bags and bags.
Yeah, they had stacks of, because what they were doing is they were going to.
They've been doing it for weeks and weeks.
Well, they were getting $100 Visa cards, but actually going and getting them with the money loaded on them. And they were there, and then they had stacks and stacks of $100 Visa gift cards all over the apartment. Apparently, they had MSR 206 writer. They had the laptop. They busted them both.
So they're selling everything on they've got like an eBay store or something. They're selling all this shit. It was all
and I don't even know if that's what they were doing. I think they were just like living off. I don't even think they were like selling stuff. I think they were just like furnishing, because they had an apartment. They bought a sofa. They were buying stuff to furnish because I think that's what they went to Target for. They were buying like
No, I know what
dishes
they were,
and
I know what they were buying it for. They were buying.
They gave you an itemized list.
Yeah, I have the receipts.
Oh, okay.
The receipts are, and they're buying all of these accessories for like Game Boy or Xbox. Mm-hmm. So there's all these accessories, like $120 for this, $110, little tiny things that all go with like game. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not quite the box, but it's all the little stuff. So I'm assuming they had, or maybe they were using it for that, but for themselves, but I don't think so.
Yeah, so they get busted, and I don't really remember quite how it happened, but I know my brother went to jail down in Michigan, got probation, then they stuck his ass on the. They gave him the ride on the van from because they had to get extradited down to Florida from Michigan. Yeah, and apparently that apparently that's not a fun ride, because I've done it a few times, but in the Fed, so it's a little different. But he did it, for state, and they put him on a van, and they had to do the whole ride from Michigan to Florida, and it took like 2 weeks to get him down there.
Right. Well, I was gonna say there was a newspaper article too where the cop that had gone and grabbed him, like he had all the credit cards and all.
Oh, he's sitting at a desk like this.
Yeah, he's got them all spread. Like it was a massive thing, and he was like,
he's sitting at the desk and all the credit cards out in front of him, and
but it was a small, wasn't it like a small town or something? Like, wasn't it a big deal in a small town?
It's a decent sized city in Michigan, but at this point, like nobody's getting arrested for this stuff. So this is like a big deal. Like when one of these cases appear in the news, it's like, whoa, hold on a minute now.
Yeah. But it's not a big, it's not that big of a deal. Like now it would be, you'd never make the paper probably.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be in the headlines now because it's just happened so much. So he gets probation, Michigan, gets transported down to Florida, gets probation, gets let out, and essentially just moved on with his life at this point. He briefly came to Michigan, or briefly came to South Carolina, where I was living at this time.
Right, you moved
because I had moved from Miami to South Carolina because I had met, my first wife that I was with, and she was from South Carolina, so we get a place in South Carolina. And
plus, you were at this point during this whole interim, you're selling cards you're shipping them like to Russia or something, right? That Milmo Man or somebody, or Shoulder Surfer, somebody introduced you.
It was Shoulder Surfer, I believe. It was the other guy I was dealing with. He had come to me, and so the progression of me selling cards, I wasn't really making any money in the beginning.
Right.
Like I didn't start off making thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this shit. I was barely making any money. I was barely getting any sales. And when I did, it was always like the low tier or whatever. It was never like the high tier. And so this went on for like a while before I really started making any money. And then I distinctly remember the morning I woke up and I had like 20 orders or something like that, 20 or 25 orders of the gold package. So that's $1,000 an order. That's like 20 grand.
Right.
20, 25 grand. And like I had never, like when I was carding stuff and selling it, like the money was coming in, but it was going right back out as it was coming in. Like I never really got large chunks of money at one time ever before in my life up until this point. So when these 20 orders, I woke up one morning and I had like 25 orders. I was like 25 grand waiting on me. I'm like, holy shit, there might be something to this now.
Right.
And that's when I hooked up with, I think a lot of those orders were this guy Shoulder Surfer. Now I never got the back end story on any of this. Like I don't know, cause I never really talked to him that much, but from what I can piece together, Shoulder Surfer was a buffer for a lot of guys that were either involved in the Russian mafia, were actually Russian mafia themselves, or for all I know, were just like was like a kind of like a intermediary group of people that dealt with the Russian mob. But I know it was some way connected, and that's how it went. Now, when I started dealing with Shoulder Surfer, he started placing big orders with me. Like they were ordering 5,000 cards at a time, 4,000 cards at a time, 2,000 cards at a time. But that didn't happen until later on. Yeah. There was a progression to get to that point. And like I said, I remember the first day I made like 20 grand. And I was like, okay, now I'm just going to focus on doing this and only this.
But you told me that the Shoulder Surfer or somebody here, or Milmo Man or somebody had told you that that they were ordering such big cards because they were probably running like groups of people or something.
I was talking to, because so Melmo Man was like my buddy.
Right.
And so I've never met him.
Yeah.
Don't know where he's from. Don't know who he is. I never even got a picture of the guy. Never spoke to him on the phone. But we chatted back and forth on, I think I sold him cards once. And then he would like ask me questions about carding. And so we'd go back and forth. And we built this rapport. And so I would talk to this dude every day, almost every other day on the internet for years. Right. About carding, and he would point me to like, oh, this new forum just opened up. Do you know about this one? You look at this tutorial. We'd share tutorials back and forth. And so once I started selling to this other guy, like I would bounce ideas off of Memo Man. It's like, so we would just go back and forth, and we came to the conclusion, that this is probably what this guy's doing. Because listen, if you're just a single dude and you're doing credit card fraud, you're not ordering 5,000 cards at a time.
Right. Right.
That's when you order 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 cards at a time, you have a group of people that's going out and they're committing fraud. That's a large operation.
I had read, the guy.
It would take me 48 hours to print 5,000 cards. And that's, sleeping on a sleeping bag in the middle of the floor. And like I printed cards so much that I'd be dead asleep, and I knew when the printer stopped, it would wake me up. Like just the sound of the printer stopping would wake me up, and I knew it was time to feed more cards into the hoppers because the hoppers could only fit so many plastic cards into them. So that I would have to feed the hoppers, and then when the hoppers stopped, I would go back to sleep. So my internal clock, just because I did it so much.
Is it? God, his last name is Blanchard. You know what I'm talking about? Blanchard. Anyway, he was from Canada, and I had read an article about him. They actually have there's a documentary on him. I can't believe Josh Blanchard. I don't know. I forgot his first name. Anyway, he was doing that. He actually went over there and he had a group of 20 some odd people, and everybody's getting 5 cards a piece, and they'd give them orders, and they're taking the train around Europe, and they're going in, they're hitting one area, and they're buying purses and shoes, and they're just buying just tons of
high-end luxury items, because that's what they were doing in Europe.
Right.
Yeah, they were doing the purses, the Louis Vuitton purses, the bags, the shoes, the watches.
Yeah, that was a big thing. He didn't get busted for that. He was I think he just told it. It was an article in a Wired magazine. But that, and I know that. I mean, I've read several articles where these guys would kid, and of course when I would read the articles, I would be thinking, well, those are cards that are being printed up at thousands, because I'm thinking the whole mechanics of how it works, and I only know the mechanics because I had already written that story on you. So I was like, damn, they're ordering those cards from somebody. That's a lot of cards, and the average person isn't ordering but 5 cards at a time, 10 cards at the most.
5,000 cards. I had 3 printers running for 48 hours straight, and I would burn out print heads on these printers because they would just overheat and burn out. And when the print head went, that's $1,100 to replace that print head, and that printer would be down for 4 or 5 days because all of these parts they're not manufactured in the United States. They're manufactured somewhere over in Europe, and it's a specialty. You can't even go on a website and buy spare parts. I had a manual I had to buy, and I had to call up a sales person. No. I had to call. I had a number I had to call, and I had to go through the book, and I had to find the part number and give it to the salesperson, and then they had to put in the order for me and send me the print head. So it was I had 3 printers running 48 hours straight to print 5,000 cards straight. No stopping, just constantly printing.
Hey, real quick, just wanted to let you guys know that we're looking for guests for the podcast. If you think you'd be a good guest or you know somebody, do me a favor. You can fill out the form. The link is in our description box, or you can just email me directly. Email is in the description box. So back to the video. So at this point, I know from doing the research, there was an investigation that had been started where they were where the Secret Service had gotten involved, and they were tracking the packages where you were dropping off packages randomly at different places. So they were hoping that you would repeatedly use the same drops. Yeah. You drive up and but that didn't work out. But I know that at that point they had started an investigation into you on the various packages. I don't really know how that got started. I just know that they were staking out different what do we call it? The boxes where you drop your packages. So when you're shipping packages, they know you're shipping, and they know that some of these they must have grabbed some of the packages at some point.
Well, I'm sure at some point in time they had ordered from me, because listen, like I said, law enforcement's on all of these sites. Yeah. So I'm sure they ordered from me, and because they want to see the quality of the product, they want to see if they can probably lift any fingerprints off them. They wanted to see if they could figure out exactly where these were coming from. If they were actually indeed coming from within the United States, well, then that's an issue for the Secret Service. And I had no idea.
Right. So where at this point? Well, first of all, Carter.su had shown up in an investigation, and they were tracking multiple people. This was an investigation out of Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas.
And they were tracking multiple guys, and they had picked up some of those guys.
That was Christopher Aragon, and
no, it wasn't that one. It wasn't. I'm not sure when you're talking about. It's not that one. No. It's the indictment was filed in 2012. So January 10th, 2012.
Okay, yeah. So right around the same time. It's the same time period where I was doing all my shit.
Right. So and each one of these guys, they have them. They break it down. Who was a vendor? Who was this person? These persons selling. What they're selling. What they're doing. So anyway, at some point they had indicted these people. They're trying to pick them up. Matter of fact, this may have been before they were investigating before they indicted anybody. But they're trying to pick them up. But you had shortly after that, you disappeared. So while they're trying to set you up and stake these places out and get some of the, not just you, you and other people,
Right, yeah.
while they're doing that, you moved. You moved out of Miami.
I took off and went to South Carolina.
Right.
Yeah.
Why'd you move to South Carolina?
I wasn't running for anything. I didn't feel heat or anything like that. She was from there.
Who?
The girl I was with at the time, my first baby's mother, if you will. We weren't married, but we did have a child together. And she was from there, so she wanted to go back to where, her family was. And they hadn't met the baby. They hadn't seen really the baby or had any interaction with him. So I don't remember what was really the last final driving force that made me leave Florida. I think leaving Florida was the biggest mistake I ever made, to be completely honest with you.
Right.
I should have never have went to South Carolina, but it's just one of those things you do when you're young. You don't really, I had plenty of money,
Right.
so we went up there, we got a townhome and shit. Yeah.
So, but you were still making cards, though.
Still making cards, still selling cards, because that's my bread and butter. And I figured I was like, I can do this from anywhere I'm from. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I can do this. All I need is internet connection,
right?
And a place to set up my printers. And so I start, sending out packages from South Carolina, and
It's the little town Rock Hill,
South Carolina is where I was living. Yeah, and I was sending packages. So in South Florida and in Florida, period, there's hundreds of UPS stores.
Right.
Hundreds, and you could just walk into one, hand them like, I got some outgoing. Can you put this in your outgoing mail? It's already got a postage label on it, because I would print those out beforehand. I had an account with Pitney Bowes, and I would just print all the labels out and beforehand take them to the store, and they'd be like, okay, send them out. Pay
right.
Some of them made you pay a $5 fee. Some just did it for free. But when I got to South Carolina, there was two.
There's two UPS stores in this little town.
There was two in this little town, and there was one like 45 minutes away. Yep. So I had no choice but to continuously use those two UPS stores to send out all of my packages from.
So the issue with that is that they start to recognize you, or they start to like. So if the packages are
my face is a regular now at that UPS store. I'm there every other day sending stuff out and receiving packages as well. And I had to open up a UPS store box, which I never had to do before in the past.
Right.
Like I never had to go into these places and give them a driver's license and give them, this, that, and the other. I didn't have to do that before, because I was just going, I dropped the package, and that would be it. But since I was receiving packages now, the old man who ran the UPS store, which I didn't know it at the time, he was the owner, because all this stuff they're for franchises. He made me open up an account,
right,
so that I could receive mail and send mail out there, because I was in there so much. Yeah, so I used a fictitious name on a driver's license that I had made, which actually wasn't a fictitious name. It was actually a name of somebody,
right?
A guy who lived in Wisconsin, coincidentally. And I used his social security number, and I used his date of birth, and I used his name to print a driver's license.
So to
open the PO box with, yeah.
So what happened? I mean, how long does this go on? You stayed there a few months before? Like it goes back pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't remember. It wasn't that long at all. It didn't take very long before the old man at the UPS store. Apparently, one day he gets suspicious, and he opens up my package, and he goes in and he finds the cards.
Mm-hmm.
And he contacts the Postmaster General. The Postmaster General comes down, takes a look. The Postmaster General then contacts the United States Secret Service, and they set me up.
Right.
So apparently they were there every day for a week, from open to close, sitting in the parking lot in their car waiting on me. And on Friday, right before closing, I came in to pick up a package, because I got an email from UPS store telling me I had a package.
Right.
Which coincidentally I did. I was waiting for some stuff to come in from Mexico. I was dealing with a guy down there. And he was sending me stamps, and I was using UV stamps, because one of the features of the credit card is a UV. You hold it under a black light,
right?
It says Visa and all over the card, but you can't see it unless it's under a black light. Well, I was getting stamps, rubber stamps, sent up from Mexico, and I had UV ink in a stamper,
right?
And I would just stamp the card, let it dry, stamp the card, let it dry, That way it would have that feature on it. So I was getting new rubber stamps were coming in that day, and I went down to the UPS store, and that's how they got me. They were there waiting on me.
All right. What do these guys look like?
Couple of Peckerwoods, a couple of white dudes, you know what I mean? Walk in, they got the badge. So I'm going to walk out, and I go to walk out of the store, and two guys are walking in, and they block the door. One's got a gun. They weren't in like uniforms or nothing like that, but I seen the gun and I seen the badge, and it still didn't register with me what was going on. And they're like, Mr. Pearson? And I sat back. I was like, yeah. They're like, well, we need to talk to you about what you've been sending out of here. I'm like, what I've been sending out of here? I'm like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I tried to play stupid as much as I could. And they're like, you know what, let's just go back. Let's just go back and have a chat. I was like, all right. So we get him back, and they're like, well, listen, we know what you've been sending out of here. We got one of your packages. We know we know what's in it. And at that time, I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking, obviously they don't know who I am. They don't know what I've been doing, and they don't know the extent of what I've been doing, because if they did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd be in handcuffs. So at this point, I'm thinking, you know, maybe I can wiggle my way out of this. Like, there's got to be some wiggle room somewhere. You know, I can BS my way out of most things. I've been doing it my whole life. Maybe I can get out of this. And so I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, how can I minimize this as much as I possibly can? Because I'm not going to tell the truth, obviously. I'm not just going to spill my guts there, get all scared and spill my guts, because that just isn't going to happen. You know, plus, I had no co-defendants.
Right.
Nobody knew what I was doing. There was nobody that was going to tell on me, you know? So I'm sitting there, and they're like, well, we know, so, you know, we can take you to jail right now. He's like, you don't have to give us any information, but we can arrest you and take you to jail right now, and you'll sit there, and there'll be an investigation, and then we'll eventually figure out what's going on. Or you could play ball with us, and you could go home tonight, right now. And I'm like, I can go home. I was like, yeah. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, you're just saying that. I'm like, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? And so he gets on his phone, and he calls up his sergeant or whoever his commanding officer was, and we have like a little meeting right there on the phone. And they agreed. It's like, listen, if you know, obviously you're not robbing anybody, you're not breaking any, you know, this isn't or guns or anything like that. This is fraud. He's like, you will have a court date. He's like, but if you just tell us everything we need to know right now, be honest with us, you know, tell us what we want to hear. He's like, you're going to have to go to court, obviously. And if you don't show up for court, you're going to have a
warrant.
You're going to have a warrant, but we won't arrest you right now and take you to jail. And that was what they had told me. And I'm sitting there thinking like, man, dude, what do I got at the house? What do I have there that can bury me? You know?
Yeah, the whole thing that was there.
Oh yeah, my whole lab. Yeah, I had it all set up there. But
do you mean other than that?
Other than that, yeah, I'm like, man, you know, how much evidence is at the house? Because and listen, the night before this happened, I got paranoid for some reason, and I just went through and I threw out 3 big garbage bags full of shit.
Right.
Like receipts and like paperwork from like invoices from like orders I had sent, and like piles of cards that like didn't come out right or like weren't embossed right. Like all this shit. I threw out 3 big giant black trash bags of shit. Just cleaned out everything. So the only stuff that I had there was the physical equipment itself.
Right.
The blank cards that were yet to be printed, and I think I had like 500 or 600 cards in the safe printed, getting ready to go out on an order. I was just waiting on payment to come in.
Right.
Plus I had a few debit cards and other things like that where I was like holding my money and whatnot. And I don't even think I had any cash on me at that time. I think I maybe had like 80 grand in cash in the safe.
Right.
You know? And you just mind you, throughout this whole thing, at the very pinnacle of what I deemed to be my success, I was making like $100,000 a month.
Right. I
was doing 100 orders a month, $1,000 minimum order, and that's basically how I went from like 2005 to 2009. Is when I got busted at the UPS store. It was in like 2009.
Right.
You know, so from 05 to 09 it was a pretty good run. You know, I made approximately, I don't know, $3.5 million or something like that. But it was like, you know, I never really I didn't see 3.5 million at once. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize is, yes, I
give
did
you a duffel bag.
I did make a couple $1 million, but I never had all of that money at one time. You know, I think the most cash I've ever seen in my life that I ever had physically in my hands was like $80,000.
Yeah.
That's the most money I've ever seen in cash at once. You know what I mean? But I had millions, but it was like I had 200,000 in this account. I had 100,000 over here. I had 100,000 spread out between 5 different debit cards here. I had a business account with 200,000 in it. And it was like, and you got to think, I'm a 20-something-year-old kid at this time. I'm dollar dumb is what I call it. Like I don't I don't know I don't know about inflation or interest rates or like, ROI, return on investment. I don't know about any of that. I don't know about real estate. I don't know about money markets. I don't know about, CDs and IRAs, Roth IRAs, all these different tools for investment. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know shit. No, nothing. I'm eating out 3 times a day. You know what I mean? I'm filling up my gas tank. I'm filling up my people's friends' gas tanks. I'm going shopping. Like I had all the nice shit. You know what I mean? I was taking vacations. So I wasn't thinking about investing. I wasn't thinking about buying a bunch of gold and burying it in the ground.
Right.
In retrospect and in hindsight, I really wish that I would have come across somebody that would have influenced me to save money or to invest money or to put money up, but I just didn't have any kind of influences like that in my life. Everybody I knew was poor at that time. Everybody I knew. I didn't know anybody that had money. I didn't grow up with money. I didn't grow up being taught about money. They don't teach you that in elementary school, middle school, or high school. They don't teach you how to manage money. The internet was a relatively new thing. So you didn't have all these entrepreneur bros all over the giving you all of this about LLCs and, this, that, and the other. So that information, I just didn't have access to any of that information at the time. And I just wasn't thinking about it, so a lot of the money was just squandered. A lot of the money we're on debit cards that I would either lose or the debit card would get flagged for listen, I lost $350,000 in a Bank of America account that got flagged for fraud, and I didn't have the proper information to make the documents to send into the bank to get the account unlocked, to get my funds unfroze.
Right.
And that happened a bunch of different times. So, so it was it was so chaotic. That period of time in my life was so chaotic that I couldn't accumulate wealth like a lot of people think. So when I say $3.5 million, yeah, I did make $3.5 million, but you said, it wasn't I didn't have it all in one place at one time and I could just go withdraw. It wasn't that easy.
Oh no, listen, when the Secret Service grabbed me and they were giving me the numbers, 9 million. I'm like, 9 million. I've never seen 9 million. I've never seen $1 million in cash. What are you talking about? But it's the same thing. It's the most cash I ever saw was nowhere near, wasn't $1 million. Maybe 600,000 or 700,000, but I've never had, I've never seen that. Mm-hmm. And I've had money, 100,000 in this account, 50 in here, 300,000 here. I've had a couple million in an account, but in an account isn't really your money.
Right.
It doesn't feel like your money because I can't get it. And I can get it a little bit at a time. There was no, when I was doing it, there's no, you couldn't transfer. There was no Bitcoin. You're not transferring to Bitcoin and I didn't know enough to buy gold, to buy diamonds. There's so many ways now I would have I could have bought diamonds. I could have bought gold. I could have bought silver. Could have bought all kinds of stuff. I didn't do anything. I just knew, put it in an account and go get it out $4,000 at a time, 7,000. And they still give you shit.
Yeah.
So I know exactly what you're saying.
I was just spending on debit cards. I would just use these debit cards
I
that
didn't
I
even
had
know
this
to put it
money
on a debit card.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I just knew put it in a bank account.
Yeah.
So when you had told me, when we were doing it, you told me you had a bunch of debit cards with a ton of money on them in your safe and stuff when the cops go and everything. I was I didn't even think about that. Putting, having money just sticking it on the card never even occurred to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I get busted at this UPS store. Secret Service set me up. I show up. They take me in back. They're questioning me. And that's when I decided that I'm going to tell them. I'm not going to tell them. Obviously, I'm not going to be truthful with them. I'm going to minimize as much as I can, but I'm going to give them enough information to kind of satisfy them without giving them enough information to bury myself for the rest of my life.
Right.
So I was like, listen, I've been printing credit cards in my apartment. I've only been doing it for a few months, and I just sell them on the internet. I was like, I don't go out to the stores and use them. I was like, I did it once or twice, but I was like, I get so much anxiety from doing it. I can't do it. I have anxiety issues. So I've been selling them on the internet for a few months now, and I gave them the name of the website I was on, and I had to give them my login.
Right.
For every site that I was on. They were like, okay, well, we need where's your stuff set up at? I was like, it's at my condo about 1.5 miles from here. And well, we need to go there. So they had all of these documents faxed over to the UPS store, and they fingerprinted me in the back of the UPS store. They took me outside. They took my photo, had me turn to the side, turn towards the camera. They fingerprinted me. They had me sign a bunch of documents saying that, giving them the permission to come to my home and search my home. I had to fill out documents telling them that they could search my vehicle, all that stuff. And so they stuck me in their car and they drove me to my condo and I let them in and they searched and seized everything. Anything with removable storage on it, they took. So
Yeah. Oh, I know.
digital cameras, game systems, anything but hard drives.
I was gonna say I know exactly what they took. It's funny that this was another one of those things that when I got the document, like somebody's telling you stuff.
Yeah, let me read the list of everything they confiscated.
Somebody's telling you stuff, right? Look, like listen. One of the biggest credit card counterfeiting rings. They had one thermal printer, like that. There was like this massive one, which was what was his name? You just said it.
Fargo HDP.
Yeah, but no. What was the guy's name? The one. His name was Max.
Max, those Max Butler and Christopher Aragon.
Yeah, and that was like one of the biggest counterfeiting credit card rings. He has, like, if you look at their list, what that they got from them, it's 4 or 5 things. So maybe 8 things. He's got like 15 things.
Yeah, there is 15.
Fargos.
There is 15 things listed here. It's an Asus E laptop computer, a Dell Inspiron 6000 computer, Fujitsu hard drive, HP Pavilion computer, Hitachi hard drive, another HP Pavilion computer. Another Hitachi hard drive, another Toshiba hard drive, a thumb drive, 5 more media devices, 31 CDs and DVDs, 3 ultraviolet stamps, 2 Fargo ID card printers.
2 Fargo. Two of them. They're like
2 Fargo. Yeah, those were $5,000 a piece. I had 2 Fargo ID card printers, Century Safe, embossing machine, Magstripe read write machine, which was the MSR 206, and then I had a bunch of blank plastic cards. They didn't itemize that though.
17, 18, what is 17 items?
17 items on the list, yeah, 17 items. And this is just everything they took from my house. Then when they arrested me, or when they didn't arrest me, but when they came in and searched.
Yeah, no, this is the indictment later that they.
Okay,
This is the.
But yeah, so they came in, they took everything. They loaded it up in their car. They left. They gave me their business card. And this was like the 4th of July weekend, I think it was. Like 4th of July was Saturday, and this happened on a Friday. So they're like, take the weekend. We're going to have you come down on Monday to the Secret Service headquarters in Columbia, South Carolina. The big building, like where they have their branch office at.
Right.
And I walked in. So the weekend went by, and I was just thinking about running.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You have a question. So, do they not know your name still?
No, they know his name now.
Oh yeah,
They figured out your name by.
Yeah.
I told them my name. I told them my name. They had to run me. They fingerprinted me. Everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
You skipped that.
Yeah, they fingerprinted me. They told them my name. They ran me. Everything. And listen, at this time, I'd never really been in trouble. Like I said, I had a very eventful youth.
Right.
But all that shit was sealed, and they can't see into your juvenile shit. All they can see is 18 to whatever.
Right.
And like I think I got busted stealing a pair of sneakers from the Aventura Mall in Miami when I was like 17.
Right.
Before this, and that was the only thing that I had ever done. So that's all they had to go off of. So it wasn't like I was a career criminal, with a bunch of assaults and and all that shit.
Yeah.
Like that. I just maybe I did those things. I just never got caught.
So you look on paper.
Yeah. So yeah, like when they pulled me, I wasn't like a career criminal. And when I came to my house, I had guns and I had in my apartment. And in South Carolina, it's not legal at all.
Right.
Like it's not even medical. And you know what they told me? Like, we're not the ATF.
Right.
We don't care about we're not the ATF. We're not the DEA. I mean, I had assault rifle. I had a couple pistols. I had my concealed weapons license at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm concealed carry. I had like a quarter pound in the freezer. They didn't take any of it. They didn't even touch it. All they wanted was the computer equipment. This is a Secret Service.
Yeah.
Less paperwork for them. So they took everything, and then I had to go down to the office, and I show up to the Secret Service office, and I walk into this room, and there's this big giant long table, and there's like 10 dudes sitting at the table. Like you can tell they flew people out for this. Like this is like a debriefing kind of ordeal where they're gonna grill me. I was in there for like 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours. I don't know how long it was, but it was a long time. I went in the morning, and I remember I didn't get out until like the sun was setting. I remember thinking that like I've been in here all day, and they had all these screenshots. They had all this paperwork out on the table. And every time I looked at a pile, it was a screenshot of like one of my posts or a post I had commented on or a thread that I had commented on, like some random comment that I made on like a tutorial thread. Like they had went and found everything that I had done online. Like they found all of it and they had all of it on papers on the table and they were asking me about everything. Do you know this guy? Were you involved with this forum? We see that you have an interaction with this individual on this. And it was different people asking me different questions.
Right.
You know, so I think they flew a lot of the guys out. I think probably from Vegas, probably from DC, you know, just the regions. Cause I think there's 2 or 3 different regions that they deal with cybercrime in the United States. And I know Vegas is a big hub for that. So after being grilled for 4 or 5 hours by these dudes, you know, asking every question in the book, I stuck to my guns, stuck to my story. I was like, listen, I've been doing this 2 months, you know, because it's obvious they didn't know who I was and they didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Know? So I was like, listen, I've been doing this for a few months. Obviously, you guys can see I've been on these websites for more than 2 months. But as you can see, I've only been vending because the website that they had me on, I was only a vendor on that website for 2 or 3 months. Had they got the other website, the other forums that I was on that I didn't give them, they would go back and see that my vending history went back like 3.5 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they could probably see all like a lot of the transactions, and it would have been a mess.
Was your usernames like the same on all those websites?
Earlier on, it was not. So after I rebranded myself US Plastico and I jumped on Carter.su, then that's what I continued with from there on. But prior to that, I think it was just my ICQ number. I don't even think I had like a name.
Was it something 305?
305 scammer. That's what it was.
Right.
Yeah. I did have a name. You're right. It was.
Thank God I'm here.
I forgot all about that. Yeah, no, it was 305 scammer. I remember that distinctly. So that's what I was prior to US Plastico. And then when I rebranded myself US Plastico, and then I went on Vending
Right.
With that, you know, moniker. Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically how the bust went down, you know.
But they let you go.
Yeah, they let me go that day too. They're like, well, you're gonna have a court date.
Right.
And I gave them all my information. I gave my number, my mom's number, my grandmother's number, my grandmother's address. I gave them everything. This is 2009. Okay.
Right.
And I walked away from that. And dude, for like the next year, I didn't know nothing happened.
Right. But you went back to Miami.
I left South Carolina. I was like, this. They know exactly where I live.
Yeah.
It's a small town. I was like, no. They could have somebody sitting outside all the time watching me. I'm not having it. You know, plus I had a storage unit with a car in the storage unit because when we went to South Carolina with 2 cars.
Right.
Okay. I had a car. My wife had a car, but where we lived, we couldn't have both cars. So we didn't have a need for 2 cars. So I kept 1 car in the storage unit, and in the storage unit, I had multiple IDs with my picture on them. I had like, so when you're a kid, you know, when you're a kid, you play make believe and you like build like, you know, like a treasure chest and all this shit like that. Well, I had this spy kit when I was a kid, and I had like a fake passport that I made out of like cardboard, and I had like fake money in there, and like I never like did anything with this. I just always kept it in a bag in my room for whatever, because you're a kid, you got imagination.
Yeah.
In case I need to, you know, get out of here real quick, because I had seen it on a movie or something like that. So I built one as an adult. Now I built one of those because I had been doing it as a kid my whole life. Now I built one as an adult, but it had real money in it, had my real passport, had, you know, had fake driver's licenses in it, had credit cards in it. I had a laptop. I had an MSR 206 machine. So just enough that if I needed to go, I could, you know, swipe cards and, you know, use dumps and everything on the run. Well, I had all that in the storage unit that I didn't tell them about.
Right.
So at this time, it was like, I didn't want to leave. And okay, so yeah, and my girlfriend at this time, thank God she wasn't home when all this happened. Like when they came and searched, she was actually at her, like her mom's house or something for the weekend. And so she came home after it all happened. And like a day later, we're hanging out at her mom's house. Like 2 days later, actually, we're hanging out at her mom's house. And her sister, so she leaves with her one of her cousins and her husband. They go do something. Her sister walks in and she's like, yeah, Melissa told me to tell you that she thinks y'all should just go y'all separate ways. I'm like, what the are you talking about? Like, we have a son together. We've been together for 2.5 years at this point. You know, the relationship's a little rocky because, you know, I'm a narcissist and, well, I was at this. I don't think I am anymore, but I think at the time I kind of was. And I neglected her. I did, but it wasn't like, you know, but she Just straight up was like,
Kick rocks.
kick rocks.
Right.
So, what do I do?
And you've just been, she also knows you're probably going to jail soon.
And I think that she's thinking that she doesn't want to get in trouble. So she's
Right.
trying to distance herself because obviously she knew what I was doing the whole time.
Yeah, it's in the spare room.
Yeah. And and I'd be in there with my son making cards, and he'd be sitting on the floor playing with a pile of them.
Right.
So it's like everybody, they knew what I was doing. So she decides to not want to be in a relationship with me anymore. I'm like, dude, how my life can't get any worse at this point.
Right.
Luckily I was smart enough to put up a little bit of money and like an escape, because I had that
Bug out bag.
a bug out bag. Yeah, just because I had an overactive imagination when I was a child. That helped me on later on in life. This gave me like a new escape. So I was like, all right, then I'll dip.
Right.
You want me to leave? I'll leave. Fine. I didn't even try. And I think the next day, like the next morning, it was hard for me to leave the next morning because she was like asking me not to leave. Like then when the reality set in that I was leaving, she asked me not to. And like, I had this moment where I was like, should I go or should I stay? You know what I mean? Like I went and opened the door. My son was like just a baby at this time.
Yeah.
He was laying in the bed sleeping. I was like, man, this is a fork in the road kind of moment. Like, do I stay here and stick it out or do I leave and so I left. That's what I do. I run from everything. I've been running my whole life. It's just been like this on recurring theme. This is what I do. So I left. I went back to Miami. Yeah. And I, for the next year, I didn't know what to do.
Right.
I didn't know if I was going to go to court next month, in a week, 2 weeks. Am I going to have a warrant out for my arrest? Are they looking for me? Are they watching me? Are they tapping my phones? Like, I don't know, So for the next year, I just kind of spent money. And so before this, it's funny. In my teenage years, I was like a party animal. A lot of drinking, a lot of, use, not crazy use. Like I was never like a junkie.
Right.
I never had a bad problem. I partied, but I never, I was never addicted like that to where it just became like, that was my mission every day. And this is what I need to do. Like a lot of those guys, for whatever reason, whatever that mechanism for addiction is that people have in them,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have that in me, So it was like, whenever I did, I could just be like, I could do them one day and the next day I could just not do them.
Right.
And it's been like that my entire life. I've always been able to kind of just like, go and do on the weekend. And then Monday, I'm just going back to my normal life. I'm not going to continue. And then, to where it just strips me of everything I own and my health and my finances and my, I don't have that inside of me, whatever that is, that just grabs a hold of people. And I'm lucky because I was around it. I was out in the street. I was around the homeless people, the drunks, the addicts, the hobos, the prostitutes. I was in that life for so many years, and it never got me. So I was extremely thankful for that. I was saying all that to say this, like I partied in my teenage years, but once I started doing fraud, like I wasn't using the money I got from fraud to go out and party with.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I wasn't going out to the clubs and popping bottles and going to strip clubs, and I wasn't doing any of that because I had a wife at home. We weren't married, but we were together. And I wasn't a maniac like that. I just didn't have it in me.
But now,
this year, oh yeah, because in my mind, I'm going to prison.
Right.
For a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know what the outcome of the prison sentence is going to be, and you automatically think the worst because they caught me with cards. They know I was on the forums. So in my mind, I'm doing 10 years. So. Catch me when you catch me kind of deal.
Right.
I'm going to go on. So this year, I was just completely off the chain for an entire year. Partying, going to strip clubs in Miami. Just doing a lot of, not having like a habit, but just like partying.
Right.
Just partying every day, just, cutting loose. A lot of strippers. I just got addicted to that whole real fast lifestyle. I got the stripper's name tattooed on my neck. It's covered up now. Yeah, but so it's funny because her name was JJ, or her stage name was JJ, and my name, I go by JJ. So it was like, hey, we got this in common. Let's hook up or whatever. And so I started talking to her, and it became like became friends. And then next thing I know, we were dating, and then I got her name tattooed on my neck, and then she got my name tattooed on her neck. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy, volatile relationship. It was wild. We were on every day, just partying. She was still stripping, and I was there every night, and it was just crazy. And then we eventually broke up, and then I dated like a 5 or 6 more after her, and then it just became this whole thing where I was like, I didn't even know who I was anymore. You know, it was like I was just waking up in random places, and like I just started looking like shit, and I started feeling like shit. And I remember I got these sores around my mouth, like at the corners of my lips. Like I got these sores, like these, and I don't know what it was. I think it was just because my pH balance was unbalanced in my body, and like I wasn't living right, and I was, constantly kissing on dirty strippers, and it was just, I was living gross. I was living gross, dude. And
this is that guy. What was the guy's name you were hanging out with?
Eric.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole cast of characters, that you kind of just. These people are off. These people are deep in the depths of like addiction and alcoholism, and that I'm not on their level. Like I'm with them because I'm hanging out, but I'm not where they're at. And Eric was a complete nutcase. Just an absolute mucking maniac. Like we'd be driving around, and we'd be like riding by a McDonald's, like pull in here, and he had like this real like froggy voice. It's like real raspy. Let's go, pull in here, pull in the drive-through. And we pull in the drive-through. We'd go up to the window, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I just came through here half an hour ago. I had a big order, for like a picnic with for youth or something like that." He's like, "Yeah, you guys up the order. I got women bitching at me and this, that." He's like, hold on. So, but it's just the way he was. Like he was so like overwhelmingly like pushy with people that they just wanted to give him whatever that he wanted, just to get him out of the situation as fast as possible. So we'd pull up in the drive-thru, dude. He'd get 2 or 3 drinks, a large fry, a cheeseburger, and then we just pull off.
So they'd give it to him thinking they had shorted his order.
Yeah, and then
like, "Oh, here, sorry."
And I remember this, and I'll always remember this. He leaned over and he's like, "You guys really got to get your shit together in there." It's like you guys really got to get your shit together, and we pull off. And that's just how he was, man. That was just
the money. They have the money to pay for it.
Oh, we got more than enough money, but that's just how he was. Like he was just a nutcase. Like we would be places, and he would just do random shit like that. But that was just, that's just Eric. That's how he was. Well, funny story. I met a lot of people through Eric out there partying. I met with one dude named Giovanni Caramelli, I think his name was. His name was Giovanni, and this dude, he was from Europe. He was Eurotrash, and you meet a lot of Eurotrash in Miami.
I thought he had money though.
His parents.
Oh, okay.
His dad was he owned some kind of large shipping company in the UK. So they had money. And when I mean money, they had generational wealth. Like his dad's dad had, dukes and kings and earls and all that shit.
Right.
He broke it all down for me one day, but I can't remember, any of it. So yeah, he had a lot of money. Like this kid had a penthouse in Miami. We had access to private jets. We were flying out of Broward, not Fort Lauderdale International, but it was a little business airport where they only flew like little small private charter jets and like Cessnas and shit out of this airport. I think it was Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport we used to fly out of.
Okay.
So yeah, we used to fly private all the time, out of Fort Lauderdale out to Vegas, and go out to Vegas and party. And so yeah, but I met Giovanni through Eric, because Eric sold, he sold.
Yeah.
And so he was just plugged in, because just to how he was and how he's a people person, he was a real fast talker. And I think he was from Michigan. Like he grew up in Michigan, was born in Michigan, but he kind of came down to Florida, kind of like same ordeal I had, just grew up in South Florida. So we had a lot in common. And I met Giamelli through Eric, and I remember we were at Scarlett's Cabaret in North Miami Beach, right off Ives Dairy, and we were partying there one night, and we left Scarlett's and we went to Gianni's penthouse, and we're there partying. And who was there that night? There was a bunch of like A-list celebrities, like I'm not gonna say A-list, they were B-list celebrities. So Brooke Hogan was there that night. I remember hanging out with her. I remember she took so much that night that her bodyguards had to carry her out. Like the dudes who are paid to protect her and watch over. They had to, she ended up getting carried out, and then I disappeared. I ran into so many like weird situations like that, just hanging out with this dude, Eric. But yeah, it's like I said, the cast of characters you meet when you're out just doing this shit. And over that year's span, I had blown through almost everything I had because I wasn't making any money at this time. And when I got caught from the Secret Service, I went ghost on everybody. Like I just stopped because I couldn't log into anything because they had my login. So if they would see if I logged in to any account that they had, you know,
Right.
so they would know that I'm actually back online and, you know, back doing credit card fraud. And so for a whole year, I didn't do anything. I just spent money, you know, going from, I didn't even have like a place of residence. I stayed at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. I would just get rooms there for like a week. And then once that my money started dwindling down, like I couldn't afford to stay at the Hard Rock anymore. So I was staying at like little dive hotels and shit, you know what I mean? Off like Dixie Highway and 441 and, you know, down in Fort Lauderdale, like not nice places. You know, cigarette burns on the comforters. You would find pipes and shit like just hidden around the room. Like these are like that's where financially that's where I'm at this point. So I knew I had to start making money again.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, well, it's been a year and nothing. I don't have a court date. I don't have a warrant out for my arrest. Nothing's going on. So I might as well gear up for another run.
Right.
You know what I mean? I might as well gear up for another run and just let's go. Let's run it back up from nothing. You know, so I had just enough money. I remember because I consciously made this decision because I remember I was sitting there, I was counting on my money one night and I figured I had just enough money to buy a printer and to buy all of the supplies for the printer. Because the ink, the ribbon for the printer that it printed on, those things were like $350.
Right.
You know, the blank cards cost a couple $100. The printer itself, now at this time, when I first started, they were like $5,000. At this time, I can get them on eBay used for like $2,500, $3,000. I could pick up one of these printers. I had just enough money to purchase all of my supplies. And so I jumped back on ICQ. I had shoulder servers ICQ memorized. I knew it by heart. I messaged him. I told him, I didn't tell him exactly what happened.
Right.
I didn't tell him I had been caught.
Yeah.
But I told him that I felt the heat. So I decided that it was a good idea to walk away for a while until things kind of cooled down and blew over. And that's what I told him. I was like, listen, I walked away because I felt like the heat was coming down and I didn't want to go to prison. I didn't tell him that I got caught and I didn't tell him any of that, you know. So he was like, well, there's a lot of people that are pissed because they sent you money for order. Like I had a bunch of orders out there that I never fulfilled.
Right.
Because I had ongoing orders. I had ongoing business. I was waiting for money to come in. I had 2 or 3 orders in the printer, in my safe, ready to go out in the mail. Those were all ready to go out.
You didn't ask the Secret Service to let you finish up those last few orders?
Yeah, no, they wouldn't let me. Listen, when they walked into my house, they wouldn't even let me touch my laptop. Because I went over to jump on it real quick to close a bunch of shit. And they're like, back up. I was like, you know, I was trying to close a bunch of windows and they were not having it. You know, so I was like, you know, in my mind, I'm like, well, I got just enough money, gear up for another run. And I contacted Buddy. He's like, listen, you're going to have to make it right with all of these vendors because I couldn't go back onto the site and start advertising again.
Yeah.
Because that's compromised.
Yeah.
All of what I was doing before is completely compromised. So it came down to this one dude and I had to convince him to plug me back in. Because all of the big orders that I eventually getting when they're doing 5,000 cards, 6,000 cards, you know, I just started selling exclusively to them at one point. Like I stopped advertising on the forums. I stopped selling to everyday people. Like I was
There's no
only
reason to. It's stupid to sell 25 cards when you can sell 2,000.
And these guys are coming back every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. Sometimes it was once a month, but I could guarantee on them, you know, on these large orders that I was making $100,000 on or whatever, you know. And so that was my only back into the situation was this guy that I didn't even know that I had been talking to for 4 years on the internet. And, you know, so I contacted him. I was like, listen, get with everybody, find out what I owe them. And if they want money, I don't have that right now, but I can send them out cards. Like I'll fulfill whatever I didn't fulfill a year ago. And hopefully I can make it right. Hopefully, you know, they want to deal with me again. But listen, there was nobody doing what I was doing at this time, not on the scale that I was doing. And even though I took a year off from doing it, I still don't think there was anybody to step in and fill my shoes. No, not the quality of the product that I was putting out was indistinguishable from something that was issued from a financial institution.
Right.
You know, so there was a vacuum that didn't get filled. So when I came back, not only was I getting more orders than I was before, I was even busier. So I started making even more money than I did before I got caught the first time in South Carolina.
Well, how long does that last until? Like you
About a year.
because you stop and you go to
late
Florida,
late
Temple Terrace. Sorry.
Yeah, I took off in the beginning of or the middle of '09, and so about a year. So about the middle of 2010, I decided to start crank back up again.
Right.
And I did that for about almost. I think I got picked up. I got picked up in like November of 2011 for something completely. Well, it wasn't so. So how it all went down is I met another girl. Her name was Rosalia. I met her in Miami, right when I started like making money again. And when I started making money this time, I stopped kind of partying because a lot of the people I was hanging out with, like the Eric type characters, they were always like in and out of jail. They were leeches. You know what I mean? Like we'd go out and I would end up paying for everything, and then they would just leave me plates. Like there was always a bunch of crazy shit going on.
Right.
So first, I had to distance myself from all of those people because now I'm making real money again. You know, now I don't have to associate with these people because I don't have to rely on them for anything anymore.
Right.
Because as before I did, because they were plugged in everywhere. You know, I was just running with a crowd. You know, essentially. So I had to distance myself from these people, and that's when I met my wife. We ended up getting married actually, and she got pregnant immediately, like right away. So I met her, and we were married, and she was pregnant all within 30 days, within a month of us meeting. I'd say maybe a month and a half.
Okay.
She was married. She was pregnant, and we were married. Like it just bomb happened real fast.
I've been there.
Yeah, yeah, and
I think maybe I went 2 months.
Yeah.
Before I got the test.
Yeah. So, I start, I crank back up and I would get married and we have a kid and I'm still doing credit card. I'm still making the cards. I'm still selling the cards, but I'm not partying anymore. I'm not doing the strip clubs anymore. I'm not drinking. Well, I'm still drinking a little bit at this point, but I'm just kind of living a normal life, and I'm kind of going back to, because the way I was doing it before is I had a normal life. I'm one of those people that I like routine. I thrive in when there's structure and routine because of all the programs I was in as a juvenile, because I was incarcerated 10 months out of every year essentially as a youth. I was always in one program or another program or this program. So I learned whenever I'm firing on all 8 cylinders and I'm doing really well in my life, there's structure and there's routine. So I knew to get back to that, to be successful and to continue doing what I was doing, that I had to create a new routine and new structure for myself. And that's where the new wife came in. We got like a decent little place I think I was in Pompano, which Pompano isn't really that nice in Fort Lauderdale, but I was living in Pompano at the time. And I was just living like a normal life. I was still, like I said, I'm still breaking the law, obviously, printing cards, but I'm not so much as a maniac anymore. And
right.
I'm getting a little bit older. I think I'm like 25 at this point, 24, 25 years old. So I'm, the knucklehead phase is kind of starting to wear off, and I'm kind of getting into, now I'm starting to look into like financially, like investing and like real estate. And I'm starting to explore and, study all of those kinds of things. And one day we're driving, and apparently the tag on the car that I was driving was expired. I was driving a Cadillac, and the tag was expired, and we get pulled over, and the cop comes up to the window and says, you have a warrant out for your arrest, so we got to take you to jail or whatever. And in my mind, I'm like I'm thinking that they finally caught me. Like they finally, you know what I mean? Like caught on to me, like doing what I'm doing.
Right.
So I tell my wife, cause like we're sitting in a cop car and I'm laughing cause I'm thinking like, this is just a routine traffic stop.
Right.
And I'm laughing with her. I'm like, listen, when 2 cop cars show up, I was like, when the second cop car shows up, that's how you know you're just playing around.
Right.
5 minutes goes by, 10 minutes goes by, the second cop car shows up. Another 10 minutes goes by, the third cop car shows up. I'm like, yeah, like I knew something wasn't right at this point. And then I seen the cop walking back to the car, and he didn't have my driver's license and registration in his hand.
Right.
And I know immediately when that happens, he's going to ask me to exit the vehicle.
Yeah.
So as he's walking, I'm watching him in my side rear view, and I leaned to my wife. I'm like, listen, I'm going to jail. I was like, go home and get everything out of the house. I was like, everything. All the equipment. I was like, get rid of everything. Cause I was like, this is going to be bad. They're going to come, they're going to search. So they arrest me. They take me down to it was like a Thursday or a Friday. They take me down to Falkenberg Road Jail right here in Tampa. I was in Temple Terrace when I got arrested. And I remember sitting in jail for 2 days, and then the weekend came, and then I sat there the whole weekend, no nothing. And then Monday came, and then they called me to pack up my stuff. Like, Boseak, call me, roll it up. I roll up all my shit. I walk out, still don't know what's going on. I was like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not getting released, but I'm packing my shit up, which is weird.
What was the warrant for there? Did they tell you what the warrant was for? Oh, okay.
They didn't tell me. They're like, all we know is you have a warrant out for arrest from the United States Secret Service. And that's all they would tell me. It was a federal warrant. So I'm like, and I forgot about this shit because this is 2011. I got busted in the UPS store in South Carolina in 2009.
Right.
So my brain isn't even making the connection at this point. Like, I'm thinking that they're arresting me now for the stuff you're currently doing. Yeah. I thought I was like part of this like big giant indictment that came down. What was it called? Operation Open Market. When it came, I don't remember what year that was. Yeah, we have all the paperwork
Nevada,
for it. Yeah, Nevada. Yeah, so I'm thinking that maybe I'm wrapped up in that somehow. Not thinking about South Carolina. So I finally funny story about this too. While I'm on the run, or while that year goes by when I'm living with my wife and everything, I go to a gun store.
Oh, yeah.
And I go to purchase a gun because at this time I had my concealed weapons license, and even though I got jammed up in South Carolina, I haven't been charged with anything yet. I don't feel like I'm in trouble for anything yet. So this is still valid. Like my weapons license is still valid. I'm still carrying a pistol every day, everywhere I go. So I'm at a gun store, and I remember I was trying to buy, I don't remember what I was trying to buy. I was trying to buy a pistol. We went there, we did the shooting range, and then I was trying to buy a pistol. And when they do the background check, when they do your thing, it usually comes right back in 10 minutes.
Right.
Usually comes right back. And then they do the paperwork and they sell you the gun. But dude, 30 minutes went by. 40 minutes went by, and I'm like, yo, what is going on? Can I just come back? Like, I didn't know what was going on. And the dude was acting nervous. He walked over to the counter. He's like, here, we just call this number. You got to call this number. And he gave it to me. I'm like, all right. And I just left. I left from the store, and like 2 days later, I think
the cop called you, right?
Yeah, a marshal called me. He's like, is this John Boseak? And I was like, no, this is Jason or whatever. I gave him a name. I don't remember what name I gave him because I know that I never go by my real name. Like, nobody knows my name. Like, John, nobody knows my name is John. Nah, nobody knows my name is John. Nobody knows my name, especially Boseak. Nobody knows my last name. I go by JJ.
Right.
Everybody knows me as JJ. So if I ever hear my government name being called either out in public or somebody calling me on the phone and asking for John Boseak, it's law enforcement.
Right.
It's law enforcement, or it's child support, or it's it's somebody from the courts.
Right.
It's somebody from the courts. So I just ignore it. And I tell them, if I'm out in public, I'll just keep walking. If I hear my name, I just keep walking. Like, I don't even pay attention. I don't even look their direction. And especially if you call me and ask my name, I'm going to say a different name and tell you have the wrong number.
Right.
And that's what I did. I was like, no, you have the wrong number. This is, so-and-so. He's like, all right. And he hung up. And I never heard anything else about it ever again.
Right. Till I mentioned it.
Till you mentioned it.
Yeah. Like, he never told me that story. And I just got the paperwork in. And I was on the phone.
I didn't know.
He's free, and I'm talking to him on the phone. I'm in prison. And I'm like, hey, bro, why didn't you ever tell me this story? Like, even now, he just got the story wrong. The cop actually called you. You had just left. Because I have the thing. Okay. As you're leaving, he comes in, and they tell him you just missed him. And then he calls he calls your cell number, and he asked for John Boseak. You said, no, sir, my name is John. I don't know who that is. And he hangs up the phone. And the guy writes down, I asked for John Boseak. He said no. He said his name was John. Or no, he said his name was JJ or Jay. I think you said Jay. No, sir, my name is Jay, or something like that. And he hung up on him. Like, I had the whole thing. Even right now, you just said 2 days later. He says he called right then.
Yeah, that day. I don't remember if it was right then or it was 2 days later. But he never told me the story. So I'm on the phone going, why didn't you tell me this story? It's like a great story. I didn't know.
Cool. And he's like, I had no idea they called the police. I don't know anything.
I didn't know that the cops were coming to arrest me at that point in time. I didn't know I had a warrant at that time. I'm just going to buy a pistol. Like, I had no idea.
But there's all kinds of stuff that he would tell me. And then I think, told me he was not racing, but he was
Tokyo
drifting.
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
drifting. He was showing his buddy how he was telling him, like, it was like an argument, like who was the better driver, and he took his buddy's car and he's drifting.
Oh, it was my car.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it was my car.
Around the parking lot.
In the apartment complex.
And he hits the curb and it shoots up and goes into a canal.
Yeah.
And he told me that. We just
I put the car in the canal with 4 people inside of it.
And we're just laughing about it. I don't think anything of it. And then,
I'll tell that story right now
that's one
if
of
you
the
want.
police reports I get.
Because that's a funny one. I completely forgot about that. Like when we were in prison, I didn't even tell you that story. You got the police report on it. And I was like, oh my God, I completely forgot about that night. Funny night, actually. I was in Hollywood, Florida. We were in an apartment complex right off of Hollywood Boulevard, like West Hollywood Boulevard, though, on the other side of 441. And I was like, we pulled into the apartment complex and we had all been drinking. I was drinking and driving. Obviously, we were all hammered. And we're on the way there. Like I was driving really good. And then we pulled into the apartment complex and somebody in the backseat was like, you don't know how to drive? And I was like, oh, I don't know how to drive, do I? And so I just hit the gas and I just started like drifting around it was completely reckless. I mean, somebody could have been out walking their dog and I could have killed them. It was reckless. But I was hammered and I was 24 at the time. So I'm drifting my car through the parking lot. I'm, burning around corners, drifting around. And then I see the parking spot where I usually park, but I'm intoxicated and I don't realize that I'm doing 65 miles an hour through the parking lot. So I hit the brakes and I'm going to skirt into the parking spot. And that's going to be like my grand finale.
Right.
Is to slide into the parking spot. But when I slid into the parking spot, I'm doing 60 miles an hour. It hit that big cement thing, the yellow like stoppers.
Yeah, the like curb thing.
Right over that. That didn't do anything. That just right over that, down the hill, into the water, into the canal. 4 people in the car. Yeah. Oh, people sitting on people's laps and shit. Everybody got wet.
Somebody called the cops. And
so listen to this. This is so crazy. So I go and we all jump out of the car. Everybody starts running immediately. We're in an apartment complex. In Florida, and a lot of people aren't from Florida, but in Florida we have these canals that just run everywhere to, help with like overrun the water and alligators and everything else. So there's canals and there's water everywhere. So the car went into the canal. We jumped out. We ran in the house. I'm peeping out the window every 20 minutes. I don't know what to do. How am I going to get this car out? Because the car is in the water. Like who do I call? Do I call a tow truck? Or what do I do? We're in the house. Everybody, we start partying again. We turn the music on. We're just partying like it didn't happen. Yeah, nobody's scared or anything. We start partying. And then all of a sudden, 2 cop cars show up. 3 cop cars show up. And you know how it is when something happens down in like Broward County or like there's like 15 or 20 Broward County sheriff's deputies, the SUVs will pull up like it's some kind of crime scene because the car's in the water. There's nobody around.
Right.
And so they're like, dude, so I walk out there after about 15 minutes. They're like, dude, we're about to call the divers. And they're getting ready to have a diving team come out and dive in to find a body because they didn't know if there was like people in or whatever. And so the woman cop shows up and it's his partner. So the dude cop shows up. He's kind of being cool about it. He asked me what happened. And I'm like, listen, I pulled into the parking spot a little bit too fast and jumped the curb and the car went into the water. I was like, nobody's injured. And I was like, it is, I just, reckless driving, whatever. I was going too fast. His partner, so the woman cop wanted to take me to jail.
Right.
For DUI. I was clearly intoxicated. I'm slurring my words. I stink like booze. And she wanted to take me to jail. But the people we were staying with at the house was a friend of mine from Michigan. His sister had moved to Florida like years earlier I had known them like my whole life growing up just from being back and forth from Michigan. She worked at Scarlett's Cabaret at the strip club. His sister worked at Scarlett's Cabaret that we had just left from that night. The male cop that was the female cop's partner knew her, was one of her customers from Scarlett's Cabaret. So when she came out and he's seen her, he's like, what's going on here? He's like, oh, she's like, oh, that's my brother, this, that, and the other. The female cop that wanted to take me to jail, they were roommates in college. So the dude cop that wanted to take me to jail that knew the chick was roommates with her and was like, no, we're not taking him to jail. He's not going to jail tonight. So I skated on the whole thing.
Right.
I skated until they had one of those big wreckers come out and they pulled the car out of the canal. And I remember the car was hanging straight up and down like this. Like the headlights were pointing at the ground, the tail's going all the way up in the air. They're like, it's $800 to drop the car right now. I was like, it's soaked with water. What am I going to do with it? Take it. So they took the car. I had another car there, another Cadillac at the time. I had 2 or 3 cars, so it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, and I completely forgot about that until you told me, because you got the police report,
Right.
like you said, and I like I said, so there's so many little things like that have happened that it's hard for me to remember. But anyway,
You got arrested. Back to arrest the cop. The cop
Yeah,
cars
so-
show up in Temple Terrace.
So Falkenberg, I'm in Falkenberg jail, and like I said, I was there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And Monday came, and I still hadn't been arraigned yet.
Right.
Like no arraignment or anything. So I'm like, what the is going on? So finally, a U.S. Marshal shows up at the jail to pick me up to transfer me from Falkenberg jail to what's the one out in St. Pete? What county is that?
Is it Pasco? No, not Pasco.
No.
It's shoot. I know.
It's where they hold the federal inmates.
Okay.
Because they don't hold them in Falkenberg here. They hold them in St. Pete out there at St. Lucie. It's like St. Lucie County.
No, that's way down. That's
Is it?
further down.
Okay, whatever
south.
county it
Yeah,
is
yeah.
out there in St. Pete.
Pinellas.
Pinellas. That's what it is. It's Pinellas County. So I went to Pinellas County Jail. The U.S. Marshal that transported me
Mhm.
was the one that showed up at the gun store looking for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was
Okay.
like, he's like, I was the one that came to the gun store looking for me, and that's when I didn't even know, and I think that's when I found out at that time is when he told me. He's like, oh yeah, he's like, I showed up there looking for you. You had just left. I was like, no shit. But yeah, no, he picked me up in like a BMW. It wasn't even like a cop car or anything.
Right.
It was like a BMW they had confiscated from some guy. And he took me to Falkenberg jail, and I went to Falkenberg jail, and I went to court that day when I got to Falkenberg jail, and they let me out that day on pretrial services.
Right.
On my own recognizance. No recognizance.
All right.
How do you pronounce that
Yeah,
word?
recognizance.
Recognizance. No bond, no nothing. You're going to have to report Monday morning or Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning or whatever, this, that, and the other. So I did that. And when I got home, my wife had disposed of everything.
Right.
All my printers, all my laptops.
She just threw everything out. She didn't like move it to a storage unit. She threw everything out, including
I had debit cards
with money in it.
Yeah, I had hundreds of thousands of dollars. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And the laptops, like everything. So in any way to access that money is gone. And it's all by that point they've taken the dumpster. It's gone.
Trash is collected. I thought about going to the landfill. Like I thought about driving down to the landfill and trying to figure out, you know what I mean? Like that's like where I was at this point. Cause I was like, all my money's gone. Like I have nothing. We're at this point. I was like, we're hit. I have no income coming in. I don't have any way to connect to anything with anybody. Like all my contacts are on my laptops. All my hard drives are holding all of my Bitcoin, everything. Like it's all gone.
It's one of those Captain Kirk moments when he screams, and you never saw this movie. God, but
Yeah.
it's so.
Yeah, I was proverbially, what they would call hit.
Yeah.
At this point in time, so and like I didn't know what to do. I had no way to make any money. She wasn't working.
Right.
We had my son Aiden we had a 2-year-old at this point. Was he 2? I don't remember how old he was at this time. Maybe 9 or 10 months actually. And now I'm on pretrial services. So now I got to call this phone number every single day, and it says you have to report today. You do not have to report today. Like so, it's every single day either says yes or it says no. And if it says yes, then that means I have to go down. I have to do a UA, urine analysis. I got to pee in a cup. I got to see the probation. I mean, it was random.
Right.
And so that went on for about a month or two, and then I just absconded. I just stopped. I think I dropped dirty one time because I'm smoking weed at this point. I'm not going to stop smoking weed. I'm just going to, if it says you have to report today, I would go down, I would get this flush, this drink, you would drink it, and then you would fill it up twice with water and drink 2 of those, and then you were good for like 4 hours. Like every pee you did for 4 hours after that was going to be clean. And it was called Ready Clean, actually. No, it was called Q-Carbo 16, actually. That's what it was called. That's Q-Carbo 16. I swear to God, that stuff works. I used it the entire time. I smoked every single day, all day long, and every time I had to take a test at Q-Carbo 16 or Q-Carbo 32 works like a dream. So yeah, I absconded.
Yeah.
I dipped, and we moved. We moved. Okay, we're just going to move. From one side of Tampa to the other. We moved from Temple Terrace to like what they call Suitcase City to North Tampa. Like Fletcher and like the 20th and Fletcher over by University Mall over in that area.
That's rough.
Yeah, I was in an apartment. I was in University Club Apartments over there, right by the mall, right on that little road that cuts through from Fletcher to the mall, right there by McDonald's and shit. Now it's not that so bad now. I mean, it's still run down and low and low poverty, but it's like back then there was like and shootings and robberies and all kinds of crazy shit going on.
So you at one point the probation officer had called you and you said, "I'm in Michigan." Didn't you say?
Yeah.
I know this because I got the report. They stake out, like they send like the U.S. Marshals or the task force.
Marshals.
Yeah, the Marshals, and they stake out like several of his cousins, and they kick in the door to his uncle's house.
Dude, my uncle calls me right after they left. Like, dude, they showed up with like AR-15s and the thing to hit the door and everything. Like
He's not in Michigan.
No, I'm not. I'm just on the other side of the city. I was in the same city. I was just on the other side of the city.
Where? In Michigan?
No, in Florida.
Oh, I know, but that's what I'm saying. You're not.
No, I wasn't in Michigan.
His uncle's in Michigan.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the marshals are kicking in doors in Michigan looking for me. They're raiding everybody's houses.
Yeah,
my uncle calls me right after they leave. He's like, "Dude, I just got done burning, and they kicked my door in looking for you." I was like, "Oh my God, better you than me." So then I knew they were looking for me. The next day, after I got off the phone with my uncle, the the U.S. Marshals show up at my place,
right,
and arrest me. Pretty much. Yeah. And they take me back to jail. And then this time they had to extradite me from Florida all the way to South Carolina. Because mind you, I'm catching the Amtrak up to South Carolina going to all my court dates up until this point.
But you realize at this point that it is for South Carolina. Well, you kind of skipped over that. Like,
oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So when I went to court, when they released me on my own recognizance, that's when I found out they're like, okay, when I went in front of the, like, oh, you have a warrant out for your arrest out of the Middle District of South Carolina. I'm like, oh my God. I was kind of relieved, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my God, dude, what, are you kidding me? Almost 4 years goes by, and you people would just now you're just picking me up. You know, I'm like, what the man? So whatever. So yeah, and then I get home and my wife disposed of everything. She got rid of all the printers, and so I had no way to make any money at this point.
So they grabbed you.
Yeah, they picked me up.
Did they move you back to South Carolina?
Yeah, they had to extradite me from Florida to South Carolina, and then when I get to South Carolina, they gave me another bond. I got a bond when I got to South Carolina.
That's insane, bro. I never got a bond.
Got a bond in South Carolina.
He's absconded twice, and they gave him another bond.
Yeah, they gave me a bond when I got to South Carolina. I couldn't bond. They didn't bond me out. My wife didn't bond me out though,
right?
Because she was, who knows what she was on. Like when I went to prison, when I went to jail, like my wife just was like, I don't know what she did, but she didn't give a fuck about me. Like I wasn't her number one priority.
Right.
Like, you know, when most people go to jail and they're married, like we're married.
Right.
They are usually like on the phone every day. Like, are you all right? Do you need anything? Do you need to make phone calls? What's going on? Here we are with the judges. Let me talk to a lawyer. None of that.
Yeah.
None of that, dude. She disappeared. Like I would call her phone from jail and like it would be either disconnected or she wouldn't accept the phone call because she didn't have money to put on the phone to pay for the phone calls because that's just expensive. So the whole time I'm just sitting in South Carolina, like I don't know what's going on. I don't know why, you know, I'm just sitting here. You know, right. I get a court-appointed attorney, Catherine Everett, an angel from heaven, right. Pretty much. Best court-appointed lawyer. It's federal, so it's a little bit different than, you know, it's not the meat grinder.
Yeah. You get better.
You get better representation in the federal system, even though it is a court-appointed attorney. And I just sat there going to my court dates, you know, getting my discovery, going to my court dates, and that's when I got my complete indictment, you know, and that's when I found out in the indictment that the old man at the UPS store had opened the package, and that's how I eventually, because I didn't know any of that,
right?
You know, even when I got picked up at the UPS store, I still didn't know that the old man had went through my packages. I thought that they had intercepted a package and traced it back to the UPS store and came and got me. But that's not the case. It's the old man, the nosy ass old bitch that opened my, just decided, I don't know what he thought. Maybe he thought I was sending out, you know, because I was in there every other day and my packages were going everywhere. They were going to Europe. They were going to South America. They were going all over the United States. You know.
Right.
So yeah, I had, like I said, I had a pretty good lawyer. Like I was going to all my court dates. I got my discovery. I figured out that the old man went in one of my packages and found the cards. And so when they came with the initial plea of, I don't know, I think it was like 160 months or something, like 10 years.
It was like I think it was 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, it was 10 or 12 years was the initial plea. I'm just like, there's no way.
Right.
There's no way I'm doing all that time. You're out of your mind. I'm not doing all that time. I was like, I've never been in trouble before. You know what I mean? There's no victims. I was like, there's no way I'm doing all that time. So me and my lawyer are going through my my discovery, right? The discovery, is that what it's called when they send it to you?
Yeah.
We're going through my discovery, and we get to the part to where, and I was like, I mentioned something about the guy opening my package. She's like, wait, let me see that. And she goes back through my discovery. She's like, I have to go. I'm gonna look into this part right here. She's like, sit tight. She's like, I'm gonna send this initial, what did they call that? The
the pre-sentence report or the
plea?
Or the plea?
Yeah, that initial plea they give you.
Right.
The offer. She's like, I'm gonna send this back to the prosecuting attorney. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna work on something. 2 weeks goes by. I don't hear shit. I'm like, oh man, like I'm starting to sweat. 2 weeks goes by. I don't hear nothing. Finally, my lawyer came back, and she's like, she said, we have a new agreement. She's like, due to the circumstances surrounding the whole, unfolding of events and how the Secret Service got involved and all that, she's like, they have agreed to dismiss. Now, where are my charges at? So I can read off the charges.
Well, it's count 1, count 2, count 3. It's
so. This just gives the statutes. It doesn't give.
okay.
So
well, it was 3 statutes. The first one carried a maximum penalty of 15 years. The second count a maximum of 10 years, and the third was the third one I know because this one has a 2-year mandatory consecutive to any other sentences, and up to $250,000 fine, which they didn't hit me with. So they dismissed it was access device fraud.
It was manufacturing a fraudulent transaction device, and it was trafficking of fraudulent transaction devices. And the third charge was aggravated identity theft because I had used somebody's name on the driver's license to open the UPS store box.
Right.
So they dismissed counts 1 and 2, and they charged me with count 3, which carried a mandatory minimum sentence of 48 months. 24 months
24 months, yeah.
Up 24 months. And that's what I
pled guilty
to. And at this point I had already had 13 months in. So when I finally, got sentenced and got shipped out to prison, I only had like another 12 or 13 months to go or something like that.
Right.
When I got to Coleman finally, yeah. So after I got sentenced, I don't think I even sat in county jail for not even a week or 2. I think I was on like the first bus out going to Coleman from, where was I at? I was in this little shithole county jail in South Carolina. It's one of the worst jails I've ever been in, besides Irwin County Jail in southern Georgia, when they kind of dumped me when they were transporting me from Florida to South Carolina. Yeah, horrible experience. I don't even know if I want to go into that, but yeah, it's a horrible experience. Worst jailhouse I ever been into. No music, no TV, 23-hour lockdown, just, wild. Anyway, yeah, I think I sat there maybe like a week, and then they shipped me out to Coleman from, after I was sentenced. So I think I don't remember how much time I had in, but I think I maybe only had 12 or 13 months left to do. Right. And 6 months of that was going to go to halfway house, so
that's when you met me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I got to Coleman. I don't know how long I was there before we started talking. Maybe a few weeks or something.
I think it was probably a month or so.
Yeah, maybe even a few months.
When I saw you, you had a little gangster walk. You walked around. He like, you know what I'm saying? And I thought, this guy.
You're in prison. We can't walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can't walk with my head down looking at the cement.
And I thought this guy's here for meth or something. Like, because most of the, well, not most of, but a lot of the white guys. But you had the tattoos, not all of these tattoos, but you had tattoos on your neck and both arms. And I thought, this guy, he's got to be like, it's got to be meth, or it's got to be something, right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't until we were standing in line one day and somebody asked, you were standing in behind me or in front of me, and somebody asked me what my charges were.
I was standing behind you guys.
Yeah. And I
was listening to you guys all the way through the line. You were talking about your case and all this, that, and the other.
Oh, yeah. And then when I mentioned, I said, oh yeah, man, I was charged with this. When I said aggravated identity theft, you said, that's what I was charged with. And I turned around, I was like, really? And you go, and I said, I thought you were here for maybe, and you go, what makes you think that? And you said something like that, and you were like, laughed about it. And then I said, what were you doing? And you went, well, I mean, I was actually, it's funny because I was actually manufacturing credit cards. I mean, but they dropped those charges. I just got hit with this one thing. And you started telling me, and we sat down, we got our food, we sat down, we talked for We talked for like 3-4 hours straight. He just told me the whole story. And I was like, bro, like I was working on, whose book was I working on?
Doug Dodds.
Working on Doug Dodds. I was
Yeah.
like, bro, listen, I got to write your story. And you were like, man, I'm leaving in a few months. Like and I said, man, we'll write a big outline. Like we'll set aside a couple hours every couple of days, and I'll write an outline, and we'll make it expansive, and then I'll be able to expand it from there. And then when you get to the halfway house, you can call me, I can call you, and which is kind of what happened for a little bit.
We had a good outline.
Yeah. Well, and then you disappeared.
I guess we'll get to that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Well,
yeah.
I don't know if you want. I don't know what you want.
Yeah. So Coleman.
You're right.
Coleman Prison.
Yeah.
My time in county jail was way worse than when I got to Coleman. When I got to Coleman, I slept like a baby. I remember the first night I got to Coleman, I passed out immediately, and it was the best night's sleep I had had in over a year.
Coleman's a dream compared to any county.
Yeah. My experience from the county jails I was in was an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I didn't think that you could be treated that bad and just be neglected that bad.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's like you couldn't even, like, if I had an issue or I needed something, like you couldn't even talk to anybody. Like you would try and ask somebody a question and they'd either completely blow you off, or they would lie to you and tell you they would look into it and just don't,
right. Or
they would just come at you all kind of crazy way and start yelling at you. Like there was no negotiating with these people.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was like, there was nothing I could do, But yeah, I had a really bad. So like I said, when I got to Coleman, it was like, I was like, there's no cops and we get to walk around and do whatever we want.
Yeah. Yeah, you've heard me say this before, Cole, but like you could go a year and never have any interact. Like if you don't need anything from staff, the COs or the staff, you don't ever have to talk to a CO. You could go a year easy, but once a year you have to talk to your counselor.
Yeah,
but you could completely
live your whole life and you never have to deal with the police.
Yeah,
ever.
Yeah. And this is when...
I mean, you'll see them because they'll unlock doors and, let everybody in the unit, or they'll be standing there waiting to let everybody out.
You see them, but they don't...
but you don't have any interaction with them. You're not talking to them. They're not talking to you. That's what I liked about it. I was like, oh, this isn't like a nursery school, Like they treat you like kindergartners and shit. Like they're just constantly micromanaging your every movement. Oh, sit up, stand down, be quiet. No. There wasn't none of that shit going on.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, I can deal with this.
And then your celly was a Chris... Marrero.
I had a couple different ones, but Christopher Marrero was one of them. Yeah, just an absolute maniac.
He was great. He was great. He was great fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what was it like meeting him, or when did you realize?
Yeah, when did you realize
Chris was Chris
out there?
He just seemed like a normal dude, And then one night we were just laying there, and he started talking about. I remember how we got into the conversation, but I think I used to listen to what was that dude? He had he was syndicated and he was on the radio, coast to coast.
He talked about aliens and stuff.
Yeah. I can't remember his flipping name.
You know why he was so big at one point? Because he was the only one doing it. Now everybody's talking.
Well, it's podcasts, but he was the OG. He was the original, and I wish I could remember his name to give him his credit, but I can't remember his fucking name. I almost had it, but I lost it again. But anyway, I used to listen to that, and I think I was listening to that, and I took the headphones off. I leaned down to Chris, and I asked him a question, like, have you ever heard of this, that, and the other? And that was it. That opened the floodgates. This guy, he believed in every alien conspiracy, every like mainstream narrative conspiracy you've ever heard of. He believes in them all. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've had him on the podcast. Like we've done remotes.
That's right. You have had him on the podcast a few times. Yeah. But, I would get him going because I would get him riled up, and I would sit there and I'd be like, I was asking him some question. He's like, John, you don't understand. The government has weapons that seem like magic. He would just say shit like that, or we get talking about aliens or something. He'd have a box with like literature underneath his bed, and he would just go in there and pull out literature on shit, like, listen, look, it's right here.
Yeah. He would have it. I remember one time he showed me a book. He's like, I've got it in the book. I got it right. It's fact. It's fact. It's a fact. I go, come on, Chris, it's not a fact. He pulls out the book and he shows me the book. I'm like, okay, well, this is just written by some idiot and published. He's like, no. He flips it over, and on the side of the book, right, it said, it was nonfiction, or it said like history, or it said science or something like that meant something. It's like, so the guy typed in science or typed out, that doesn't mean that. I go, that's fiction. Because that's what I said. It's fiction. He goes, no, look, it says right here. I was like, but I do remember the one time we were doing something like we were locked in the unit for some reason. We're waiting for chow. And John looked at me, he goes, let's go with Chris. And I went, all right. So we walk in there, and we just walked in the room, and John looks at him and he goes, Chris, we were outside earlier, and there were these planes flying over, and they had like these, what are those that smoke that comes behind the plane or something? And he goes, oh my God, you mean? And he immediately went into, he already knew. He goes, they're poisoning us. That's such and such multi-chloride, chlorine, such and such, or whatever it is, and they're poisoning us. You know, they want to lower the population.
Do you remember that time we were in the chow hall and there was another big dude there, and he was talking about all the conspiracies? Like, man, we need to hook him up with Chris. Oh, yes. And then we walked Chris over there, and then they started talking, and then they started going back and forth, and they were just spitting statistics going back and forth. He was like, oh yeah, 1,300,000 and this, that, and the other. He's like, oh, they're 15 years. Yeah, they knew it. I was like, yep.
Do you know about the such and such? Of course. Well, they're building the buildings right now to house all of society. They want to get what do they want to get? They want to reduce the population of the earth down to, he had a number like 550 million, because that's all that the earth can really sustain. I mean, where do you get? They're building, is it?
FEMA camps.
FEMA camps. They're building FEMA camps all
that
over.
Whole narrative was real big during the Obama administration. That was like that was like the one that's what they're doing. That was the plan during the Obama administration. Yeah. So it was going to be a civil war. It was going to be Obama was going to go for a third term. They were going to do what do they call that when they do when they lock everybody down,
intern everyone or whatever. They're going to put everybody into these FEMA camps.
Yeah. That was the big. And then good guy, seemed like a good guy.
You could talk to
not
Chris.
Violent. There's not a violent bone in his body.
Not even angry.
Yeah.
I've never seen him get angry. Here's the thing about him. You could talk to Chris for a year straight about just regular stuff. Like if you had a job with him, you could talk to him about work and this and that and never realize that he's got this whole other issue going on. And then one day you could say the wrong thing and he'd start talking to you about how they faked the moon landing, how the moon is hollow, how they have secret bases, how the government is, and he would go off on a tangent. You'd be like, oh my God.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah. You can occupy hours just talking to that guy. Absolutely. Yeah. So
Good
that
times.
Was Coleman. Yeah. Coleman, it was a cakewalk. So like I said, my whole incarceration experience throughout this whole thing really wasn't that bad.
Right.
24 months in and out. Not even. I did 6 months halfway house in Miami. They sent me back to Miami, where I'm from, and the halfway house. And coincidentally, the halfway house was right in the neighborhood that I grew up in, like right in 2 blocks away from where my wife and her mother were staying currently.
Right.
So I was like, okay, well, I'm right back in, my high school's here, downtown's here. Like I know where I'm at. This is awesome. And then they put me in a halfway house, and I did like 6 months halfway house. I worked for a kosher frozen food warehouse.
Right.
Yeah. I had 3 bosses, and they were all named Abe. Yeah. Yeah. It was
What about the AT&T? Didn't you work for AT&T or something?
No.
When you doing? You had a night job. You had a night job.
That was the frozen food warehouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the frozen food warehouse in Miami was something. I'll tell you that. You had to put winter gear on. So the whole entire warehouse they kept it at 30 degrees. And then they had like 4 deep freezers. One was like -6, one was like 12 degrees, and one was 10 degrees or something like that, just for like different kind of foods they kept in them. So you used to have to put this big jumpsuit on. It was a one-piece snowsuit kind of thing. So I had to wear that. I had to put that on. Then I had these big gloves I had to put on, and I had boots, and I had a winter hat. And this is Miami, the middle of Miami. It's if you walk outside, it's 103 degrees at 3 a.m. in South Miami, and during the summertime. And I'm dressed in this winter gear, and I remember my hands used to get so, like they would hurt. They would get so cold from me. They're just like stacking frozen meat that I would have to go outside, and I would take my gloves off, and I'd put my hands on the cement, because the cement would be so high. It's like, it's 100 degrees outside. Right. So I warm my hands back up before I went back in the building to stack. So I did that for like 6 months. and it was the most horrible thing in the world. Side note, a side funny story about that is, have you heard of that show, South Beach Tow?
Mm-mm.
Never seen that show? South Beach Tow? It was like a reality show, and they followed the tow truck drivers around South Beach, and they had all these crazy, every time they went to go tow somebody, it was kind of some crazy situation where they were like clowns and midgets and
I probably seen it. I just don't.
Yeah. Well, so there was a tow place right across from this fast food or from the frozen food warehouse I was working at, and I was on my break one night and I was outside and I seen all these cameras and shit going on. So I walked over to the edge of the road and I'm like, what in the f- is going on over here? And so they got this set like 7 foot tall dude dressed like a clown standing on the corner, right? He's got the wig, he's wearing the costume, he's got the nose on and everything, right? They got the camera set up there and it's at like a tow service. So I asked one of the guys, I'm like, what the f- is going on? He's like, that's where they film South Beach Tow at. I'm like, this isn't South Beach. He's like, yeah, we're nowhere near South Beach. But that's where they film it at.
It's just all staged.
It's all staged. It's all bullshit. Like every episode of that entire thing was all bullshit. All staged with actors and plot lines and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I always wonder that when you see them on TikTok and stuff, some woman will come running out and jump on the hood of the car and the guy's driving down.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to do that. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's all BS. A lot of that's BS. So I did that for 6 months. And then when I got out of Halfway House, so I got released, coincidentally, I got released out of Halfway House on my 30th birthday. February 6th, 2015. I got released on my 30th birthday. And when I got released from Halfway House, I didn't have anywhere to go. I had nowhere to go.
Right.
And the only place I had to go was this chick that I met while I was in the Halfway House. So I ended up going and living with her. And they lived in like a duplex. And her brother lived in like the next door unit. And they lived in one unit. Me, her mom, her dad, her daughter. And then it was her brother and his wife lived next door. And when I tell you this chick was nuts, it's probably one of the worst situations I've ever had to deal with. And I've been through some doozies.
Right.
I've been through quite a few doozies with, women that are just completely off the rocker. I've been tried to run me over. When I was a youngster, I was dating this girl, the stripper. She tried to run me over multiple times. I had a trick try and poison me one time. It just, I attract broken people, because my energy is so authentic, like so authentically real that I attract fucked up people.
Is this chick tried to stab you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, she didn't try. She did.
Oh.
And so I met the chick in the Halfway House, and we started dating. And then like when I get out of Halfway House, I didn't have nowhere to go. So I was initially staying at this warehouse where there was just a bunch of dudes tattooing out of a warehouse in Miami, like some people I met. And there was like these kind of rooms upstairs. So I was just staying like in this warehouse, and there's like no bathroom there. There was no like running water or anything like that. So then she was like, well, Mom and Dad said you can come stay at the house. So I ended up going and staying with her, and then she was just nuts. She would just start fights out of nowhere, and she would have these extremely like violent just outbursts where she would throw herself on the floor and like scream like a 5-year-old and throw temper tantrums. And she was my age. She was like 30 something.
Right.
And she'd throw herself on the floor and just scream at the top of her lungs and like pull her hair out and stuff. Like the chick had some issues. So one night, that's how I ended up at her house. But then one night, friggin', we get into it because I'm still seeing my wife. When I get out, my wife had some dude living with her at her mom and dad's house. So when I get out, when I'm in Halfway House, I could have went home. Like I could only spent 2 weeks in Halfway House. And I could have went home on not even an ankle monitor. I just like on a phone where they could just call whenever. And if you don't answer the phone, you're
right.
Kind of ordeal. And my wife kept spinning me. I'm like, listen, all you have to do is call this number and hook up a landline. That's all you have to do is connect a phone to the house and I can come home. What the f are we doing here? And then she kept spinning me. And then one day I finally got her in the car. She came and picked me up on like an outing to go to dinner or something. And that's when she told me she had fucking some dude living with her and this, that, and the other. I'm like, all right. So then I just started, I'm done entertaining this because you weren't there for me the whole time I was locked up. Never came to see me one single time. You know what I mean? Maybe wrote me once. Wouldn't even accept my phone calls. And I pay for the phone calls. You don't even have to pay for them. All you got to do is pick up the phone and you wouldn't pick up the phone. So, it is what it is. Fuck you. And, so I just started dating this chick, and then one night we get into it because I'm still talking to my baby's mother for whatever reason. Like I think my baby mama came pick me up from work one day, and she found out, and she just snapped on me one night, and she just would not let it go. just calling me a bitch, throwing shit at me, punching me in the head. Like her parents had to separate us and put her in one end of the house and me in the other. And she was like, as soon as they go to sleep, I'm you up. And it's just like, oh yeah, dude, just like I had to leave. Like there's no way I can stay here because I just got out of halfway house.
Yeah.
If the cops come, I'm going back to Coleman.
Yeah.
There's no way I can explain any of this. You know,
and you're on probation.
I'm not even supposed to be staying at this house because my probation officer, this isn't even like an approved address or any of that shit. Like I'm in the wrong here. So I leave, I pack all my shit. We get into an argument. I'm trying to leave and she grabs a pair of scissors and jams them into my chest right here.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, tried to kill me. Like and like the way I moved, like instead of like if she would have hit me full on, they would have stabbed me. But because I kind of moved to the side, it skipped and kind of cut me open, and I was bleeding all over the place. And so I left. I grabbed my bags and I hauled ass. You know what I mean? I'm walking down the street. Here comes her brother. Her brother picks me up and is like, what the happened? I told him what happened, and he's like, yeah, Maria's nuts. He's like, that's my sister. I know she's crazy. She does she's been through this with like 8 guys in the past 2 years. She does this to every single one of them. She flips out or whatever. That was just her thing. So me and the brother got to rapping, and he figured out, like, he knew what I was doing before I went to prison, and I kind of told him what I was doing before I went to prison. So he decided that and I'm fresh out of the halfway house. So he knew what I was doing, but we didn't decide to like go into business right then and there together. But he let me come stay at his house for like 4 days until I could find my own place, which was an absolute shithole. Let me tell you this. It was a tiny little efficiency apartment in the ghetto in Miami off of like Northwest 22nd and 2nd Street off of Flagler in like downtown Miami. It was just this little tiny horrible, it was a building, and like, I don't know, it had like maybe like 8 units or something like that, like 4 on the top floor and 4 on the one floor and 4 on the other floor. It was this little skinny unit with a little skinny, piece of cement. Dude, this place was small, dude. Like if I was laying on my bed, I could reach in my refrigerator. Laying on my bed, I could reach in my refrigerator and grab something to eat. That's how small it was. It was $8.50 a month. And I didn't even really have the money to pay the bills. So I find a job. I quit the frozen food warehouse job, and I go to work at a warehouse in Miami. $11 an hour to work in a warehouse. Now, dig this. I didn't have a car, didn't have any money. I didn't have anyone sending me money or helping me out or doing anything for me. Okay? When I moved into this apartment, I owed FPL, like the power company in South Florida, I owed FPL like $900. And they wouldn't cut my power on because apparently I moved out of an apartment way back in the day and I left a $800 bill. So they wouldn't even cut my power on until I paid the $800. So I slept in the efficiency apartment on the floor because it wasn't furnished. I was on the floor on a blanket on the floor. In the windows, I didn't even have, I had to go get trash bags to tape over the windows because I didn't have curtains. And yeah, you could see right in the unit. You know what I mean? Like there was so I had to get plastic trash bags to cover. I had to tape those on the over the windows, and I slept on the floor on a blanket that I couldn't cover up with. It was hot in there anyway.
Right.
It's 100 degrees. So at night I would flip the plastic up in the bottom part of the window, and I'd lift the window up, praying that nobody came in there and murdered me because I'm in a really bad part of Miami. Shit like that happens all the time. Looking for somewhere to get high, and they come through a window, and here we go. Now I got a confrontation. So I'm done. Not doing good, dude. When I got out of Coleman, I was living up. Like I had nobody, nothing. Like all I had was this job making $11 an hour. That was the only thing keeping me alive. And to get to this job every day, I had to wake up at 4:00 in the morning. I had to walk from my apartment all the way downtown Miami to the train station, which was probably 3.5, 4 miles. And then I had to catch the very first train leaving the train station. If I wasn't on that very first train leaving the train station, I wasn't getting to work on time. So I had to be on the very first train. I had to catch the train an hour north from downtown Miami all the way to Hialeah, to the Hialeah train station. I had to get off at Hialeah train station, get on a bus that comes to the train station, catch that bus another hour up Okeechobee, all the way out west, out by 75,
right,
which was another hour, just to get to work on time every day. And then when I got off at night, I had to catch the bus stop that I had to get on to go back home was the very last stop in that route. So sometimes the bus drivers just wouldn't go to the last stop just because they're like, there's nobody ever here. We're not doing it. So I would be sitting there and like, it'd be way past the time when the bus was supposed to be there, like way past it, like hours would pass. And I'd be like, it's not coming today. Right. So I'd have to walk like 6.5 miles up to the next bus line just to catch that bus to get back to the Hialeah bus station to catch the train all the way downtown Miami, and then another bus all the way up, or walk from downtown Miami. I had to do that every single day. And dude, I was just like, what the this is, dude, it drove me to the point to where I was like, I'm ready to go out and like break into people's homes or like steal shit. Cause I can't do this anymore. Like this is crazy. And then I lived in the apartment with no electricity for over a month. And I kept telling my landlord like, yeah, I'm going to get it connected. He kept asking me, did you connect the electricity? Did you connect? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it. And for like a month or two, I lived there with no electricity, none. In the middle of the summer, I got out of halfway house. Well, it was in the middle of the summer. It was like February when I got out, but I lived there for 6 months. So middle of the summer, like it's getting hot. It's in Miami. There's no electricity. There's no air conditioning, no nothing. You know, I barely have enough to eat because $11 an hour, I'm only making enough money to pay the rent.
Right.
That's it. I'm making enough money to pay the rent and get back and forth to work. And that was it. So that's when I went into cahoots with this chick's brother. And he decided to buy the equipment. I was like, listen, just buy the equipment and I'll show you how to use it and just break me off a little something. You guys can go and do whatever you need to do. I was like, I'm not carding. I'm not going in stores carding. I'm not doing any of that shit. But I'll show you how to use the equipment. I'll tell you exactly what equipment to buy, how to set it up, how to use it, how to make the cards, everything.
So what happens?
So we do that. We get into it. He buys a printer. He buys an embosser. He buys the MSR. He gets all the equipment. He gets set up. He starts printing cards. They're doing whatever they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. He gave me the money to get my power cut on. So I got the power cut on. I'm doing good. And then he's making cards, and then he gives me a little bit more money because they're starting to make more cards and they're making money. I buy a car. I bought a Cadillac, a nice DTS Cadillac. So now I got a car to get back and forth to work. And but I still don't have any money because he's just giving me money here and there whenever. Right. It's not like a regular thing where I'm like this. It's Friday. I need my stipend. It's that whenever they make a little bit of money or like they'll kick me some here and there. It's not like, and then so it got to the point where now I have to start using cards again because now I got a car. Now I have to pay for gas and insurance. So really, it was like now I could afford the car, but I couldn't afford the car.
Right.
You know what I mean? I could afford to purchase the car, but I couldn't afford to have the car because it was just like I didn't have the money for the gas, the insurance. Now I got a power bill I have to pay. Now I got to pay rent, power, all the shit, and I'm making $11 an hour.
Right.
So I start using cards. Like I'm like, well, whenever I ask him for cards, he'll just give them to me. Obviously, I don't have to pay for them. So he'll just give me cards with dumps on them. So now I'm using them for gas. I'm using them for groceries. You know what I mean? I'm going to the mall here and there and I'm buying little things. I'm buying shoes and stuff because I don't have anything. When I got out of prison, I didn't have any clothes. I came home to nothing.
Right.
And then, so we started doing that. And then he starts like, well, I want to make the IDs. I want to make the driver's licenses. And I showed him how I sat down, I made all the templates on graphic design on myself. I did them all on the computer. And then I sent them to him and he was kind of savvy, but not really, but he kind of understand how to use the equipment. And I was like, but for the driver's licenses, you need the holograms because every state has a hologram. Florida has the state of Florida with FLA on it.
Yeah.
You can see it when you do it like this. Well, I knew I had a vendor in China that makes them and I can get them made for any state. Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia. The Georgia has a little peach on it that, reflects. So I could get them made for any state. And I told him we were having a bunch of shit mailed in. We were having a giant data card auto embosser sent in. And we were having those things sent in. And we were having a problem with addresses because we were having so much shit mailed places that we kind of burnt out a few addresses. And I was like, listen, don't send anything to my house.
Right.
Don't send anything to my house. You know what I mean? Just don't do it. And I told him several times throughout this whole thing, I was like, don't send anything to my house. Well, he sent some shit to my house. He sent the printer to my house and he sent the holograms from China to my house. And the holograms got picked up in customs. And customs
not good.
Reported called the Miami Financial Crimes Division and turned the package over to them because it was going to an address in their district. I get a knock at my door one day. And this is after I just got out of halfway house 2 months ago.
I understand. I was trying to look at Colby's like looking over like, are you serious?
Yeah, dude. I just got out of halfway house a couple months ago. I hear a knock at the door. I look out the peephole, and it's two guys standing there with DHL shirts on. I'm like, and these didn't look like DHL drivers. I'm like, when has it taken two people to deliver? And I looked, and I could see the envelope in the dude's hand. And if you have anything mailed from China, you'll know that they use this certain yellow tape. And it's only packages from China have this yellow tape on it. And I know when they send the holograms, they make like a square envelope out of this tape. They'll put like they'll put two postcards together, and they'll put like a bunch of different holograms in there, and they'll hide them in the center, and then they'll just use the yellow tape. And so I seen it in his hand, so I knew what it was. And I seen, because I was tracking the package, and I seen that it was in customs for 4 days, when usually it takes 24 hours for a package to go to customs, and then you check the next morning, and it's already on its way for delivery. But 4 days it's in customs.
Yeah.
And they didn't release the package in the thing online, the DHL or whatever it was coming. So I looked out, and my brain just put all this together, and I'm like, oh, here we go. But here's the thing. I didn't have anything at my condo.
Right.
I didn't have anything there. I had no printers, I had no laptops, I had nothing. I had no cards. I had nothing there. So they come in. They're like, I opened the door, they're like, I don't remember the name on the package, but it was some Hispanic name. It was like Marco something. I was like, no, my name's John Boseak. I don't. Right. There's nobody by that name here. And they were like, okay, all right. So I closed the door, and then I just stood there, and I looked out the people, and they were standing there talking to each other. They leave. So I'm just standing there. I'm waiting. Like, what are we gonna do here?
Shouldn't you guys leave?
Yeah.
Yell behind the through.
Yeah. I was thinking about jumping out the back window.
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna jump out the back window and hit the fence and just be out and just walk up the next block and just be gone. And then they started. Then they beat on the door again, and I didn't come to the door. And they were like, "Police, open the door." And they're like, "You need to open the door and talk to us." I was like, "For what?" They're like, "You can just open the door and just talk to us." So I opened the door, and they're like, and I was playing stupid the whole time. I'm like, "Listen, I don't know, whose package this is. I don't know what this is. This isn't. I don't. They don't live here. I didn't.
Right.
Anybody could have sent this anywhere just to come pick it up." So I'm playing stupid, and I had them. I think I had them up until a certain point, because they hadn't run my name or anything at this point.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the name of my address was still from the halfway house. Because when I was in the halfway house, I got my driver's license, and they sent it it was the halfway house address I had to use. So even if they ran that address, the person that they, whatever, they didn't know who I was.
They're hoping that person says, "Oh yeah, thanks," and then they arrest them. Like that's what they're. "Oh yeah, that's me."
Yeah.
Okay, are you sure? Here, sign here. "Oh yeah. Okay, good. And then they grab you.
Yeah, but I wasn't playing that game because
Right.
I already knew. And so I had them. I had them up until a certain point, and then all of a sudden, a FedEx delivery driver shows up at my front door with a dolly, with a big ass box on the dolly, and he puts the dolly down. They went right out there and talked to him, and the name of the printer that was being the embosser was the same name as the package that they had in their hand. And the FedEx driver was like, "Oh yeah, I deliver packages here all the time," and he signs for them.
Oh.
And I'm like, I had him up until that point. Like if the FedEx driver wouldn't have showed up, there wasn't anything they could do. They couldn't arrest me.
Right.
I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't accept the package. That's not mine. Off. This is Miami. Everybody's up doing fraud out here.
Yeah.
And I had him, and then the FedEx driver shows up and threw me straight underneath the bus. It's like, "Oh yeah, he signs for him every time." And so they're like, "All right." And so they're like, "What's in the box?" I was like, "I don't know what's in the box." I'm still playing stupid because I really didn't have any idea. I was like, "I don't know what the fuck's in the box." So they're like, "We're gonna open this box right here." I was like, "Open the box."
Well, this guy Manuel, Javier, he's gonna be upset.
Yeah, I was like, "Open the box."
that
I
thing
was like, "I don't know what's in the box. Open the box." So they open the box. They pull it open. There's all these peanuts everywhere in the kitchen. Big ass data card, a card embosser. This is Miami Financial Crimes Division.
Yeah.
Like they had just 2 weeks earlier, they were telling me a story. They had just took down a whole like credit card lab where they busted dudes with printers and embossers and everything.
They asked you,
so they
you
knew
what that was.
They're like, "Do you know what this is?" And I was like,
"It's a
"Fuck."
microwave."
Yeah.
What's the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing where they ask him to talk? They're talking about the nuclear bomb, and he goes, "Is it a snow cone maker?"
Oh yeah. True Lies.
Yeah.
Snow cone machine. So yeah, and then so I was like, man, I didn't. I'm trying to remember exactly how it went down. Cause when the printer showed up at the apartment and I'm just like, and then I think, don't remember the next series of events, but somehow they had my phone in their hand and they were going through my text messages and they were like, who's Jose? And I was like, I don't know who you're talking about. They're like, who's Jose? And they showed me my phone. They had the text messages from him. And they had the text messages going back and forth. And he was texting them because he was tracking the package. So texts were coming in on my phone as they were there. And one of the cops was holding my phone. And he started looking at the messages and the messages started coming in. The package should be delivered now or whatever. Something about the package being delivered. And he's like, who's Jose? And I'm like, man, son of a bitch, dude.
Jose's who you need to be talking to.
Yeah.
That sounds to me like that's what it. I feel like Jose sounds to me like Jose knows something about this package.
So
you should talk to him.
Listen, I just got out of the halfway house, dude.
Right.
I just got out of the halfway house. I just got out of prison. I'm not going back.
Yeah.
You know what? I told you not to send. Listen. This guy told you not to send the shit to my house. Don't send the shit to my house. I told you multiple times not to send shit to my house. Guess what? Now I got to do. I got to throw Jose underneath the bus. I have to.
Jose's got to go.
You know.
You don't have to justify to me.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Jose to go.
He got to go. So he's texting me. He's like, who's Jose? So I told him, I was like, hey, he's this dude that, he's got the printers. He's got everything in his house. I just showed him how to set it up. This, that, and the other. I didn't tell him everything, but I was like, I kind of threw Jose underneath the bus. And they're like, do you have his address? And I gave him his address. And they're like, well, and Jose steady. And then Jose calls. And I go, and then I had my phone in my hand at this time. And I go to hit the end button. And they're like, no, answer it. I'm like, God damn it, dude. These man. So I had to answer the phone while these are standing there. And like all of this happened just at the wrong time.
Right.
It was just a bad day. You know what I mean? Because I'm never, first of all, I'm never home. I'm always out doing shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they could have showed up there, knocked on the door, and never got an answer, and then left, and then who knows? Like, we could have missed each other. Nope. I had to be home at that time when they came. The FedEx delivery had to come at that time. Jose wouldn't stop blowing my phone up, being a bug. You know what I'm saying? Then he had to call, and it's just like, dude, all of this is happening wrong. This is not good. So yeah, he calls and then I answer the phone. He's like, yo, are you going to bring that, did that show up? I'm like, yeah, it's here. I'm looking at it right here in my kitchen. I was like, yeah, I'm looking at it. As they're standing there, I'm looking at them, looking at the box. And I was like, yeah, I'm looking at it. He's like, all right, well, do you want to bring it over? I was like, do you want to meet up somewhere? He's like, yeah, don't bring it to my house. He's like, I'll meet you at the Publix on 132nd and whatever. It was like North Miami. And I was like, all right. And so I hung up the phone. I'm like, what do you want me to do? And they're like, hold on a minute. So they all leave and one of them just stays in there with me. And they come back in there like, how do you feel about wearing a listening device? And I'm like, no, I'm not wearing a wire, man. I was like, what are we doing here? He was like, I'm not wearing like, no, it's not like that. It's just a little something. We'll put it in your pocket and you'll be able to hear. I'm just like, God damn it, dude. So they bring in this. So dude shows up in a van about 20 minutes later. They bring like a pager, like a beeper.
Right.
I'm like, dude, this is 2015. I was like, nobody. No, you just got to put it in your pocket. So I just put it inside my pocket, and I had to go put the printer in the back of my car. They followed me, kept their distance. They are on the other side of the parking lot. I pulled up. I opened the van. We met. I opened the trunk. He went around. He got the printer out, and we talked for a couple minutes outside of the car. And then I got in the car and I left. And I went and I had a location I had to go to after I left the Publix parking lot. So then they followed him home. And they raided his house while I'm sitting at a Walgreens in the parking lot with an agent or with a cop or whatever. And I'm like, listen, so before I even decided to throw Jose under the bus, I'm like, listen, if I'm going to jail today, you guys can go fuck yourself.
Right.
I just want to say that before everybody thinks I'm some kind of big rat.
Right.
Okay. I'm like, listen, if I'm going to jail, if I was going to jail, I wouldn't have thrown him under the bus. But they were like, well, listen, we're not going to take you to jail today, but we're going to have to, he's like, and you probably won't be charged, but we do have to report this to your probation officer.
Right.
We have to report it to her, but it's the law. So I'm like, okay, well, if I can just get away from this situation, I can bolt. You know what I mean? I can go back and grab my shit, throw it in my car and be gone. I can be at the airport in 20 minutes and be out of here. And that's exactly what I did. So they called, they're like, okay, yeah, we got him. And they went in the house. They're like, they called the cop at the Walgreens. They're like, yeah, you can let him go. So they let me go. And I drove immediately from the Walgreens to my condo. I packed the bag. I threw it in my car. I drove my car to the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. I called a buddy of mine in Michigan. And I'm like, listen, dude, I have to leave Florida. He's like, you coming home? I was like, yeah, but I need a plane ticket. I don't have money for a plane ticket. Kingsley. And it was my cousin's husband. And so he bought me a plane ticket and I flew from Fort Lauderdale to Michigan and I left my car at the airport. Never went back and got it. Never came back to Florida after that until April of 2022 when I just got here.
Right.
So it was quite a while. The 2015 to 2022. And so I go to Michigan. And this is another one of those things where I know I'm going back to jail. You know, that I know they had to call my probation officer. I know I'm going back to jail I know I'm going back on a violation, you know, probably, and maybe even a new case. Who knows what the they're going to do if they decided to press charges on me or not. And so I'm in Michigan. I party. That was July. I partied July, August, September, October in Michigan, just seeing family members I haven't seen in forever, hanging out with cousins, getting plastered every single day, just getting drunk, smoking, partying, going to nightclubs, you know, all the shit, because I was in Coleman and you know, I was just letting loose. And then my wife calls me from, she's in Nebraska. And she says, I need you to come out here and I need your help. Because she has my son at this point. She has my son, Aiden. Apparently she wasn't with the dude anymore. And my people in Michigan were getting kind of tired of me at this point. Because, dude, I'm not paying any bills. I don't have a job. I don't have any money. I'm eating up everybody's food. You know what I mean? They're buying me booze every day. I'm smoking up everybody's. It was, they loved me, but they were getting kind of tired of me. And I could tell I was kind of wearing out my welcome at this point. So I was kind of looking for an out. And I knew I didn't want to come back to Florida. Because I was like, dude, what am I going to go back to? I don't have nowhere to go back to in Florida. Right. So I ended up going to, I ended up catching the Amtrak from downtown Detroit out to Lincoln, Nebraska. And my wife was there to pick me up at the train station. You know, and then that was turned into like this whole, that was like October of 2015. So I was there, and then by November of 2015, I was picked up because she had stirred up a bunch of shit in this little tiny town that we were living in. I've told the story a million times. I don't even want to go back into it, but it's too much, dude. It's just too much. Right. I don't want to relive it. But yeah, she stirred up a bunch of shit in this small town before I had even gotten there. You know what I mean? Like burned a bunch of bridges in the short amount of time that she was there, and then I come into the situation. I don't know what I'm walking into. I have no idea what I'm walking, because she didn't tell me anything. So I'm walking into the situation where she's just known around town apparently for, you know, a bunch of bullshit.
So you get arrested.
Yeah. So apparently somebody's trailer home gets broken into, out in Nebraska.
Right.
And somehow they were like, my name got thrown in the mix. And like, bitch, but because they had seen me with my wife, and my wife has been known to hang around a bunch of scumbags apparently, they're like, oh yeah, you need to go talk to him. I had nothing to do with it. Like, I don't even know the people that did it. You know what I mean? Like nothing, but apparently, so the small town in Nebraska, the cops got to come knock the door. And of course they come knock on the door. They run my name, and here I go.
There's
I got
a warrant for your
federal warrant. Yeah. Because I took off. Yeah. And, so I had to get extradited once again back this time from Nebraska, not Florida. This is even further away, all the way back across the country to South Carolina. And it took me from November of 2015, let me see, December. So it was during the holidays. I got up around the holidays, you know, unfortunately. So, you know, in the feds, when we're getting transferred around, they shut everything down at like the beginning of December, and they don't start moving people again until like the end of January, sometimes February.
Right.
You know? So I'm sitting in all these little shithole county jails all across America. I was probably in 4 or 5 different county jails. I was in 2 in Nebraska, the county they arrested me in, and then the big one, the big jail in Omaha.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Douglas County Jail. And then from there, they moved me to what's the next state over from Nebraska? It's Kansas. And there's a prison in Kansas called Leavenworth. And they stuck me in Leavenworth for 3.5 weeks waiting on transport, which wasn't that bad because I was on the worker pod.
Right.
Like I wasn't in the shoe, or I wasn't in like the hole. I was on the worker pod. So it was cool. Like everybody, like the worker pod, so the worker pod had people that worked in all different areas of the prison. So like all the shit, like all of the contraband would all make it back to our pod. So there would be everything on the pod. There would be the exotics.
Right.
Like you'd say, we'd have all the exotic stuff, like the shit you couldn't get on commissary. There was tobacco. There was all kinds of shit. So it wasn't that bad. Leavenworth. And then from Leavenworth, they flew me out to, they put me on a plane and flew me out to Oklahoma City. And I sat in Oklahoma for a month. That was a wake up call. Like Oklahoma, when you go through Oklahoma, dude, and you finally get to the unit and you're like, what the is this, dude? You're like, there's like some serious dudes there that you just get bad energy from. You're like, oh man, I better just, that was the very first time in like all of my travels of ever being locked up that I was actually like nervous going through Oklahoma. So that was like,
I remember talking to a guy when I was in Oklahoma. I remember talking to a guy who comes up to me, like Italian guy, but he's like walks up and we're leaning on the railing, and he says, what are you looking at, or what, like how much time did you get? I said, I haven't been sentenced yet. I just got arrested, bro. I've been arrested like a month. Sorry. I was like,
what the fuck is that?
No, it's probably a package.
Okay.
I was like, I was arrested a month ago. Like I'm just got arrested. And I remember he looked at me, he said, yeah, I just went to trial. He said, I got sentenced. He goes, I got 30 years. I got 30 years. He goes, yeah, but I beat the murders. And I thought, oh my God, but I beat the murders. Like that's not a good person to hang out with. Like, I thought that, I know. Cause I remember thinking, oh, this is serious.
Yeah.
These
Listen,
are
we
serious
had this
people.
one young black dude on the pod and he would just walk up to you. What's your name, Pops? Let me get your information. And he would go look you up. Like he was asking everybody. He was asking everybody to show paperwork to give you your information. And he would go look you up on Pacer. Like he'd hop on the computer and look you up on Pacer on the pod. And I remember he went up to this one old black dude and he's like, nah, I'll go ahead and check it in, youngster. Don't worry about it. You ain't getting mine. I'm gonna go ahead and check it in. And he went and rolled this shit up and checked in, got right off the pod. Yeah, so Oklahoma was like, dude, and the whole time I'm going back through this, I'm like, dude, I can't believe I'm going back through this again. Like I just got done going through this shit.
Right.
Like the nightmare, almost starving to death in county jail.
Okay, what's going on? Sorry. Hello?
Oh, I jumped up. I almost ran out the back door, but I didn't have shoes on, so I ran in the closet.
They just got done telling a story about how the cops.
Is that?
I wish I could keep that in and turn the camera.
I know.
Listen,
I'm on it.
So there was lights in the back. Was it lights one time in the front? And he's already out the back door, standing in the backyard.
No, I was upstairs. I saw the lights. I said, I bet you Boseak.
Listen, I'm sitting on the couch. I'm high as sitting on the couch. I see red and blue lights through that window above the door. I was out. Yeah. So what was I? Where were we at?
Oklahoma.
Yeah. So we'll go back to Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma was serious, and then from Oklahoma, I went to Irwin County Jail. I flew into Atlanta from Oklahoma, and then they put me in Irwin County Jail, and I sat in Irwin County Jail for 3 months, all the way until like January or February.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then I get so I send me to Irwin County Jail, and then finally they send me up to South Carolina to go see my judge. And I finally get my paperwork, and it's telling me what my violation's for. These didn't even go and tell my probation officer.
So you didn't have to take off at all.
Nope, I didn't have to abscond, but I didn't. What am I going to do? That was the decision to make, was just to go. Yeah. I mean, I could have been like, I'm going to stay here and deal with it, and then just kept reporting and playing dumb. And they didn't even tell my probation officer. They didn't call her, didn't do anything. So in my violation report, it said that she showed up to my apartment one day to do just a random house call,
right? And
my landlord was there cleaning the place out. And he was like, no, he moved out of here. And then I guess she tried to call me, and the cops, they took my phone.
Right.
When they did that whole thing. So I didn't have my phone, so she couldn't call me. And she just got me for absconding. Yeah. So I went back in front of the judge, and the judge is like, listen, we've had to extradite you twice from different parts of the country. She's like, you obviously can't be supervised. She's like, you're unsupervisable. She's like, but I can't justify sending you back to prison or because the violation didn't warrant me going back to Coleman. Because, don't you have to be like, there's certain violation levels?
Yeah.
Like a level 1 violation, they can only give you so many months.
There's like, they call it like a technical, and they have like different levels, different names for them. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, well, we've wasted X amount of dollars. I don't know what it is. She's like, we've wasted so much money, on you. And she's like, you've already served you've already been here like 8 months or whatever, 6 months I've been there. She's like, you've served, what you're going to serve on this violation. She's like, we could keep doing this over and over and over again. But she's like, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to terminate your paper right now. But she's like, you know what I am going to do? I'm going to give you 30 more days to sit and think about everything, all the decisions that you're making. So instead of just terminating my paper and releasing me that day, she gave me 30 more days to sit and think about being how bad boy I was.
Right.
What's
wrong with
dude,
that?
30, dude, you know what it's like going to court thinking you're gonna get it, you're getting out because I've served all my time already. They can't keep me anymore. I'm going home.
Right.
I just have to go to court, and it's just a formality at this point. And to know that I got to go sit here for another month. Oh my God, dude! I gave away some of my commissary, dude. It was a mess. It was a nightmare coming back to the. I gave up my bed, everything. I'm going home. So I get back and I got 30 more days, and now I'm on a mat on the floor. Come on, dude. So yeah, 30 more days, and I got released. Let me see, February, March, April, May. I got released. It was like April 1st, or the end of April, beginning of May of 2016. Yep, from custody. And I to this day, I haven't been arrested or in trouble with police at all.
Right.
Nothing. Like nothing. Yeah, I've been out. That's over almost 10 years. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't know. The story doesn't really end there, but we can end it if you want to.
I mean, the story goes on and on and on. So
I can bring it full circle to today.
Well, okay, bring it full circle.
Yeah,
what is that?
I can bring it full circle. So after I get out, my wife is still on some crazy BS.
All right.
Both of our kids are taken away. We had another kid at this point that turned out not to be mine. That it was the guy that she was with when I got out of the halfway house. It was his kid.
Right.
But when I went out to Nebraska, she didn't tell me she was pregnant until I got out there. And then tried to convince me that it was mine. Because I was sleeping with her when I was in the halfway house while she was with this dude.
Yeah.
Like she would leave him and come pick me up, and then we'd have sex, and then she'd go back to mom and dad's house where she was living with this dude. That's how up this chick is.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it could be mine, couldn't be mine. But as soon as the baby was born, I could tell immediately she looked just like this kid. I mean, the same forehead, the same dude. It's obviously this dude's kid. So I just couldn't. She got both the kids taken away from the state by the state of Nebraska. Took the kids away because just this whole thing, and so I had to leave. I had to leave the situation. Like I couldn't do it anymore. I had random dudes showing up at the house, dropping off like bags of sugar and flowers at the front door for her. Like the dude, it was just every day it was just something crazy. And I couldn't take it anymore. So I moved out and I was left with this decision to make. I was like, where am I going to go? Do I go back to Michigan and party with family, or do I go back to Florida and do fraud? Because that's really the only thing there is to do down here. If you know what I'm saying.
Some people get legitimate jobs. But yeah.
And so, but I was talking to my cousin at this time, and he was like, dude, go to California. Because at this time, this is pre-COVID. This is a few years before COVID. This is 2016. He's like, dude, go to California. He's like, dude, go out there. And he's like, I'm moving out there. He's like, my girlfriend's from there. We're moving back. He's like, we all get a place together. I'm like, all right, this is 2016, mind you. He's telling me that. So I like, I had, and when we lived in Nebraska, when I moved out to Nebraska, I actually like got us a house and like slowly renovated the whole entire thing, room by room, by myself, like tore everything all the way down to the walls and redid everything. So I completely renovated this home on my own for us. We both had good jobs paying. She was making $24 an hour. I was making like $19.50 or $20 an hour. And in a small town in Nebraska, that's really good money because the cost of living out there it's nothing.
Right.
It's nothing. I think we were paying, our mortgage was like $800, $650, $700 or something like that a month. It was nothing. It was a joke. And we had 4 cars. I had 2 Cadillacs. What I have? What kind of shit? I had an Audi, 2 Cadillacs, and a BMW
Where is this?
in Nebraska.
Okay.
This is after I got out, and then remember, like I went dark for a while when you were trying to contact me when you were in coma and you couldn't figure out what was going on. So that's when I went dark, is when I was going through all that shit. Then when I got back out, I sent you an email like the day or something I got out, and explained, and then I gave you the phone number, and then you called me, and you're like, oh, this is what happened. Kind of ordeal. Yeah. So I was living there. Yeah, 4 cars. I had 2 brand new Cadillacs. I had an Audi A6, and we had a BMW, like a 525 or a 625 or whatever it is, 725. We're doing good, and she fucked it all up. Got our kids taken away. I moved out. I let the cars go. I kept my Audi and I took off out to California. Put what I had, the little bit of stuff I had in my car, and I just drove to California. And I started applying for jobs in California before I left Nebraska. And what initially sealed the deal for me to move into California was I was applying to jobs, and I applied to Tesla Motors, and I got an interview. And that interview was all I needed. All I needed was that interview. I didn't even know I was going to get the job. All I needed was that interview. I put all my shit in my car and I moved to California.
Right.
And I was literally living in a Hotel 6 or a Holiday Inn. It was one of those cheap hotels because I had a little bit of money. I had a little bit of money saved up. And so I'm living in a cheap motel, and I go to this interview and they don't tell me anything right away. They're like, okay, well, we'll let you know. And like 2 weeks went by and I didn't hear anything. So I'm like, I'm not getting the job. So I start going to the day labor places where it's not like a day labor place, but it's more like a staffing agency.
Right.
Go to the staffing agency, fill out the paperwork. This is what I can do. This is what I'm proficient in. I can run the forklift. I can run this. I've been working warehouses. So then in California, warehousing jobs are like, it's huge. Like there's so many warehouses out there, like logistics and distribution, and it's all because they got the port. Yeah. And everything comes into California and it goes in these warehouses and then it gets distributed out to the rest of the country. So warehouse jobs are a dime a dozen. Well, they were. I don't know what the climate is now out there, but I knew they were when I moved out there. So it was super easy to get a job in a warehouse. So I got a job in a warehouse. It was pet food. And all we did was unload trucks all night. The trucks would pull up, we'd unload the stuff, and we'd go scan the pallet, and then we'd go to put it in the location, scan the location, scan the pallet into the location, go back to the truck, get another pallet. And I would do that all night long. I do that 8, 9, 10 hours a night. It wasn't that much money. It was like $10 an hour, $12 an hour. And then Tesla called me back for a second interview, like a month later after the first interview. It was like a month and a half later. They called me back for a second interview. And I go back to the second interview, and this time, like I feel like I got the job. Like I feel like I crushed it. I mean, granted, I'm in the logistics chain there. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even on the line building the cars. Like I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I'm just unloading trucks, loading trucks, making sure that all of the parts for, each section of the line get to the line in the right way. And, because Tesla kind of builds their vehicles weird. Like, so every single car that Tesla builds, it's like, they're all custom. Because you go online, you customize your car the way you want it.
Right.
So every car coming down the line is different. Whereas if like General Motors, Ford, GM, they're building cars in batches.
Yeah, they're building 500 of these.
So it's the same part. It's the same door panel I'm putting on. So all I got to do is drop 300 of these door panels off at this station, and he's going to be doing those all night. But with Tesla, it's different. Every door panel, it's like all the trim is different. So their logistics system they have at Tesla is crazy. So it was But I've been doing logistics for years, so I understood how it worked. So I got a job at Tesla, and I worked for Tesla for all of 2016. Well, the remainder of 2016, all of 2017, and the beginning of 2018. I hurt my back at Tesla, and at this time, I had moved my way up from just like a forklift operator, like logistics. I moved my way up to logistics coordinator. So now instead of unloading trucks, I was overseeing other people unloading trucks and making sure, everything gets put back and gets scanned to the right location, so all the parts, so everything runs smoothly. I was making $27 an hour. Man, I had a Mercedes. I had a C63 AMG Mercedes out there. I was doing real good, real good. This is like This is after all of that, after all of the Coleman and the going to jail and being homeless. Like I'm finally no probation. I have no parole. I have no warrants out for my arrest. I got a valid driver's license. I don't owe any back taxes. I don't got the IRS chasing me. Like nothing. I've got nothing. I'm like finally free at this time out in California. 2018 comes. I hurt my back at Tesla. Dude, my upper back, something happened to it that it just took me months to recover. Like, I had to go to physical therapy. And like, I wasn't faking to get a check. Right. I was getting disability from Tesla, but I wasn't faking. Like, dude, there was many nights where I didn't sleep, where I was up crying, like screaming and crying. Like the pain was that severe. Like I had never, this was a whole new animal. Like I had never experienced anything like this ever. And so physical therapy, chiropractor, and what finally ended up helping was acupuncture. Believe it or not. I think it was a combination of a few things, but I think it was a combination of physical therapy and acupuncture that just finally just alleviated and all the pain went away. And I was like, you know what? I'm never going to work a regular job ever again. Never. Because every time I do, something happens with like my body. Like my body just breaks down in some way. Because I have to work hard. I have to work 12-hour shifts. I have to work 10-hour shifts, right. 6 days a week, 7 days a week to make any kind of real money. So your body just takes a beating. And unfortunately, dude, my back is just, I have a bad back. So I made that decision at that point in time. I'm never going to work a regular job again. I can't because my body just can't take it. So that's when I decided to go into tattooing, like full time, like full head on to tattooing. And I know this isn't something I covered throughout my story, but I've been interested in tattooing my whole life. I've messed around. I've tattooed here and there, but never took it serious. I never worked in any shops or anything like that. I used to tattoo my homies. I've tattooed myself. And of course I'm a graphic design artist. So I do everything, I'm always been into art. And so tattooing has always just been something that's been there, but it's never been something that I thought I could rely on as like a full-time 9-to-5 job. And when all that shit happened at Tesla and I'm out in California, tattooing was the only thing that I could think of doing that A, isn't going to send me back to prison, and B, isn't going to tear my body apart. And I was wrong about that because tattooing turned out to be worse for my back than doing 10 hours of manual labor every day. But I didn't figure that out till years after I started tattooing. But so I just started tattooing full time in 2018. I just dove headfirst into it. And then we all know what happened in 2020 with the whole everything shit. Like the whole world turned upside down. I felt like just as I'm getting my life back together, I'm making money, I'm doing good. You know what I mean? Like I'm working out every day. I started running. That's when I started running, was California, 5 miles every single day, just like I do now. And the whole world turned upside down, and I didn't there was nothing I could do. Like everything was shut down. Like all the tattoo shops were shut down. Everything was shut down. So it was like I don't know what to do. And by this time I was living in San Francisco when I first moved out there. And then my cousin moved out there, and at the time I was getting off of disability and shit, I moved from San Francisco to Los Angeles to go live with my cousin. So I moved down to Los Angeles, and I lived in Los Angeles for, I don't know, like 2.5 years or something until 2020 happened. And then once 2020 happened, I just was like, F this. I can't be in California anymore. Because the place was already nutty when I got there, but it wasn't like that far out. I mean, some parts of it were like, what the f is this? But it was small pockets of like LA would have like the Tenderloin district in San Francisco has always been off the chain, but it was a small pocket, not what it is now. And then LA had Skid Row, which is a small part of downtown. I think it's 6th Street on downtown. But it was the craziness was there, but it wasn't everywhere. You could still like go to Miami, or you could still not Miami, but you could still go to LA. You could go downtown, and you could go to like North Hollywood and go have a sandwich on the street without somebody sticking a pistol in your face and taking your wallet. Right. Like that's just the reality. Like it wasn't like that in like 2017, 2018. So, LA was cool. I mean, I was hanging out in North Hollywood. I was going to the Hollywood sign. I was, going to Runyon Canyon and jogging every day. I was tattooing, just having fun. And then 2020 happened. And it was like, I have to leave California now because the rest of the country is opening up. Here we are, July of 2020. The rest of the country is opening up, and we're still deep into lockdown. The restaurants are still closed. People, you can go out to eat in other states, but California, the restaurants are still closed. It's like, what are we doing here? So I collected unemployment I got a big fat unemployment check from California for like 10 grand. And I took that and I moved from California to Phoenix, Arizona, because Arizona was like one of those free states like Florida.
Right.
They didn't give a like throughout the whole entire thing, they didn't shut down. They barely shut down anything. And when they did, people were still kind of doing it anyway. Like Arizona was just off the chain. So I moved to Phoenix because Phoenix was wide open. And I go to Phoenix and I start tattooing in Phoenix and, met some people in Phoenix tattooing, and one thing led to another. And I did the Concrete podcast in November of 2020, I believe it was.
Right.
And that kind of took off, and I don't want to say it went viral because it didn't get over 1 million views, but it did get 500,000 real quick.
Right.
Within 2 months or 3 months, it was at 500,000. So then I started like going on other podcasts, telling my story. I did Soft White Underbelly. Did that podcast. That did good numbers. That did like 500,000. I think it's a little over 500,000 now. And then I did probably 15 or 20, little ones that, it is what it is. But I did all of those, and then started my own YouTube channel, Boseak Conundrum.
Right.
And I built a studio in Phoenix, in downtown Phoenix. I had an office building. I had my own studio, Boseak Studios, everything. I went down there, had it all set up. Was making content. I was doing kind of like, I don't like doing the prison content, man. I don't like doing, I know it does well, and everybody, those channels do extremely well, but it's like, dude, I don't like talking about prison. I don't like talking about being in prison. I don't like, talking about the food we ate in there and cook-ups and all that shit. I just don't like making that kind of content, So not coming from the generation where everybody's on their phones making content all of the time, like I didn't know what to do. Do I vlog? Do I take the camera with me and go do stuff? Do I just, do monologues where I just go on rants and, conspiracy theories? Like I didn't know what to do, and it was through that experimenting process that I lost the momentum that I feel like I had coming off of all of these big podcasts. You know what I mean? Like I didn't seize the moment and capitalize on it to its full potential as I could have,
right? Because
I just didn't understand what I was doing at the time, So I'm doing podcasting. I'm still podcasting. I'm still doing my YouTube channel, but now I'm all in on tattooing, and I'm traveling all over the United States tattooing. I hook up with some bikers out of Indiana, and they got me tattooing. I went up to Sturgis, North Dakota, and I tattooed at Bike Week at Sturgis. And then I went to another biker rally in Chillicothe, Ohio, a small little town, like an Easy Riders event. Tattooed there. I tattooed in Indiana. And then I get swindled into moving to Indiana from Phoenix. And this is a big mistake. I should have never have moved to Indiana from Phoenix ever. I had this cute little girl I was dating out in Phoenix, super cutie, like, who knows where that would have went. But because I got swindled into moving out to Indiana to go work at this tattoo shop, we're like, oh, you're going to be the man here. You're going to tattoo every day, which I was. But everything went south. Like the people just turned out to be, I don't know, like like just crazy shit would happen every day. I'm like, dude, this isn't normal. Like all there's weird shit, like these big fights between people and like car crashes and people going to jail and like all kinds of crazy shit. I'm like, dude, this isn't normal. Normal people don't live like this. So I quit the tattoo. Like I worked at a tattoo shop from like, what was it? So I lived in Phoenix for a year. So that was like 2020 to 2021. I lived there, and then I moved out to Indiana in literally in like January or April of 2021. And I went to go work at this tattoo shop out there in Indiana, and I worked there for like I said, almost 6 or 8 months, and then I quit because the shit was just too crazy. I went and worked for another tattoo shop in Indiana. I had my own apartment. I'm doing just fine, and then
you came here.
Yeah. Then Matthew Cox calls me and says, you know what? You want to do YouTube in Florida? And it's the middle of the winter in Indiana. And I'm like, you know what? I haven't seen a winter. This is my first winter, mind you, in 6 or 8 years. And I'm like, yeah, I got to get the out of here. Yeah. So I left Indiana in April of 2022. So I was there for almost a year in Indiana. So I left April 1st, 2022. I moved here, and I've been doing YouTube ever since, and tattooing. Now it's more YouTube than tattooing. So yeah, I mean, so that's what I'm doing now. All I want to do is YouTube. That's all I'm doing is YouTube. I got some big things going on towards the end of this year. In December, I'm going to be leaving the country, and going and doing the whole man on the street abroad thing. So that's coming. I do have a YouTube channel. It's Boseak Conundrum. You guys can check it out. All the information will be down in the description of this video. You can also follow me on Instagram at Slum by Nature. And mind you, depends on when you're watching this, because my YouTube channel and my Instagram, all that stuff's going to change. So just check the description for the information, because I think when I do move and I update the name of the channel and my Instagram, then we can go back in the description of this video and change it to the new information. So depending on when you watch this video, whether it's now, the beginning of the year, the end of the year, and next year, and then that'll depend on what my social media handles are. So I'm just going to do YouTube. I'm going to pursue that right now, and I just want to get out and travel and see the rest of the world, I think, a little bit. I think that's the next logical step for my life. Listen, I'm going to be 40 years old in February. I got out of halfway house on my 30th birthday, and I haven't done dick with the last decade of my life. I haven't done anything with it. I haven't built anything of any kind of importance. I haven't invested any money. I haven't done diddly squat with my life. So it's like I'm turning 40, and what am I going to do? So I have to start this next decade is going to be my last useful decade of my life before I hit 50 and things have to start slowing down and my body's going to start deteriorating on me. I got about how I feel, really. No, it's honestly how I feel. I have about another decade left of me of being productive and actually being able to accomplish anything of any importance. So that's where I'm at, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Hey, if you like the video, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos like this. Also, check the description for all of Boseak's links for social media, YouTube, the whole thing. Also, please share the video if you liked it, and leave me a comment, and please consider joining my Patreon. It's like $10 a month, and it really does help. Thank you very much. See ya.
Nice. Yeah, that was good.
You gotta edit that one good.
Oh yeah.